This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 352. It's not the worst situation yet. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue walked in front. Ma Tian stayed in the middle, and Sister Mao accompanied Brother Weng at the back. Brother Weng, you have to stay close to me, Sister Mao said softly. This haunted house has a very high review online. Even the 50-cent army I hired barely managed to knock its review down. Therefore, there has to be something unique about it. We've been here for about 10 minutes already. We've not run into any actors or scary props. I wonder how this haunted house operates. Do they just allow their visitors to wander about on their own? Brother Weng used his phone to record everything along the way, but did not find anything that was particularly scary. The 3-star scenario should be the most difficult and thus have the best design, but so far, the only thing I'm feeling is boredom. His old haunted house cannot rival the haunted house that you've designed, but we still mustn't let our guard down. Sister Mao smiled and did not dare say anything against Brother Weng. Recently, New Century Park has been showing signs of recovering, and it is all thanks to this haunted house, but I cannot understand how a haunted house is going to revive an entire park. Brother Weng walked slowly, so Sister Mao did not dare walk too fast. The group was either worried about Zhang Lan and Huang Xing's safety or concerned about something else, so they did not notice the doors of the houses on the side of the street creak open, nor did they notice the shadows that crossed the wall. In fact, none of them noticed the shadow that hung from the rooftop that trailed behind them. The good actor, Mr. Zhou, slowly led them into the grasp of the ghosts. Funeral music appeared in their ears, and the white lanterns swayed, causing the light to flicker. Wait, something is not right, Ma Tian signaled for them to stop. The atmosphere is different from before. It feels like many pairs of eyes are staring at us. In that case, we better get out of here first. Mr. Zhou was even more of a scaredy cat than Ma Tian. I really don't want to go any further. We haven't found the wedding dress and we've lost our teammates. The time limit is 40 minutes and we're leaving in less than 10 minutes. If this is heard by other people, how are we going to continue to survive as haunted house reviewers? Sister Mao took a step forward. We'll keep moving on. At the very least, we have to see what's happening in front. After that, she turned to smile apologetically at Mr. Zhou. Please continue to lead the way, but don't worry, as long as you're with us, you'll be fine. After a little more persuasion, Mr. Zhou finally relented. Then, we'd better get a move on. I'll lead you to the place, and then we'll leave on our own. He and Duan Yue picked up speed, and Ma Tian followed close behind. The paper money on the ground flew up into the air, and there was the sound of crying. There were children giggling, and the lanterns at the end of the street were moving on their own. They moved another few meters, and footsteps came from the other street. Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue acted like they did not hear anything and continued to move forward. Ma Tian followed without paying attention. However, after they crossed the street, the funeral music sounded, and 2 men with their heads lowered, carrying a broken coffin between them, walked out from the other street. The coffin blocked the road. Sister Mao and Brother Weng were separated from the 3 by the coffin. They finally saw the haunted house's actors, but both Sister Mao and Brother Weng were unsettled. The 2 men were not wearing makeup, but how come they looked just like dead people? The air froze, and Sister Mao pulled on Brother Weng's sleeves as she took a step back. She felt like she had knocked into something. She turned and saw a boy with a painted face smiling right at her. Before the fear in her heart exploded, Mr. Zhou, who was at the front of the group, suddenly screamed, "There he is! He killed Zhang Lan!" In the middle of the courtyard stood Bai Qiulin with his spine broken and his face mangled. His body covered with blood, he ran at them waving his hand madly. "I'm not a killer, I'm not a killer!" he screamed, but there was a hole on his throat and his voice came out together with gushing blood. Mr. Zhou, who stood at the start of the group, turned and ran. Fear spread through the group. Ma Tian only saw Bai Qiulin's look before he also joined Mr. Zhou and ran. It was too scary. That was more than makeup. Bai Qiulin's head was almost falling off. "Run!" Mr. Zhou cried out, but a coffin blocked their way. The 2 pallbearers seemed to hear their signal and let go of the coffin together before they reached for Sister Mao and Brother Weng. Bang! The coffin crashed to the ground, and the coffin lid slid off. A red set of grave clothes stood up on its own. Brother Weng and Sister Mao could not get a good look at what was happening in front. She barely had the chance to recover from the fright given by the boy before the world changed. The dead people charged at them, and the grave clothes inside the coffin jumped out and walked toward them. She was not a particularly courageous person. Normally, she depended on Ma Tian and Huang Xing. This sudden accident had spooked her too much. She grabbed Brother Weng, found the closest street, and ran down it. Sister Mao, Ma Tian cried, but Sister Mao had already run away. The coffin sat between them, and the grave clothes now climbed back to stand on the coffin. Given this situation, the man did not dare get close to the coffin. Without any options, he followed Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue and ran into another street. Human faces appeared on the walls. Ma Tian did not dare to stop. The bloodied Bai Qiulin was right behind him. He really looks like he has killed someone. When that thought flashed in his mind, Ma Tian's heart could not stop shaking. He had just come to visit a haunted house. How come such an unfortunate thing happened to him? A madman hid inside a haunted house and chopped off his own hand. This is insane. Don't run away, I'm not a killer, I swear. Bai Qiulin's voice came from behind him, and it was getting closer to Ma Tian. He did not dare turn back and run full speed ahead. His heart raced, and he made sure to stay close to Mr. Zhou. He soon reached his limit, and his speed slowed down. Mr. Zhou, who was in front, screamed at the top of his lungs at Ma Tian, "Quick, don't stop." After turning another corner, Mr. Zhou pushed open the door to one of the homes, and he waved at Ma Tian. "This way." Ma Tian followed Mr. Zhou into the room, but after closing the door, he started to regret it. "Mr. Zhou, this is a dead end. My wife cannot run anymore. You want me to abandon her?" Mr. Zhou helped Duan Yue into the inner room. "We'll hide here for now." The urgency of the moment made Ma Tian miss the change in Mr. Zhou's reference toward Duan Yue, which had changed from girlfriend to wife. He followed them into the inner room. "But there's no place to hide in here." "Come, we'll hide inside the dresser." Mr. Zhou pulled the bedroom dresser open, and the three crawled into it. The door closed. There were 3 people inside the small space, but Ma Tian did not feel warmth. If anything, it felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. "Something's not right." "Shush," Mr. Zhou glared at Ma Tian. "I've closed the front door. The madman probably won't know we're hiding here." The moment he finished, the front door creaked open. The sound was close to shattering Ma Tian's heart. "How can the monster know we're in here?" Mr. Zhou's face was filled with terror, but he soon recovered. "He probably just came in here to take a look." This time, before he even finished, the door of the inner room was pushed open. Ma Tian's heart went to his throat, and his breathing became uneven. "Don't panic. He definitely wouldn't know we're hiding here." Mr. Zhou was like a fortune teller, because Bai Qiulin was heard stepping into the bedroom and stopped before the dresser. Ma Tian's face blanched, and he held his breath from fear of being discovered. "Don't be scared. Now is not the worst situation. At least there are 3 of us humans visitors facing 1 ghost." Mr. Zhou's voice changed. "But if there were 3 ghosts chasing 1 human visitor, then you should be afraid." Hearing that, a thought crossed Ma Tian's mind. How did Mr. Zhou know there was a wooden dress in this bedroom? Other houses did not have dressers, and this was the only exception. An indescribable terror filled his head, and it made every hair on his body stand on end. Chapter 353, Ball-Blowing Bubbles. His calves weakened, and he felt like his energy was drained from his body. Ma Tian did not dare move his gaze as he felt the 2 visitors beside him changing. The footsteps got closer. He looked through the gap, and the teetering Bai Qiulin used his hand to press against the dresser door. Just as Ma Tian thought Bai Qiulin would open the dresser, Bai Qiulin took out a key and took his time to lock the dresser. Seeing this, Ma Tian understood everything before he fainted. "The 3 of you are all ghosts." His scream echoed through Coffin Village, and Brother Wang as well as Sister Mao heard it as they raced down the street. "Ma Tian is the most stable of us all. To be able to make him scream like that, it must have been something really scary." Sister Mao's heart fell. 5 of them had entered, and in less than 15 minutes, 3 of them had already disappeared. The scariest thing was, even now, she had no idea what had happened to her partners. Cold sweat ran down her forehead. She was different from Yi Zioxin. She was not that courageous a person, which was why she formed a haunted house reviewer group. "Your friends don't seem that reliable." Brother Wang was not that physically fit, so he stopped running after a while. "It's this haunted house that's too scary." Sister Mao dropped her disguise. She stopped wasting energy to pretend to be cute. It was hard when her mind was filled with various scary images. "Let's leave this place first. There's no need to sacrifice our lives for the sake of face." "Agreed." Sister Mao held Brother Wang as they returned to the center of the village. Looking at the branching paths, they were stunned. "Which is the road that we took when we arrived?" "Brother Wang, that's not the problem. When we arrived, there weren't so many paths." Sister Mao felt like crying. "Calm down, don't forget what you do for a living." Brother Wang took out his phone. "Thankfully, I took those pictures and videos." He looked through the files and found the road that looked rather similar to the one they had taken when they arrived. Should be this one. The two walked down that road, but the further they walked, the more they felt it was not right. When we entered the village, it only took us several minutes to reach the center of the village. How come it feels like now we're walking deeper into the village? Sister Mao looked at Brother Weng's phone. Are we on the correct path? As time went on, the pure terror of Coffin Village slowly revealed itself. The white lanterns released a faded red light, and things started to change. We're really on the wrong path, Brother Weng compared the road to his video. The path really did look to the one on his phone initially, but the more they walked down it, the more different it became. We should turn back to the village center and select another path. That might not be such a good idea. Sister Mao grabbed Brother Weng's hand and led him into a nearby courtyard. They had just hidden themselves when children could be heard singing. Two boys with blood-red masks ran past the front door. They looked to be 7 or 8, and they sounded like innocent boys. However, put in this environment, it just felt creepy. They seemed to have left. Sister Mao wanted to look outside, but was stopped by Brother Weng. Don't do it. What if the two boys are hiding behind the door? If this place is as immoral as you said, they might do something like that. But we cannot stay here forever. Sister Mao tightened her clothes. Brother Weng, have you noticed the temperature dropping? Not really, you're probably too nervous. Brother Weng was very careful. He used his phone to look around. We should inspect this courtyard to make sure it's safe. The white lanterns gave off a red light, and there was a strange smell in the air. The soil was moving, and the dead locust trees swayed lightly. Is this some kind of mechanism? Brother Weng looked at the locust tree and used his hand to push it. He just wanted to see what kind of mechanism was responsible for moving it, but the locust tree fell with a slight push. The material used for the prop sure is unreliable. The moment Brother Weng finished, Sister Mao pulled him back. Brother Weng, look under the tree. There was a hole underneath the dead locust tree, and a body's legs were poking out. What kind of design is this? Brother Weng and Sister Mao did not expect something to be buried underneath the tree. The tree is just a normal locust tree. There's no mechanism connected to it. Was it the legs that caused the tree to move? So the mechanism is this body that is buried under the tree? Brother Weng looked at the mannequin buried in the hole, and his curiosity to inspect it closer was silenced. He walked away from the hole. This is such mad design. Sister Mao followed behind Brother Weng, holding his arm. Should we enter the house? Let me think. Brother Weng gripped the phone, feeling afraid. The two stopped in the middle of the courtyard when they suddenly heard a splash, like a fish jumping out of the water. The surroundings had been so quiet that it was difficult for them to not notice this. The sound seems to have come from the water barrel. Sister Mao hid behind Brother Weng. She seemed to have forgotten her identity as a haunted house reviewer, and given the fact that her makeup had already been ruined, she just looked slightly better than a ghost. Come, let's go take a look. Brother Weng neared the water barrel, and even when he got closer, he could not spot anything weird. It just looked like a normal water receptacle. However, there was a white ball floating on the surface. I don't remember anything floating on the water when we came in. Brother Weng was confused. Where did the ball come from? The light was too dim for him to see clearly. It was not until they were standing next to the water barrel that they heard something that sounded like bubbles. The ball is making bubbles in the water. Brother Weng leaned forward and turned on the flashlight on his phone. He shone it at the water barrel. The light cut through the water and lit up the round ball. Their mouths fell open. It was not a ball but a human head soaked in the water until it had become white. With a splash, the ghost jumped out from the barrel. The sudden light from the phone seemed to give him plenty of displeasure. The bloated face rushed toward the two visitors. Brother Weng was so spooked that he turned and ran. However, he only took several steps before he tripped on something. He looked at the ground, and the body that originally had its leg up now had its head upwards, poking through the soil. The face smiled at him like it was trying to crawl out from the hole. Brother Weng crawled toward the front door like his life depended on it. But at this moment, the sound of children singing came from the front door. Little old mister sitting before the funeral, his face stern. Adults and babies sat watching. The son's legs were sore from kneeling. Chapter 354, They Are the Ghosts. The red door was pushed open, and the two boys bounded into the courtyard. They continued to sing their weird lullaby, and blood slid down their faces. When they got closer, Brother Weng realized that the red was not from paint, but a mask that was carved into their faces. Don't come any closer. Brother Weng collapsed to the ground. His hands reached back, hoping to grab something to use as a shield. His fingertips touched something cold. He turned back to look, and the mannequin that had been half buried in the ground earlier had crawled out and was resting beside him. Brother Wang called for Sister Mao to help him, but Sister Mao was facing quite a big problem herself. The bloated ghost had climbed out of the water barrel, and water dripped to the ground, his swollen face staring at the two visitors inside the courtyard. A shrill female scream escaped her throat. Sister Mao was scared until she lost her rationality. She abandoned Brother Wang and raced out of the house like crazy. The lanterns on the side of the street elicited a red light. The originally creepy village changed in several minutes. It felt like she had arrived at hell. Two boys ran out from the courtyard. The eerie lullaby filled her ears, and Sister Mao raced for her life. Help! As a haunted house reviewer, she was screaming for help inside a haunted house. That was something Sister Mao had not expected before she arrived. Her speed slowed down, and the sedan kids caught up to her. Despair almost swallowed her whole. How come this road is so unending? Someone come and help me. After turning the corner, Sister Mao saw the red grave clothes standing in the middle of the road. The clothes stood upright, and when it discovered Sister Mao, it chased after her without warning. Her throat was raw from screaming. Sister Mao focused on running. Fortunately, the Lord rewards hard work. Sister Mao saw light at the end of the road. At the end of the other street, there were several dim oil lamps. Even though the light was weak, they managed to chase the darkness away. That should be the exit. Sister Mao tried her best to run toward the light, but as she ran, she realized that something was wrong. Those lights did not seem fixed to anything. They seemed to be moving on their own. The lights are floating in the air. With Monster chasing behind her, Sister Mao did not have the time to consider these details. She ran another few meters before she saw the lights for what they were. Pale faces floated behind the lights. Each oil lamp was hanging from the mouth of a floating human head. Sister Mao's brain had gone into shutdown. Her body continued to move for several meters due to inertia. Just as she was about to charge into the group of skull lanterns, a hand reached out to grab her. "Follow me," the man said harshly. He pulled Sister Mao into one of the old homes and led her to jump through the window. "Who are you?" "Shush, it's very dangerous here." The voice was rather familiar, so Sister Mao allowed him to drag her for 2 streets. After they ran away from the monsters, they finally stopped. They hid behind the door, and Sister Mao turned to look at the man who saved her from certain death. Her gaze moved up, but when she saw that face, her face quivered. "Bai Qiulin." "Will you please quiet down?" Bai Qiulin hissed at her. "Why is it that surprising to see me?" Sister Mao's brain was a puddle, and she staggered back. But Zio Lan said on the phone. "It was me who hurt her, right?" Bai Qiulin said coldly. "You've all been tricked by the dirty things inside this haunted house." "Dirty things?" Sister Mao looked at Bai Qiulin with suspicion. When the 5 of them had gone to find Zhang Lan earlier, the pallbearers had left the coffin in the middle of the road, splitting the group in 2. At the time, Sister Mao's attention had been focused on the pallbearers and the sedan kids, so she did not know what happened on the other side of the street. "You might not believe what I have to say next, but it's all true." Bai Qiulin's throaty voice made her uncomfortable. "The couple with you are ghosts." "You're saying Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue are ghosts?" Sister Mao widened her eyes, having trouble believing it. "This haunted house has been in operation for many years already, and there have always been rumors of ghost hauntings." Bai Qiulin's pupils shook. "Several months ago, a couple decided to commit a suicide pact since their love wasn't blessed by their families. The location was this haunted house." "Suicide pact?" Sister Mao leaned against the wall. Her legs could no longer support her body. Initially, everything was fine, but slowly, more and more visitors had visions of that couple. It appears like their souls have stuck around the haunted house after they died. Bai Qiulin's voice was scary. "Huang Xing was tricked by that couple. I wanted to save him, but I was too late." "But on the phone, Zhang Lan said you're the one who harmed her, and she asked Mr. Zhou for help before the call was cut off." Before Sister Mao could finish, Bai Qiulin interrupted her. "You people are so dumb. Don't you know how to use your brain when you receive her call? Why would the call be ended right after Zhang Lan called for Mr. Zhou's help? Why didn't they end the call earlier? They had to wait until Zhang Lan pointed me as the murderer first. Why is that?" The more Bai Qiulin argued, the louder he became. Sister Mao was led in circles by Bai Qiulin, and she started to buy his story. "At the time, I just wanted to tell Zhang Lan everything. I purposely avoided the couple, but Zhang Lan misunderstood me, thinking I wanted to harm her." Bai Qiulin's expression was serious. "All I wanted to do was help, but my good intentions were taken advantage of by that ghost couple." Every time Bai Qiulin spoke, it heightened the terror in Sister Mao's heart. Her conviction started to shake. So those two are the real ghosts. It's unsafe here, I'll lead you out. Before giving Sister Mao any chance to think, Bai Qiulin opened the front door. The two ran down the street, and when they reached the end of the street, two figures turned the corner and stood under the light of the red lantern. Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue. Sister Mao, Mr. Zhou was stunned, and his expression changed within seconds. With his finger pointing at Bai Qiulin, he pleaded, "Get away from him, you're standing next to a ghost." The desperation in Mr. Zhou's voice unsettled Sister Mao. Both parties said that the other was the ghost. Who was she going to believe? Her footsteps moved involuntarily forward. Sister Mao still believed Mr. Zhou a bit more. "Don't go, the ghost couple are lying to you." Bai Qiulin stood where he was. His tone was sharp but shaking like he too was afraid. Hearing that, Sister Mao started to hesitate. "Sister Mao, come over here," Mr. Zhou screamed at the top of his lungs. Then he suddenly remembered something. "That madman ran out from the mental hospital. He chopped off his left hand. Tell him to show you his left arm." One side was a couple that committed suicide inside a haunted house. The other was the convicted patient who chopped out his hand, and Sister Mao stood in the middle. She did not know who to trust. Who among them is lying? Who should I believe? Chapter 355. They fell before I did anything. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. "Believe me, they are both ghosts. Don't go over there." Bai Qiulin moved one step forward. "Come with me before it's too late." "Sister Mao, you have to think this through. He was around when the accidents happened to Zhang Lan and Huang Xing." Mr. Zhou's face was covered with fear. "Quickly come to us." Sister Mao was tormented by the opposing voices coming from both sides. This was more than just simple fear. Terror had seeped into her bones. Just the thought of it sent chills up her spine. Heaven on one side and hell on the other, one wrong step and everything's over. She gritted his teeth and finally came to her decision. Perhaps because Mr. Zhou had said more words and was the friendlier party before all hell broke loose, Sister Mao chose to nudge toward Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue. "You will regret this." Bai Qiulin moved backward like he was ready to run. Seeing how determined Bai Qiulin was to leave, Sister Mao's heart started to shake again. "If he wants to harm me, he wouldn't leave like this. Am I really making the wrong choice?" Sister Mao looked at Mr. Zhou and his wife, and she suddenly remembered that both Bai Qiulin and Mr. Zhou were there when accidents happened to Huang Xing and Xiao Lan. But when Ma Tian was caught, only Mr. Zhou and his wife were with him. "I know the truth already." Sister Mao was covered with cold sweat. It felt like she had just taken a jaunt around the gate of hell. "Wait a minute," Sister Mao ran to Bai Qiulin. "I'm going with you." "Now you choose to believe me." Bai Qiulin did not turn around, and his voice was cold. "I've always believed you." Sister Mao tried to argue to regain Bai Qiulin's confidence. Bai Qiulin slowed down but still did not turn around. "Aren't you afraid that I'm a crazy murderer?" "Now is not the time for that. They'll catch up soon." Sister Mao had tears in her eyes. "I really believe you. Please take me to the exit. Earlier I must have been possessed by the ghosts. That's the only reason I hesitated." "Possessed by the ghosts?" Bai Qiulin stopped. Sister Mao finally caught up to him, and he slowly turned around. His neck snapped, mouth and nose bleeding. Bai Qiulin had a twisted smile on his face. "Are you talking about a ghost like myself?" Sister Mao forced out a scream from her sore throat. She had lost her soul, and her body turned to run toward Mr. Zhou. "Save me, save me." Sister Mao rushed toward Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue, her mind completely blank. "I told you he's a ghost, but you refused to listen. Come with us." Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue led Sister Mao into an alley. They ran for a while before Sister Mao saw the end of the road. It was a wall. "Wait, is this a dead end?" She turned to look at Mr. Zhou and Duan Yue beside her, and she lost the ability to speak. "Of course, where else would dead people lead you but a dead end?" Mr. Zhou's black shirt started to leak with blood, forming floral patterns. Duan Yue was even scarier. Her body split into blocks like she could shatter at any moment. "I only said Bai Qiulin was a ghost, but have I said that we are?" Her eyes rolled backward, and Sister Mao felt it was a nice thing to faint. "What?" Inspecting the makeup on his face, Chen Ji, who was waiting at the entrance of Coffin Village, finally entered the scenario. It's time to add some pressure now that 20 minutes have passed. Boss Chen decided to do this personally, but once he stepped into the village, several shadows crawled out and entered the comic. What happened? He flipped open the comic, and Uncle Yan drew 5 spots on the black paper, signaling the 5 locations where the group had fainted. "It has already ended. All 5 of them got taken down already." Chen Ji ran into the nearest old home in Uncle Yan's drawing. He first pulled out Zhang Lan and Huang Xing before finding the unconscious Ma Tian with foam on his lips. Then, at the end of the alley, he found Sister Mao, who had lost her fake eyelashes. But only 20 minutes have passed, right? What the F***CK happened? When Chen Ji visited the old building, he did not think that the three ghosts were that scary, even though they were exceptional actors. The three of them definitely could manage a whole scenario on their own, but pretending to be visitors can't be repeated too often. I'll consider this a special experience for the first batch of visitors. Putting away the comic, Chen Ji found the place where Brother Wang lied unconscious. Different from other visitors, the phone beside Brother Wang was still replaying the video. When he and Sister Mao were trying to escape, they had used the recording to find the way back. Another content stealer. Initially, Chen Ji did not pay much attention, but after Director Luo put out the 200,000 reward, there had been people paying for information on his haunted house online. The newer the information, the higher the price. However, there were not many who had the guts to enter a 3-star scenario. After all, even if they earned the money, they had to be alive to enjoy it. Picking up the phone, Chen Ji deleted the video. Just as he was ready to place the phone back in Brother Wang's pocket, he noticed the many videos and pictures of a different theme park. The theme park's design was futuristic, and in comparison, New Century Park was old and traditional. Isn't this the futuristic theme park? Why would the man have the designs of a theme park on his phone? Chen Ji glanced at Brother Wang. Be it from age group or presence, this man is different from the other members of the reviewer group. He should be someone from the futuristic theme park. Looks like the haunted house has gotten famous enough to attract the attention of competition. New Century Park was on its last legs. Even Director Luo planned to close the place. But recently, due to the existence of the haunted house, the theme park is experiencing its second wind. It's understandable for them to come to feel out the competition. Chen Ji came to this conclusion after looking through a few more videos. Good idea, but you started with a 3-star scenario. You sure don't value your life. Chen Ji took out his phone and aimed it at Brother Wang's screen. He took down everything that he could use in the future. Sister Mao hired a 50-cent army to bring the rating of the haunted house down, and there are groups bringing up discussion of New Century Park online. Could the culprit be the people from the futuristic theme park? Chen Ji knew fairly well that Jiujiang was only so big, so the two large theme parks would have to fight for visitors. Based on current situation, New Century Park is still on the losing end, but thankfully, there's one more month until the official opening of their park. After Chen Ji removed all the pictures, he returned the phone to Brother Wang and dragged him out of the scenario. I'll need to report this to Director Luo. He probably also realized that someone has been trying to bring theme park down. All 5 visitors had fainted, and Chen Ji could not haul all of them out at once, so he could only drag Sister Mao and Zhang Lan out with him first. They're so heavy. Looks like in the future I'll scare them until they're half unconscious so that they can still walk out on their own. When Uncle Su saw Chen Ji come out dragging 2 women with him, his eyes twitched. He stopped selling tickets and ran over to help. Get the stretchers from the resting tent. Where is the doctor on standby? Go get the man. Just tell them there's another accident at the haunted house. They know what to do. Uncle Su and the workers helped Sister Mao and Zhang Lan get onto the stretcher. They were about to leave when Chen Ji suddenly grabbed Uncle Su's shoulders. What is it? Uncle Su's forehead was covered with sweat. He was in the hurry to send the visitors to the doctor. Are there more stretchers in the resting tent? Chen Ji raised 3 fingers. 3 people fainted. Uncle Su's expression fell. He was about to say something when he was stopped by Chen Ji. I need 3 more stretchers. Chapter 356, Promise Me Something. Uncle Su's hands shook, and he almost dropped Sister Mao. 3 more stretchers, but only 5 visitors entered the scenario. Not only Uncle Su, but all the nearby visitors took a step back. I also didn't expect haunted house reviewers to be so easily scared. Chen Ji shrugged helplessly. Help me get the stretchers here and I'll go get the rest of the visitors. After saying that, Chen Ji turned to walk into the haunted house, leaving a group of visitors that were stunned. 5 people entered, and all 5 fainted, meaning that the 3-star scenario has a 100% chance of making people faint. The team who planned to challenge the 3rd sick hall stopped to have a discussion. Without refunding the ticket, they ran to the spot in the sunlight. They formed a circle and started to reassess the danger of challenging 3rd sick hall. Both the 3rd sick hall and Coffin Village are 3-star scenarios, so I think we need to reconsider this. The one who spoke was Yang Chen, who had met Chen Ji before. This student from Jiujiang's medical university seemed to be the core member of the team. All the information on the third sick hall was mostly rumors. Apparently, they were claimed to be testimonies from visitors who had visited the third sick hall themselves, but the authenticity can be challenged. I just asked an insurance company. There's no claim for accidents that happen inside the haunted house. The risk is still too high. We haven't even cleared the 2-star scenario perfectly. So I personally suggested that we finish the 2-star scenario before we even consider 3-star scenario. But someone has to take the first step. We stayed up late until 3 a.m. to discuss this last night to come up with 11 emergency plans. Are you willing to give up now that we're at the door? Let us have a vote. Yang Chen raised his arm. I don't agree that we should challenge a 3-star scenario today. I support you. The group of 13 formed a circle under the sun. They seemed like they were discussing something important, and the nearby visitors thought they were quite mysterious. 7 votes for no, 2 surrendered their votes for yes. Majority wins, so I announced that we'll be giving up on this challenge for today. The team members returned to the resting tent to discuss the next course of action. Other people had no idea what they were up to, but they felt the group look rather impressive. By then, the 5 visitors had been retrieved from the haunted house. They were hauled onto the stretchers and sent to the medical room by the park workers. The park workers are getting more and more professional. Last time, when Fei Yuliang fainted, it took them more than half an hour to send him to the hospital. They're much faster now. Chenji saw the fear on the other visitors' faces as they saw the workers walk away with the stretchers, so he consoled them. Don't worry, our haunted house come with full medical protection. We've already come to an agreement with a famed hospital, so you can visit without worry. It'll be fine. Part of the visitors did feel better hearing that, but others were confused. Why would a haunted house have an agreement with a hospital? These were not supposed to be places that were related. After the promotion done by the 5 reviewers, many visitors who intended to visit a 3-star scenarios all retreated, and the terror of 3-star scenarios rose in their heart once more. That was probably human nature. Thing that they could not get, they wanted it the most. Places that they could not go to, they were curious about it. After making sure there were no visitors, Chenji returned to the haunted house to look through the pictures on his phone. As he looked through them, his eyes turned serious. Gu Feiyu and Su Wan were each responsible for a 1-star scenario, and the 2-star scenario had the 20 or so mannequins. Only when visitors wanted to challenge 3-star scenario would Chenji follow behind them to protect them from the shadows. The afternoon flew by. It was 6 p.m., but there were still many visitors at the haunted house. In comparison to the service provided by the haunted house, the ticket price was not expensive, so some of the visitors wanted to try out other scenarios after they finished one. This was one of the reasons the lines in front of the haunted house had not reduced. The haunted house operated until 6:03 p.m., and Chenji stopped selling tickets due to security concerns. After sending away the last batch of visitors, Su Wan and Gu Feiyu strode out from their scenarios. Nice work today. Chenji helped Su Wan remove her makeup and called the 2 workers to join them in the dressing room. We'll have a short meeting. Starting with Xiao Gu today, you've done a wonderful job. I didn't receive any complaint from the visitors, meaning you have talent for this job. It's because I have a good boss who knows how to teach. Xiao Gu removed the Dr. Skullcracker's outfit and placed it neatly back at the corner of the room. Playing a ghost for a long time inside a haunted house may take a toll on your psyche, so stay away from oily food and depressing movies or drama. Let yourself get used to the environment first. Yes, boss. Okay, you can go now. If you come across any problem in your life, you can come to me. I hope you won't treat the haunted house only as a working space. This is also a home that you can come back to, Chenji said flatly, but it was filled with warmth and strength. Xiao Gu nodded heavily, feeling truly touched. After Gu Feiyu left, Chenji started to remove his own makeup. Xiao Wan, have you noticed any changes in the haunted house recently? No, but Su Wan sat beside Chenji. Boss, I feel the biggest change has happened to you. Me, Chenji turned to look at Su Wan. What kind of changes you're talking about? I can't put my finger on it. Su Wan passed a makeup sponge to Chenji and sat quietly. For some reason, I feel like you're different from before. Perhaps I'm getting older. Chenji smiled as he continued to take off the makeup. He looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly said, Xiao Wan, on the off chance that the haunted house closes down, will you promise me one thing? What is it? I'll tell you when the day comes. Chenji let Su Wan go and he cleaned up the haunted house. When he was done, it was 7 p.m. He locked the door to the haunted house and headed for Theme Park's office building. Due to the recent business at the park, Director Luo had moved into the place. He knocked on the door and realized that Director Luo was Skyping with someone. He was in formal wear and sounded like he was discussing something very important. After several minutes, the meeting stopped. Director Luo waved at Chen Ji. "Zio Chen, are you here for those few visitors? I've handled that for you. Just be more careful in the future." "It's about something else." Chen Ji took out his own phone and showed Director Luo the pictures that he had taken. Chapter 357, Who Are You? Of the 5 who fainted, one of them participated in the design of the futuristic theme park. Chen Ji closed the door and gave his phone to Director Luo. After some comparison, it's quite obvious that a third-generation theme park like our own is still lacking. Every picture featured a different scene that combined imagination and incredible settings. Director Luo gasped with surprise when he saw the pictures. Honestly, if he was given a choice, he would also visit the futuristic theme park. "Did you knock them out after discovering this man's real identity?" Director Luo asked, without taking his eyes from the phone. "That was just an accident. I'm not trying to accuse you. In fact, I think you've done a great job. However, I'm worried you didn't consider the consequences of your actions." Director Luo put down the phone. "After all, every single picture in here can be considered business secrets. Don't worry, I took the picture on my phone, so there won't be any data trace. Plus, I grabbed his phone through the protection of my sleeve, so even if he goes to the police, there will not be actual proof." Chen Ji sounded like this was everyday stuff for him. Director Zhou was silent. Since Chen Ji had even considered his fingerprints, what else could he say? Lately, there has been an online presence trying to slander the haunted house by hiring people to leave fake reviews. Initially, I didn't think too much of it until the appearance of this man. Chen Ji moved the slideshow forward. "Look at these messages. They're behind it." Director Luo nodded. "The futuristic theme park has several shareholders. I believe one of them realized our threat and thus come up with these underhanded tactics. Don't you worry about this, I'll take care of it. You just focus on building your haunted house." Director Luo, there are a few more pictures. Perhaps due to popularity of our haunted house, they decided to add their own haunted house, the authentic 4D haunted house. It was at this point that Director Luo's face shifted. They also wanted to open a haunted house. That's right, they plan to build a haunted house that combines virtual reality and true reality. I've seen the preview online. The visitors claim it was like living in a horror movie. How does it compare to your own haunted house? Chen Ji's haunted house was New Century Park's main attraction, so if it lost by comparison, New Century Park had nothing to compete with. Those things are ultimately fake. Mine is 100% real. Chen Ji's haunted house would never shy from comparison. "I feel like you're hiding something behind your words, but never mind, just give it your all. I'll support you." Director Luo continued to flip through the pictures. When he saw the last one, his brows slightly creased, but they quickly relaxed. "You also took this picture from his phone." The picture was of a staff gathering. When Chen Ji took the picture, it had been for the benefit of his own employees. If they saw these faces, there was no need to hold back. "Yes, is there anything wrong with the picture?" "Just saw an old friend." Director Luo returned the phone to Chen Ji. "As long as you have confidence in your haunted house, there's no reason for us to be afraid of them. Don't need to worry about the visitor number because we have something they don't." He stood up to look out the window at the park. "We shouldn't limit ourselves to Jiujiang. The uniqueness of your haunted house will carry us forward. With enough promotion, everywhere that has access to the internet will have potential customers." In terms of business management, Director Luo was much more experienced than Chen Ji. "They can shift according to the trend, but that doesn't mean that we have to stand still either. I have something for you to see." Director Luo turned the laptop around, signaling for Chen Ji to scan the QR code that appeared on screen. "What's this?" After scanning, Chen Ji realized his phone had downloaded an app called Haunted House. After clicking on it, it provided a small description of each scenario with the number of visitors that had tried it, the pass rate, and the time limit. "This is the app that I asked people to design for you." Director Luo pulled out a wristband from the drawer. "Put this on." Chen Ji put on the band and paired it with the app. He opened the personal page, and it revealed his heart rate, blood pressure, and many more statistics. The data might not be 100% accurate, but at least it will be able to fool many people. The real purpose of the wristband is digital location. Each band has its own code, and if a visitor faints inside your haunted house, you only need to click on the computer to find them. Director Luo was probably afraid of how Chen Ji was going about doing things, so he stressed the importance of the digital location. The app can be used on its own or bound with the wristband. How to operate it I'll discuss with all Sue. We'll come to a decision within 3 days. This app that was designed for the haunted house had many uses. The visitors could use it to check the ranking and the latest clear rate. There were also previews for new scenarios and inside guides. This app was more like a community project for all haunted house lovers. Director Luo, you've read my mind. I've thought about designing something like this for my haunted house. Chenji had big ambitions. The 3-star scenario was just the beginning. His goal was to build the first terror-themed theme park in the country. In that case, I'll give you that wristband. The code is 0. Director Luo smiled. Perhaps it was Chenji's influence, but he had felt younger in spirit recently. Chenji left Director Luo's office at 8 p.m. With Director Luo's full support, he did not have anything to worry about. The futuristic park will open in a month. I don't have that much time left. Chenji returned to the haunted house to move the recorder, hammer, and comic into his backpack before calling Gao Ruzu. He planned to meet Gao Ruzu that night, and perhaps he might discover a clue related to Jiujiang Medical University's underground morgue. The phone rang for several seconds, but no one answered. Chenji hung up and tried again. I did promise to meet her tonight. Did something happen to her? There was still no answer. Chenji called for the 3rd time. If there was still no answer, he would call Hisan and Gao Ruzu's father. Did something really happen to her? Chenji waited for 9 seconds. Just as he wanted to give up, the call connected. He held his breath but did not say anything. He waited for the other person to speak first. After 1 second, an unfamiliar female voice said, "Who are you?" Chapter 358, Their Real Purpose. Chenji heard this female voice for the first time. It sounded almost the same age as Gao Ruzu. The tone was laced with impatience and a very well-hidden resentment. I'm Gao Ruzu's friend. I wish to ask her out for dinner tonight, Chenji said randomly. Where is she? She's washing her hair. I'll have her call you back later. Thank you. After hanging up, Chenji lay on his bed. If this was a normal date, then it's understandable for Gao Ruzu to prepare, but she was obviously in a panic, and asking me out is to resolve the issue with her roommate. Under these circumstances, with her personality, she wouldn't have wasted time with her appearance. Chenji had a feeling something bad had happened to Gao Ruzu. 5 minutes later, Gao Ruzu's call came. After picking up, the girl's familiar voice said, I'm preparing to leave now. The door closed and she sounded like she was in the corridor. The amount of background noise had decreased. Where shall we meet tonight? Name a place, I'll go there now. Chenji relaxed slightly when he heard it was Gao Ruzu's voice. She sounded fine. Why don't you come to our school? Come in from the western gate. It normally isn't guarded. We'll meet behind the old education block. Gao Ruzu seemed to have walked into the bathroom. Come quick, I keep finding weird stuff about that 2 roommates. What happened? During school, Liu Zhangxian collapsed on the table and slept for the whole afternoon. She explored the underground building at night, so it's normal for her to sleep in the day. Chenji did not think there was any problem with that. If she was just sleeping, I wouldn't have been so worried. Gao Ruzu lowered her voice, feeling very unsafe. During the 2nd class, my pen fell to the ground. Just as I bent down to pick it up, I accidentally saw that Liu Zhangxian wasn't actually sleeping. Her eyes were wide open, staring at the mirror inside her drawer. A mirror? Yes, to be precise, she was looking at herself inside the mirror. Gao Ruzu reconstructed the situation for Chenji. Her eyes were bloodshot like she hated the person in the mirror very much, but wasn't it herself inside the mirror? Your roommates sound like they are possessed. Why don't you move back home for now? Okay, but I'll meet you at school first. I still have many things to inform you. After the call was ended, Chenji was about to leave when his phone rang again. This time it was from Captain Yan. Such a coincidence at a time like this. Chenji accepted the call, and before he could say anything, he heard Captain Yan say, Come to the police station now. I have something very important to tell you. Now? Yes, it's very important. Captain Yan sounded very serious, so Chenji promised. I'll be there in a minute, but I have something else to do tonight. I cannot stay for long. It won't take too much of your time. After ending the call, Chenji called for a taxi to get to the police station. He called Gao Ruzu on his way there, but this time, there was no answer. Chenji reached that station at around 8 p.m., and once he stepped through the door, he realized that the atmosphere was wrong. The officer on duty recognized Chenji and led him directly to Captain Yan's office. He pushed the door open, and other than Captain Yan, there were 2 other people in the room, all Wei and Master Bai. The door closed, and Captain Yan signaled for Chen Ji to take a seat. Last night, the three of you entered the mountain to find the two kids, but when my men went into the mountains this morning, they followed your directions, but they could not find that village after searching for 6 hours. Last night it was Master Bai who led the way. You will have to ask him about this. Coffin Village had been unlocked, and Chen Ji temporarily had no reason to return to the ghost village. My directions are correct. Master Bai leaned against the chair, feeling better after a good night's sleep. I saw the pictures taken by the other officers. The route is correct. Coffin Village is just beyond that valley. But the problem is there is no village after crossing that valley. Captain Yan sat at the table. What happened to the three of you last night? I cannot remember clearly, but there is indeed a village, All Wei said with his head lowered. He had done a good deed, but he looked so despondent. The children have been saved. There's no rush to find that village. Chen Ji stood to the side. He did not even sit because he wanted to leave as soon as possible. If it was just that, then we could have investigated slowly, but the issue is... Captain Yan took out an evidence bag from his drawer. It had a gun inside it. All Wei's gun had a shot missing. According to ballistics, the gun was used last night, but All Wei has no memory of it. Do you know what this means? Chen Ji shook his head. He understood it was All Wei who fired the gun, but as for why he fired and what happened then, Chen Ji had no idea. All Wei is an experienced officer. Something must have been intense to make him shoot the gun. Did you guys encounter such danger last night? Captain Yan kept his eyes on Chen Ji, waiting for him to answer. Chen Ji glanced at Master Bai and said, "No." Hearing him, Master Bai's tightened fist slowly relaxed. Then do you have any memory of All Wei firing this gun? I did hear the gunshot when I was at the village, but at the time, I wasn't with All Wei and Master Bai. The gun is the most important to an officer. It cannot be touched by outsiders. Now we can confirm the gun was shot once. Whether the shooter was All Wei or not, this is serious business. If you have any clues, you have to tell us. Captain Yan looked at All Wei, who had his face lowered, and sighed. The doctor said that All Wei is suffering from temporary memory loss due to trauma, but no matter what, I'll get to the bottom of this. Understood. Chen Ji nodded, and after some hesitation, he added, Captain Yan, Jiujiang's children's home's Dr. Chen was also at the village. He had been following us. This might be related to him. A bolo one is out on the man. The results should be coming back soon. As he said so, Captain Yan rummaged through the drawer, and seconds later, he took out a map with pictures pasted on it. Actually, there's a second reason I called for you. Chen Ji examined the map, and his pupils narrowed. There had been 5 eye-gauging cases around Jiujiang over the past 2 days, and if the crime scenes were all joined together, they aligned with New Century Park at the center. All the cases are surrounding my haunted house. Is this some kind of ritual by the Ghost Stories Society? Chapter 359, The Phone. Chen Ji had run into 2 Ghost Stories Society's members at Coffin Village. This meant that one last member remained in Jiujiang to toy with the police. Initially, Chen Ji thought the cases were related to Coffin Village, but it looked like the society's real target was him all along. Zhang Ye and Su Yin were both asleep, so the only specter Chen Ji had left was the lesser red specter Yan Danian, but technically speaking, Uncle Yan could only use support skills. The society realized my limit at Coffin Village. They now know that Zhang Ye is asleep. This situation is very bad for me. Chen Ji looked at the map on the table silently. The situation was bad for him, but it was worse for the Ghost Stories Society. Wu Fei had been killed by the ghost inside the door, but the black phone did not show that he had died. This was probably due to the detail where the ghost appeared to be quite excited after she picked up the black robes that Wu Fei wore. After some consideration, Chen Ji suspected that Wu Fei had hidden a part of his consciousness on a scapegoat, and then placed that scapegoat somewhere else. The female ghost was so happy after she found the black robe, which meant that the robe was hiding something important. If it was a scapegoat then, falling into the hands of that female ghost would be a fate worse than death for Wu Fei. The society's plan at Coffin Village had failed completely, and they had lost a member. There were 2 members left. One of them was under great investigation by the police, and the other had gotten into a fierce fight with Dr. Chen at Coffin Village. Chen Ji knew that the days of the Ghost Stories Society were numbered, but he was afraid that they might do something drastic when cornered. After all, these were crazies. They would do anything. 5 murders surrounding New Century Park. This isn't an accident. You might be their next target. Captain Yan put the map aside. We found the killer and will capture him in about 3 days. During this time, you'd better not stay at the park at night. Understood. Chenji realized this was the real reason Captain Yan called him to the station. He wanted to protect him. Captain Yan asked Chenji some questions, and during that process, the captain kept releasing information on the cases consciously and subconsciously. Chenji remembered these details in his heart. Captain Yan allowed him to leave at 9 p.m. When he exited the station, Chenji took out his phone. There was no record of a call or message from Gao Ruzu. I've made her wait for so long, but she didn't once call me. Did something happen to her? Chenji felt like the Gao Ruzu on the phone had acted rather weird. He hopped into the taxi and rushed to Jiujiang Medical University. Inside the cab, Chenji called Gao Ruzu. Similar to before, there was no answer the first 2 times, and it connected on the 3rd ring. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm at the old education block. Come quick, my roommates are getting more and more abnormal. Gao Ruzu's voice sounded urgent, like she was running to find a place to hide. If you're running into any danger, I advise you call the police immediately. The police will be able to do more for you than me. Chenji urged the driver to drive faster. My worry is my roommates are being possessed. Do you think the police will believe that? My 2 roommates are not who they were. Gao Ruzu seemed to know many things, which was obvious from her tone. Put the police on speed dial and go somewhere crowded. I'll be there in half an hour. After hanging up, Chenji grabbed the phone and started to think. Whenever I call Gao Ruzu, it'll be put through on the 3rd ring. Also, on the phone, she was somewhere quiet. If she was in danger, why would she purposely go somewhere quiet? Sitting inside the taxi, Chenji called Dr. Gao and he san. What? At 9:30 p.m., Gao Ruzu looked at the self-study room that had become increasingly deserted, and she called Chenji one more time. I'm sorry, but the number you're calling is currently busy. This was the 23rd time that she had called Chenji, but every time the line was busy. Did something happen to him? Gao Ruzu borrowed her friend's phone to make the call, but there was still no answer, like the number was cursed. Last night when the 3 shadows came in, I called everyone, and only Chenji's reply was different, but how come it has turned around completely today? Everyone else's number is fine, but only his is busy. Who is he on the phone with? Gao Ruzu was spacing out holding the phone when someone patted her on her shoulder. Ziozu, let's go. It's time to go back to the bedroom. Liu Xiangxian called Gao Ruzu to come with her. She looked just like normal, be it her mannerisms or actions. Even her tone and habits were perfect. However, this was the thing that scared Gao Ruzu the most. She knew for a fact that this was not her roommate. You can go first. I still want to stay back to study. Gao Ruzu pocketed her phone and flipped through the book on the table. You look so distracted lately. You really have a new boyfriend, don't you? Liu Xiangxian sidled up to Gao Ruzu, a familiar action. Even the joke was similar to how the girl would do it normally. Her best friend sat beside her, but when Liu Xiangxian neared Gao Ruzu, her body froze involuntarily. Then go back to the bedroom when you're done studying. I'll go back first. Liu Xiangxian grabbed her book and left. When she disappeared from the room, Gao Ruzu sighed in relief. I cannot stay at the bedroom tonight. Gao Ruzu took out her phone to call Dr. Gao. Dad, are you home tonight? I want to come home for the night. I'm still at the hospital. I'll probably reach home at 12. Why are you suddenly coming home? My roommates have been acting strange recently. I'll tell you all about it when I reach home. Okay. Gao Ruzu grabbed her book and water bottle as she left the room. She saw Liu Xiangxian and Ma Xin talking at the stairs. It looked like they were waiting for her. Avoiding them, Gao Ruzu took the stairs at the other end of the corridor. She did not return to the bedroom, but hailed a taxi to head home. This is weird. How come only Chenji's number is unavailable? Gao Ruzu took out her phone and called Chenji for the 24th time. I'm sorry, but the number you're calling is currently busy. Chapter 360. Open the door. There's still no answer. Never mind, I'll leave school for now. A weird feeling was crawling out of Gao Ruzu's heart. She was very nervous and saw everything as suspicious. Sir, will you drive faster? I'm in a hurry. The enclosed space caused Gao Ruzu's breath to come short. She rolled the window down, and the wind tousled her hair. There were crowds outside milling about the street, but she did not feel one bit comforted. She kept feeling like someone was watching her from somewhere. You're a student at Jiujiang's Medical University, right? Better not go out alone at night. It's rather chaotic lately. The driver held the steering wheel and said, There have been quite a number of murders around the area recently, and the victims were found in poor state. I hear their eyes were all gouged out. I'm not trying to scare you, but before the killer is caught, you'd better stay in your school dormitory at night. The driver probably meant well, but it sounded different to Gao Ruzu's ears. She could not stop her mind from wandering. Murders? Multiple murders. Why would he ask me to go back to the dormitory? Is he the killer? In Gao Ruzu's eyes, the driver's normal face turned dark, and his every movement seemed to be hiding some sinister intention. Gao Ruzu did not reply as she grabbed her phone and turned to look out the window. However, she would surreptitiously glance at the driver once in a while. 20 minutes later, the taxi arrived at Zizia Hu residence. Dr. Gao had bought a home here 2 years ago. After paying the fare, Gao Ruzu got out of the car quickly. It was about 10 p.m. and there were not that many people around the area. Zizia Hu residence could be considered a silk stocking district at Jiujiang. The environment was nice, and Zizia Lake was just next to it. However, the place was rather isolated from the city. After entering the residential area, Gao Ruzu moved forward with her head lowered. The streetlight released pale light, and she did not dare look into the forest to the side because the green looked rather creepy at night. Damn, I left my book and water bottle in the taxi. She had left in such a hurry that she had accidentally left her stuff in the taxi. The water bottle was fine, but she needed that textbook for her class. Thinking about that, Gao Ruzu felt more agitated. The taxi had already left, so it was too late for her to go and grab it. She glanced at the time on her phone. It was about 10 p.m. and the residential area was practically abandoned. However, the lights of the building far away was still on, which gave Gao Ruzu some semblance of comfort. Zizia Hu had its own garden. Crossing through it, Gao Ruzu came to the third building. Her home was on the 13th floor of the third building. It sure is quiet tonight. After entering the corridor, Gao Ruzu's exposed arms felt cold. She clapped, and after the voice-activated lights came on, she did not move forward. Compared to before, nothing seemed to have changed, but Gao Ruzu just felt something was not right. The words that the driver had told her inside the car kept flashing through her mind. Murder, eye gouging, they were like a rope slowly tightened around her neck. Is that driver the killer? His tone was extremely weird. The serial murders happen across town, which means that the killer had to be able to move around town quickly. They have to have access to easy transport, so it's not impossible for the killer to be a taxi driver. Did I just sit where a dead body once lay? Could the trunk be filled with bloodied murder weapons? The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. She would turn back to look every few steps, afraid that people might just appear behind her. She walked to the elevator and pressed the button. When the door opened, the voice-activated lights went out in unison. Darkness fell, and Gao Ruzu's body froze. She saw a dark human shape walking out from the elevator. Gao Ruzu bumped into the man, and she realized he was wearing a raincoat. He did not apologize and strode quickly down the corridor. A raincoat? But it's not raining. The hood blocked the man's face from view. He was not tall, and the large raincoat covered his legs and shoes. The man left in a hurry, but Gao Ruzu did not notice anything suspicious like blood on the raincoat. Will it rain later tonight? Gao Ruzu glanced at the weather forecast on her phone. There was a chance that it would rain later in the night. What a weird man. Gao Ruzu waited for the man to disappear around the corner before she got into the elevator. The lights were on in the corridor. She watched as the elevator doors closed and an indescribable pressure surfaced. She felt like a hooked fish, having trouble even breathing. Maybe I shouldn't take the elevator. She reached out to stop the closing door and stepped out. She had a bad feeling standing inside the elevator. She opted for the stairs. She started to climb, but it felt like the stairs were never-ending. When she reached the 6th floor, she heard the door on the 1st floor open like someone else had entered the safety entrance. Someone is following me. The first thought that came into Gao Ruzu's mind was the strange man in the raincoat. At the same time, the words by the driver also resurfaced. Could the man be the serial killer? He just killed someone in his building. Her face paled. I've accidentally become one of the witnesses, so now he wanted to silence me. Gao Ruzu initially walked slowly so that she would not make too much noise, but with the pressure from fear, she started to run. I need to get back home as soon as possible. Footsteps echoed from underneath her. It sounded like someone else was racing up the stairs as well. The distance closed. Gao Ruzu ran as fast as she could. Her home was on the 13th floor, and there was only a 5-floor distance between them. She climbed to the 13th floor without catching her breath. Gao Ruzu shoved the safety door open and staggered into the corridor. She rummaged through her pocket for the key. The echoes of the footsteps became clearer inside the stairwell. The man was just steps behind her. Her fingers froze, and she had to try twice before she managed to push the key into the keyhole. She twisted the key to open the outer anti-theft door. The sound in the stairwell came closer. The person was probably only 1 floor away. Quick! Finally finding the key to the inner door, Gao Ruzu pushed the key in, and the footsteps beside her ears turned into a running gait. The person had already reached the 13th floor. The inner door was pushed open, and Gao Ruzu rushed in without closing the outer door. She turned to slam the door close. She leaned against the door and started gasping for air. Finally, home. She adjusted her breathing. Gao Ruzu turned around and looked outside through the peephole. There was no one in the darkened corridor. All the room doors were locked, and only Gao Ruzu's outer door was left half open. Chapter 361, Phone. He doesn't seem to have followed me. Finally getting the chance to breathe, Gao Ruzu turned on all the lights in the room without taking off her shoes. The light banished the darkness and relaxed her nervous tension. The outer door is still open, but opening the inner door to close it is too dangerous. What if the person is hiding in a blind spot? Closing the blinds, Gao Ruzu picked up the fruit knife from the table. As a medical science student, she was familiar with the fatal spots on the human body. With the steel of the knife in her hand, she did not feel that nervous anymore. Sitting in the living room, Gao Ruzu took out her phone to call Chenji. This was the 25th time that she had called Chenji's phone, and the line was still engaged. Still busy, it's already 10 p.m. Gao Ruzu looked at the messages on her phone. She tried many methods to contact Chenji, but there was no response. Did something happen to him? The line is busy every time. No matter who he's calling, it wouldn't take that long to explain something unless... Gao Ruzu seemed to remember something. Unless he's on the phone with a ghost. Gao Ruzu understood the problem with her phone. The previous night when her two roommates returned, they brought a friend with them. At the time, she had used her phone to send other people SOS messages, and everyone's reply was, "Look behind you." Only Chenji's number was replying normally. Last night, the shadow that lay behind me didn't seem able to change anything related to Chenji. It couldn't replace the messages from Chenji. A thought crossed Gao Ruzu's mind, and the phone slipped through her fingers and fell to the ground. The ghost cannot change anything related to Chenji. It cannot mimic Chenji to give me a reply, so when I call Chenji, the number is constantly busy and cannot be connected. In other words, during this period where I cannot contact Chenji, the thing is probably controlling my phone. If that is the case, when I used the phone to call my father earlier, the person who answered probably wasn't my actual father. It was the ghost pretending to be my father. Cold sweat slid down Gao Ruzu's face. She had purposely avoided her roommates and snuck home because she was afraid of an accident. But on the phone, she had told her father that she would be staying at home for the night. If her speculation was correct, the ghost already knew she was not at the dormitory but at her own home. Her eyes fixated on the phone on the ground, Gao Ruzu did not dare to move. Suddenly, her body felt chilled. Just as she was thinking, the screen of the phone lit up. Someone called her at a time like this. The phone vibrated on the cold floor. The sound unsettled her. After some hesitation, Gao Ruzu bent down to pick it up. The caller was Dr. Gao. Her finger danced between accepting and denying the call. Eventually, Gao Ruzu chose to accept it. "What's wrong? How come it took you so long to answer the call?" The familiar voice gave Gao Ruzu a sense of security that she desperately needed at the time. "My phone was on silent, so I didn't see it." Gao Ruzu gave the reason that she had thought of earlier. She wanted to test out the person on the other end of the phone. When she wanted to ask something that would only be known between her and her father, the Dr. Gao on the phone said, "Don't go out now that you're home. It's been rather chaotic lately. I still have something to do at the hospital, so I'll be a bit late." "Okay, I understand." The call ended. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to know what she wanted to do and didn't give her the chance to ask any questions. It feels like something is observing my every move. There was an urge in Gao Ruzu's heart to grab the fruit knife to slash the phone screen. She took several deep breaths, and in the end, rationality won out. The phone is probably controlled by the ghost, and there's probably a murderer hiding outside the door. What should I do now? This was the 13th floor, so it was impossible for her to escape through the window. She wanted to use the front door, but she could not be certain the murderer was not just beyond it. Even if the man had left, the corridor might not be safe. If I use the phone to call the police, it might be the ghost that answers, and it might not be the police who come to save me. Maybe I should call out the window for help, but Zizia who has so few occupants. Never mind, this is the only method left I can try. Gao Ruzu walked to the window and pulled the curtain back to look out the window. It was only 10 p.m., but the residential area was completely dark. All the lights were off. How could this be possible? Only the streetlight reflecting off Zizia Lake gave off the little light. Am I hallucinating? Gao Ruzu became more afraid. She initially wanted to cry for help, but something was obviously wrong with the residential area. The area was quiet, and a strange atmosphere was in the air. Looking out the window, the strange feeling that Gao Ruzu had felt inside the taxi returned. She felt as if everywhere was unsafe, like every corner was hiding some source of danger. She collected her gaze and turned to look at her neighbor's room. In her memory, her neighboring rooms were empty. The room on the left had its windows sealed shut, and the interior was empty. The room on the right had some dead, potted plants on the windowsill. Gao Ruzu was rather disappointed. She looked upward to the right at the family on the 14th floor. At the edge of the window, there was a human face with the eyes gouged out looking back at her. Gao Ruzu staggered backward, and her back knocked into the cupboard. A dead body. There's really a murder in this building, in the room just above me. She grabbed the knife and used the point of the knife to lift the curtain up. She glanced at the room above her again, and the human face had disappeared. In its place was some laundry. Did my eyes deceive me? After some hesitation, Gao Ruzu still picked up her phone to call the police. The police's reply was normal, but she just felt that something was not right. Gao Ruzu pulled on her hair. This feeling was similar to when she faced her roommate. The person was similar to how they were normally, but she just knew they were not them. Everything is similar to normal, including father's voice, the police's answer, and the taxi driver. But how come I just feel like things are wrong? But what's wrong? Gao Ruzu called Chenji for the 26th time. The call was busy for 2 times before the synthetic voice replied. I'm sorry, but the number you're calling is currently busy. Please try again after death 1. Chapter 362, Where Are You? Call again later. Gao Ruzu felt like she had heard incorrectly. The system voice did not sound like it had said that, but what else could it have said? After hanging up, Gao Ruzu looked at her pale face reflecting on the display. It was her own face, but it showed a different expression. I'm smiling. Gao Ruzu flung the phone to the sofa and stood in the middle of the empty room with her hands twisted together. Time ticked by, and Gao Ruzu stood in that position by the window. She did not dare move, be it the bedroom or the bathroom. It just gave her an uncomfortable feeling. The ghost also knows my location. Does this mean that my 2 roommates will be here soon? Outside the window, the clouds were thick in the sky. There was no light at all, and it felt like it was about to rain. Father would normally be home by now. Holding the knife, Gao Ruzu glanced at the room above her. The laundry was still there. The tense nerves made her tired. She leaned against the window, and looking at the dark residential area outside, her heart started to race again. The whole residential area was dark, and only her room had its lights on. She had switched them on due to fear. It was like walking through the jungle with a torch raised. The light would bring her a sense of security, but it also exposed her location. It's too obvious. Just as Gao Ruzu hesitated over turning off the light, she saw something flashed across the gate of the residential area. She turned to look, and Gao Ruzu's heart raised. There was a foggy shape of a woman standing at the gate. It looked like her roommate. Why is she here? Gao Ruzu was fully focused on the gate when the phone left on the sofa rang. The screen radiated a faded, cold light, and the humming noise made her teeth chatter. She quickly ran to the sofa to pick up the phone. It was her roommate who was calling her. Should I answer it or not? After some hesitation, Gao Ruzu answered it. Liu Xian. It's already 10 p.m. Why aren't you at the dormitory yet? Liu Xiangxian's voice came on the phone. Where are you? I'm outside. I don't think I'll be sleeping at the dormitory tonight. Be careful since you're alone. Lately it's been dangerous around here. There's a mad killer going about killing people and gouging out their eyes. Liu Xiangxian's voice sounded creepy. Okay, I know all that. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Gao Ruzu ended the call and ran back to the window with the phone. She looked at the gate, and the shadow had already disappeared. Did I imagine it? Her eyes moved, and when she saw the area before her own apartment building, the color drained from her face. The shadow had moved to the entrance to her apartment building. Was it the light that attracted it? Gao Ruzu hid behind the curtain. Her body was ice cold. Just as she thought about turning off the light again, the phone started to vibrate. She lowered her head to look. Again, it was still from Liu Xiangxian. The 2 shadows were just downstairs, and this time Gao Ruzu would not answer the call no matter what. She tossed the phone at the couch. She used the cushion to cover the phone, but the sound of vibration still made her panic. After 10 seconds later, the call finally ended. Then there was a message from Liu Xiangxian. The dormitory manager is asking about your location. The school rules have been quite tight recently, so you'd better come back to the dormitory. Gao Ruzu did not reply and switched the phone to silent. She had just changed the setting when the second message from Liu Xiangxian came. Xiao Zhu, are you in some kind of trouble? Do you need me to come fetch you? Where are you now? The message on the phone looked normal, just her friends being worried of her safety. There did not seem to be any other meaning, but placed in Gao Ruzu's current situation, the meaning was completely different. There was a ghost standing at the entrance to her apartment building. With trembling fingers, Gao Ruzu turned the phone off. She pulled the curtain open a smidgen and saw that the shadow was still standing where it was. It's that thing that's calling me. Gao Ruzu kept her eyes on the shadow downstairs. She wanted to take a good look at who it was. She adjusted her position, and just as she was about to chance a glance, the phone in her palm, which was switched off, lit up again. What's happening? As she stared at the phone, the messages from Liu Xiangxian kept coming. Where are you? It's very dangerous outside. Come back to school. Do you want us to come fetch you? Where are you? Gao Ruzu did not reply, and Liu Xiangxian sent about 10 more messages before she stopped. Just as Gao Ruzu thought it was finally over, the phone suddenly unlocked on its own and snapped a picture of Gao Ruzu and the furniture beside her. So you're home, I'm coming to fetch you now. When the new message appeared, Gao Ruzu's scalp turned numb. She tried to switch the phone off with one hand as she glanced out the window. The shadow had disappeared. It felt like it had entered the building. The phone vibrated, a new message. I'm on the first floor. Gao Ruzu looked outside the window. The third building was reflected on Zaizia Lake, and the voice-activated lights on the first floor lit up. I'm now on the second floor. Just as the second message was sent, the light on the second floor in the reflection of the lake came on. The thing was moving fast. I'm now on third floor. I'm on fourth floor. Fifth floor. Sixth floor. The lights came up floor by floor. Gao Ruzu gripped her hair. Reading the messages that appeared on screen, her eyes turned red. Her emotions were fraying. I'm on the 13th floor. Why has the anti-theft door to your home been left open? Footsteps echoed from the corridor. Something was hurrying toward her. The sound from the outside and the message on the phone broke Gao Ruzu. She used the fruit knife to stab repeated at the phone before smashing it at the ground. The phone cracked like everything had ended. All the lights in the corridor went off, and the residential area was swallowed by darkness again. There was silence in the corridor. Did it leave? Gao Ruzu walked to the phone, and the broken display had one last message. I'm standing outside your door. Bang! There was knocking at the door. Initially it was slow, but the force slowly picked up. Gao Ruzu felt like the whole door was shaking. This was not something achievable with human strength. The thing is here, it's just outside the door. The lights in the room flickered, and Gao Ruzu's expression twisted as the fear in her heart was brought to the surface. She stood beside the window and her heart raced. There were only fear and terror in her eyes. Pulling open the curtain, Gao Ruzu pushed the window open. There was one last way she could escape this room. Gao Ruzu's breath caught in her throat as she sat on the window of the 13th floor. Her hands grabbed the windowsill. Looking down, all the fear in her heart exploded at that moment. Her body slowly leaned forward, and just as she was about to let go, the door was kicked open, and a man's voice appeared beside her ears. Su Yin. Chapter 363. I knew from the beginning. At 9:20 p.m., Chen Ji's taxi arrived at Jiujiang's Medical University. After getting out, he realized that the university looked more dilapidated than he thought. It's so quiet. It's not even 10, so why isn't there a student in sight? After paying the fare, Chen Ji took his backpack and entered the campus. When he passed the guardhouse, he glanced at the guard. The man did not stop him. I knew I don't look like a suspicious person. There were many trees planted by the side of the road. The university cared about nature, but it was quite scary walking down the street alone. Where is the old education block? All the buildings here look quite old. Chen Ji called Gao Ruzu again. I've reached your campus. Where shall we meet? Keep walking from the southern gate. You'll eventually come across an old building that's sealed. That's the old education block. Hurry. Gao Ruzu's voice was low, like she did not want to be heard. My roommates know I'm here. I can sense them following me. They've probably discovered me. I advise you call the police immediately. Where are you now? Behind the education block. I gotta hang up. I can see them. The call was ended by Gao Ruzu. Influenced by her tone, Chen Ji shivered involuntarily. He raised his head to look at the sky. It felt like it was going to rain soon. The sky looked dark. When he entered the gate, he could see some people, but as he entered the campus, the population slowly decreased to 0. Has there always been such an isolated place at the campus? Chenji took out his phone to do some investigation. He realized that Jiujiang Medical School was the old campus. The school moved to a new site, leaving the forensic science department and a few other more unique specializations back at the old campus. No wonder there were so few people around. The last side quest for School of Afterlife is at this place. Chenji was not thinking of accepting this quest. At Coffin Village, he had Su Yin's help. Now he only had Uncle Yan. If he challenged a 3-star scenario, it was simply asking for trouble. Once something goes wrong, we'll retreat instantly. Chenji placed the comic inside his pocket. Uncle Yan's third power should be the key to why he's called a lesser red specter. After I'm done with this, I should focus on fulfilling his dream. The black phone gave Yan Danian a very good review, meaning that in spite of his appearance, the uncle had great potential. Chenji had wandered into the campus and arrived at the location Gao Ruzu specified. 2 buildings sat in the dark, and there was a lock on the door. Standing at the entrance, the dark windows looked like eyes. "I'm here," Chenji said into the phone. "There's a storage room at the corner of the 1st floor. Come get me. They're looking for me." Gao Ruzu kept her voice lowered, but the nervousness and terror was obvious. A weird emotion appeared within Chenji. He frowned slightly. He did not spot anything out of place, but something was not right. Is it because I'm worried about Gao Ruzu's safety? Chenji did not hang up the phone. He reached out to pull on the lock. It broke. Pushing the door open, Chenji stepped in. There was no trace of light inside the building, and the closed classroom doors looked rather scary. Ever since leaving Mu Yang High School and Western Jiujiang's private academy, I've not come across any scary classrooms again, but I started to panic after stepping into this place. Is it because something scary is hiding here? Could this be related to the mission at the underground morgue? Chenji stopped at the door and placed his phone next to his ears to facilitate communication with Gao Ruzu. "The corner of the 1st floor. You have to be careful, my 2 roommates." Gao Ruzu suddenly stopped talking. There was the sound of a door opening from the other end of the phone. The sound moved closer to Gao Ruzu, and it caused Chenji's heart to race like he was experiencing the terror himself. "The corner of the 1st floor, or should I go downstairs?" Chenji did not move, but the tape recorder in his backpack turned on itself to create white noise. Su Yin. Su Yin finally gave Chenji some response after sleeping for 1 whole night and day after the adventure at Coffin Village. Normally, Su Yin would only appear after Chenji turned on the recorder, but this time, he found Chenji on his own. The breakthrough has been successful. Baleful specters that were below Red Spectre normally would not leave their item of possession. Their movement was limited. "Is Su Yin trying to tell me something?" There was a muddled voice. Chenji tried to listen for a long time before he understood Su Yin's meaning. The sound on the phone kept approaching, and it sounded dangerous. Technically speaking, Chenji should have been influenced to be nervous, anxious, but he hugged the recorder with an unknown smile on his face. Fear did not have the chance to appear before it was overwhelmed by joy. For Chenji, there was nothing better than the news of Su Yin's recovery. "Chenji, come quick, they've discovered me." Gao Ruzu screamed on the phone. She had already been discovered, so she screamed loudly for help. Footsteps came from the phone, but weirdly enough, the building was quiet. Chenji took a deep breath after shoving the recorder into his pocket. He put on a serious expression and shouted into the phone, "Just hang on a little longer. I'll be there in a minute." He took out the hammer, ran to the corner of the stairs, and kicked down the door that was not locked. There was no light on the 1st floor, but with the aid of his yin-yang vision, Chenji saw 3 shadows running on the other side of the corridor. Gao Ruzu. Chenji ran forward with the hammer. While he was running, he felt his body temperature drop, and a cold presence surrounded him. However, out of his trust in Su Yin, he pressed forward. When he chased the shadows until the stairs that led to the 2nd floor underground, Su Yin warned him to stay put. "There's some problem with this floor." Chenji stopped moving and started to move back. Several seconds later, something scary happened. Just at the corner, 3 shadows covered in blood poked their heads out. The 3 of them were working together, and they had been waiting for Chenji. Chenji looked ahead. "Almost ran into your trap. Let me guess, your real trap is just ahead." The 3 shadows walked out from the corner and made the corridor turned colder. Their movement was slightly awkward, like they were dead people. "Your guess is correct, but you've missed the perfect opportunity to save your life." The voice came from the phone. It was filled with venom and resentment. "You're not Gao Ruzu." Chenji placed the phone beside his ears but did not show much fear. "Isn't it too late for you to discover that now?" Gao Ruzu's voice turned shrill and sharp. Actually, when you called me this morning at 6 a.m., I knew you're not Gaoru Zhu. Chenji looked relaxed. At the time, I called He-san first, asking him why he called me. Not long after he hung up, you called. You told me other than my number, all the other numbers cannot be reached. However, I checked my phone history, and between 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., both you and He-san contacted me. If you were telling the truth, how did He-san find out about this? Therefore, the answer is simple. It was you all along. You tried to trick me last night, but my phone wasn't in the service area. You couldn't reach me no matter what, so the plan had to be delayed to tonight. There's also one very important point. If you really did experience something this scary, you would have asked to meet me in the morning, but not only did you not do that, you even asked for me to meet you at night. I've been curious, why did you insist on meeting at night? It was since then that I was 80% certain you're not Gaoru Zhu. With a smile, Chenji pressed the play button on the recorder. I knew I've been talking to a ghost from the very beginning. I played along with your trick because I've been looking for you as well. Chapter 364, Missing a Heart. With the sound of white noise, an extremely cold presence radiated from Chenji. The blood dripped, and in the dark, a dark red arm grabbed Chenji's phone. The blood vessels grew to envelope the machine, and the Gaoru Zhu on the phone screamed from sheer pain. Is it painful? The familiar voice echoed beside Chenji's ear, and the red Su Yin walked out from the shadows. Without the order from Chenji, Su Yin rushed at the three shadows down the corridor. His voice seemed to possess a powerful spell. Whenever he spoke, the three shadows would pause like their minds were seriously affected. Is this the new power Su Yin gained after becoming a red specter? His voice can affect other ghosts. Chenji held the cold phone. After the phone was cleaned by Su Yin, Chenji escaped the influence of the phone. The world in his eyes returned to normal, and the fear in his heart gradually calmed down. Looking at the phone in his hand, Chenji started to get worried about the safety of that phone spirit. It wouldn't die just like that, right? Su Yin is good, but he's too reckless. This phone spirit can heighten the fear in people's heart, and even take over their phone. Isn't that the perfect addition to my haunted house? There were going to be more people who would be like that Brother Wang. There were guides and pictures of the haunted house's low-level scenarios online. Even though visitors were not allowed to use cameras inside the haunted house, many of them still refused to listen. Chenji was one person. He had no time nor the right to stop these visitors. But with the aid of the phone spirit, things would be a lot easier. It should still be alive. Even though they were enemy, Chenji worried about the phone spirit. He gave himself a like for his kindness. People like myself who are so kind to others will often ignore themselves. That is not good. Perhaps I should learn to be more selfish. The result of the battle in the corridor was obvious. However, the scene was rather bloody. Chenji looked at Su Yin tearing the ghosts apart coldly as he thought about something else. The phone spirit purposely led me here but didn't set a powerful trap. Looks like the society's real concern is the door at the haunted house. They didn't want to kill me, but of course, that could be because their power has been greatly decreased, and they didn't have that many people left to spare. 5 murders surrounded New Century Park. The society's target had been the door at the haunted house since the very beginning. They seem to be planning some kind of special ritual. Luring me away is because they're afraid I might disrupt their ritual. Chenji was not sure about anything else, but he had full faith in his ability to create chaos. The thing that they don't want to let me see, I'll have to see it. Chenji called Su Yin's name as he prepared to return to New Century Park. He called several times, but Su Yin showed no response. After swallowing the 3 ghosts, Su Yin stood at the corner of the stairs like he was in confrontation with something. Wounds started to form on his body. Once he got near, Chenji also realized something was wrong. The underground first floor and second floor were separated by a steel door, but the lock on the door was forced open. Cold wind kept coming from underground, and there were several wet footprints on the stairs. Squatting down, Chenji used his finger to touch the stain before sniffing it. Formalin, Chenji had no idea how many floors there were in total, and he did not want to create trouble for himself. Su Yin, let's go. There was something underground that made Su Yin feel threatened. This was not good news for Chenji. He called several times before Su Yin turned. When he faced Chenji, his expression was more relaxed, and he did not seem to be in as much pain as before. This was the first time Chenji had seen Su Yin closely after he transformed into Red Spectre. Blood oozed from his wounds to knit together with the bloody shirt. However, one thing that confused Chenji was that the blood seemed to move away from the spot where Su Yin's heart would sit. The shirt had a conspicuous spot around his heart that was not dyed red. Why is there a lack of change around the heart? Chenji looked at Su Yin. He inspected the black phone, but there was no change to Su Yin's tab. Chen-ji could not even tell whether Su-yin counted as Red Spectre or not. This is different from Zhang Ye. When she first appeared, she was already in a full red costume. Is there a second trigger to becoming a Red Spectre? Chen-ji tried to communicate with Su-yin, but the man was even more confused than Chen-ji. Could it be related to the door? The society only used several days to make Sheng-Qing into a Red Spectre. Can only the black blood found behind the door make a ghost into Red Spectre? Then how did Zhang Ye become a Red Spectre? Chen-ji realized he still knew too little about that world. After Su-yin returned to the tape, he ran out of the building. The coldness surrounding his body had dissipated. Chen-ji took out his phone to call Gao Ru-zu. His phone had returned to normal, but Gao Ru-zu's number was still busy. The society used Gao Ru-zu's name to lure me to the campus, so they definitely wouldn't let Gao Ru-zu meet up with me. The phone spirit could affect people's emotions. Worried about Gao Ru-zu's safety, Chen-ji called Dr. Gao directly. Without the influence of the phone spirit, Chen-ji managed to successfully reach the real Dr. Gao. He told him what might happen to Gao Ru-zu. When he heard his daughter might have been targeted by a group of mad killers, Dr. Gao dropped everything. He called the police and the school. The counselors found Gao Ru-zu's roommates, but they had no idea where she was either. They said that Gao Ru-zu had looked disturbed that day, and it might be related to a new boyfriend. At about 10 p.m., one of the guards provided some valuable information. About half an hour ago, a kind-hearted taxi driver came to the school gate to return a water bottle and a textbook with Gao Ru-zu's name. The driver said that the girl left in such a hurry that she forgot her bottle and book. He had no idea which block she stayed in, so he could only return to the school and hope that the guard would return the girl her stuff. The driver's kindness revealed an important detail. Gao Ru-zu was home. Chen-ji got the address from Dr. Gao, and he quickly called a taxi to get to Zaiziahu. The area was nice but rather isolated. After getting out of the car, Chen-ji kept the phone on to communicate with Dr. Gao as he ran to the building where Gao Ru-zu stayed. Chapter 365, Raincoat. At 10 p.m., Chen-ji arrived at the block where Dr. Gao's family stayed. Looking up, he saw one of the windows had their light on, like all the lights in the home had been switched on. Should be that room. The windows were closed, and there was a woman standing behind the curtain. She looked nervous and kept opening the curtains to look downstairs. Gao Ru-zu. The girl also saw Chen-ji, but she did not show joy or surprise, but a face filled with fear like she just saw something scary. Looks like she's still under the phone spirit's influence. When someone reached the threshold of fear, they would faint. That was the human body's inherent protective system. However, the fear created by the phone spirit was different. The fear came in levels to slowly tormented the victim, pushing them slowly toward the edge of mental breakdown. Under such circumstances, the victim might be pushed to do something extremely irrational. Don't do anything stupid. Chen-ji rushed into the corridor and pushed on the elevator button, but the elevator stopped at the 13th floor and refused to budge. Given no other choice, he had to use the stairs. After completing so many missions compared to logic and bravery, the biggest improvement to his body was his physical condition. He activated the recorder and grabbed the hammer. He was not afraid of disturbing the other tenants and charged upstairs. He moved fast. The voice-activated light came on for each floor as Chen-ji ran to the 13th floor. There was only one anti-theft door that was open on the quiet corridor. Found it. Chen-ji rushed to the door and called Gao Ru-zu's name. There was no reply coming from within, but he heard Gao Ru-zu's moan of pain and something being smashed. The girl that was normally calm and collected was like a madwoman. Chen-ji did not dare waste any more time. He used the hammer to smash the inner door open. The blood vessels on the groove moved, and Chen-ji had no idea how many times he smashed at the door before the lock was smashed away. Chen-ji rushed into the room, and the first thing he saw was Gao Ru-zu leaning out the window. The scarier thing was that there was a very thin boy sitting on Gao Ru-zu's head. He hugged her head and used his body to cover her ears, his hands clamped over her eyes. Su-yin, Chen-ji's shout echoed through many floors, and all the light in the room was extinguished in that moment. Air seemed to freeze as a bloody shadow charged at Gao Ru-zu. The boy on top of Gao Ru-zu's head showed extreme fear when he saw Su-yin and released his grasp without hesitation and disappeared. Gao Ru-zu, who returned normal, had not recovered when he saw a red specter with blood dripping charging at her. She wanted to scream, but there was no voice in her throat. Her arms weakened and her body fell backward. Hold on to me? The familiar voice appeared again. Gao Ru-zu's pupils started to focus. The red banshee that she had seen earlier had disappeared, and only Chen-ji was grabbing her arm. The lights went off, and staring at the man in the dark, Gao Ruzu's mind started to collect its thought. With one leg on the windowsill, Chen-ji tried his best to pull Gao Ruzu up. Looking at the shocked Gao Ruzu, Chen-ji's heart was also racing. Thankfully, the outside door was left open. If that door was locked, I wouldn't have been able to get in so quickly. Collapsing to the ground, Chen-ji was still worried about Gao Ruzu. He dragged her to the sofa. "You're fine now. Get some rest. I'll go call Dr. Gao." 10 minutes later, the lights in the room came on, and there were footsteps coming from the corridor. Chen-ji raised his head to see Dr. Gao, who looked different from his normal image. His usual confidence and maturity were gone. Gasping for air, his eyes were filled with concern. "Ziozu?" Kneeling by the sofa, Dr. Gao grabbed Gao Ruzu's hands, and the girl finally showed her vulnerable side. Silently putting the hammer back into his backpack, Chen-ji picked up the phone that Gao Ruzu had dropped and walked out the door alone. It was not over yet. He had to get that phone spirit no matter what. Specters that are not Red Spectre cannot expose themselves too long outside in the world. They have to attach themselves to something. That phone spirit won't have gotten far. Chen-ji did not chase blindly. His mind was clear. When I entered building, the elevator did not budge from the 13th floor. At the time, the phone spirit was on Gao Ruzu's head, suppressing her senses, so the one inside the elevator has to be another person or a ghost. Someone was controlling the phone spirit, and said person should have been the one stopping the elevator from moving. If the plan was to lure Gao Ruzu away, there was no need to do this because he has no reason to kill Gao Ruzu. After the plan failed, the best solution is to escape. Doing more than that will only expose himself. So, why did he change the plan to kill Gao Ruzu? There were many different answers in Chen-ji's mind, but there was only one that was most possible. Gao Ruzu had accidentally seen the killer. To not let any witnesses survive, the person changed his intention to kill Gao Ruzu. The person behind the phone spirit lured me out of New Century Park and then lured Gao Ruzu home. The culprit should be from the Ghost Story Society. Chen-ji leaned against the wall and looked out the window. All the clues started to line up. After tonight, they should only be the only member left. Chen-ji returned to the room and had Dr. Gao pull up the surveillance of the 13th floor. He squatted down beside the sofa and asked, after Dr. Gao left, "Did you run into anyone weird on the way home?" "Weird people?" Gao Ruzu thought about it. "The driver who drove me home was weird. He kept telling me about those murders." "Who else other than him?" Gao Ruzu had been influenced by the phone spirit, so she would have thought the worst of everyone. After some thought, Gao Ruzu suddenly said, "When I wanted to take the elevator earlier, someone wearing an extra-large raincoat was leaving the elevator. I bumped into him." "Raincoat?" Chen-ji was interested. "Did you manage to see his face?" "No, the person was completely hidden inside the raincoat." Gao Ruzu hesitated before saying, "After he left the elevator, for some reason, I felt fearful of the elevator. I was afraid I might get trapped inside, so I took the stairs. But when I reached the 6th floor, the safety door on the 1st floor was pushed open, and someone began to chase me." Chapter 366, Chen-ji's Method of Elimination. "I was so scared that when I got home that I forgot to close the anti-theft door." Gao Ruzu was still shaking, thinking about what happened then. "Your choice was correct. The person trailing you had malicious intent." The phone spirit amplified the fear in Gao Ruzu's heart to cause her to experience various illusions. No matter the situation, she would imagine it in the worst scenario, but that might have been the reason she was saved. 10 minutes later, Chen-ji received the call from Dr. Gao, calling him to the building's surveillance room. Chen-ji was worried about leaving Gao Ruzu alone in the room in her current state, so he carried her in his arms as he moved downstairs. They entered the surveillance room, where Dr. Gao and 2 security guards were stationed before the computers. "Any discoveries?" "Take a look at this." Dr. Gao had the guard replay the footage, and they saw something hair-raising. After Gao Ruzu entered the safety door, a person wearing a large, dark-colored raincoat followed behind her. He tailed Gao Ruzu closely like her shadow. In the next screen, Gao Ruzu had already arrived on the 13th floor. She raced to her home and searched for the house key with her hands shaking. Even through the screen, one could sense her fear. The man in raincoat slowly crept up on her. When he appeared on the 13th floor, Gao Ruzu was still fiddling with the door. He picked up speed, and during that process, the wind blew the sleeve off. It could be seen clearly on the screen that he was holding a uniquely shaped metal device that was covered in blood. The distance between the two closed. When there was less than 10 meters between them, Gao Zhu finally got the inner door open and ran into the room. The door was slammed shut, and the corridor became quiet again. However, the man in the raincoat did not leave. He stopped at the door to Gao Zhu's room and slowly squatted down, hiding in the blind spot. If Gao Zhu thought the man had left and opened the door, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The time continued to move, but the screen felt like it had stopped. The killer kept himself frozen beside the door. Could this man be the culprit behind those eye-gauging cases? Is the sharp device in his sleeve the murder weapon? When they were looking at the video, the surveillance room door was pushed open, and in walked 2 policemen. "We're from the station precinct. I'm sorry, but where is Dr. Gao?" Chen Ji was familiar with the man who asked the question. It was Li Zheng, whom he had met at Fang HWA Apartments, one of Captain Yan's trusted officers. When Chen Ji recognized Li Zheng, so did Li Zheng recognize Chen Ji. The next question out of Li Zheng's lips was, "Has there been another murder?" Almost. Chen Ji did not think he would run into Li Zheng, and he was surprised Li Zheng seemed to know Dr. Gao quite well. "If not for Chen Ji's help, my daughter would have been the victim." Dr. Gao was still coming down from his emotions. His daughter had almost died. Anyone would need some time to process that worry. Li Zheng walked to the computer, and when he saw the person in the video, his expression changed. He immediately took out his phone to call a number. "Captain Yan, the suspect for the eye-gouging cases has been spotted at Zaiziahu residential area. It is similar to how the suspect was captured in other videos. The killer is wearing a dark-colored raincoat." After making the report, Li Zheng asked for everyone's cooperation and to stay in the room. 10 minutes later, Captain Yan arrived with his men. After asking about the situation, he had the perimeter surrounded. "Don't worry, we have pinpointed the general location of the killer. There's no way he'll be escaping tonight." The commotion was much larger than Chen Ji had expected. With police cars and hounds, all the streets were sealed. It was obvious that this time the police had given it their all. The video shows that the suspect has left the 3rd building in the last 20 minutes. Without the aid of a runaway car, the suspect should still be around the area. Captain Yan marked down several points on the map on his phone and sent it to the officers' phones. "Listen to me, comb the area inch by inch. Even if she's buried 3 feet underground, we'll find her tonight." With Captain Yan's order, the officers started to move like a well-oiled machine. After Captain Yan finished his order, Chen Ji sidled up to the man. "Captain Yan, the killer is completely covered inside the raincoat, and none of you have seen him before. Will he be able to escape by just walking out the perimeter?" "Even though we have not seen her face, it doesn't mean that we cannot recognize her." Captain Yan followed the movement of the teams closely and explained to Chen Ji, "This killer is cruel and cunning. Her targets are totally random, and there is no rhyme or reason. This is an incredibly hard case for the investigation team, but the most cunning fox will eventually fall to a better hunter. She thought she had committed the perfect crime, but she's made some mistakes because she was in too much of a hurry to get the job done. We've pulled out more than 100 cameras from the 5 crime scenes, and through digital reconstruction and the hair follicle and skin particles that we've collected at the crime scene, our criminal profiler has come up with this painting." Captain Yan pointed at his phone, and on the screen was an average-sized woman that was impossibly gorgeous. "The killer is a woman?" Chen Ji was rather surprised. "Not only a woman, an impossibly beautiful woman." The walkie-talkie made a noise, and Captain Yan turned away from Chen Ji to focus on his work. What Captain Yan said repeated itself in Chen Ji's mind. He had a good idea who the real killer was now. She was related to the Ghost Stories Society, was incredibly beautiful, and had a mental illness. There was only one woman who fit the criteria, 3rd Sick Hall's patient number 6, Han Bayar. There was a comment on her patient's report. Just how harsh must God be to make a woman as beautiful as this? Other than Wang Xinglong, this woman was the last patient at 3rd Sick Hall. After removing her, the completion rate would go over 90%, and Chen Ji would get the hidden reward. It should be her. Chen Ji moved back silently. The real reason for gouging out the eyes should be related to the door at my haunted house. This means that Han Bayar is a member of the society. As long as she is captured or removed, the society will only have one member left. After confirming the identity of Han Bayar, another detail could be confirmed. Number 10 was taller than Han Bayar and a man, so number 10 isn't Han Bayar. If this is true, then that familiar number 10 should be the chairperson. In less than 1 week, Chen Ji had used his own method of elimination to discover the chairperson. Quite a good hider, but it's useless before me. After Han Bayar is captured, it's your turn next. Chapter 367, The Rag Doll Before the Door. A dangerous glow appeared in Chen Ji's eyes. Since the chairperson gave him a sense of familiarity, it was all the more reason for him to expose the man. The 5 killings look like they're part of a ritual. The society has spent so long preparing this, so they should have started the moment after luring me out from the haunted house. The Ghost Stories Society was afraid that Chen Ji might ruin the ceremony, and Chen Ji was worried about his life. After all, at the time, Su Yin had not awakened yet. He could only use those specters that looked scary but were not at all harmful. But things had changed. Su Yin had awakened. Even though his condition was a bit weird, he did raise Chen Ji's combat ability. With the cooperation between Su Yin and Yan Danian, they might stop the opponent's red specter. Then I will have the chance to stop the person behind all this. Thinking about this, Chen Ji walked over to Captain Yan. Captain Yan, I have an emergency back at the haunted house. You'd better stay put until the killer is apprehended. Don't forget you're one of their primary targets. Captain Yan did not agree to let Chen Ji go. He talked into the talkie-walkie, busy with the teams. Returning to the chair, Chen Ji's eyes swept Captain Yan and the 2 officers in the room. Since he first met Captain Yan, he had never suspected this policeman that was filled with a sense of justice. But this time, his conviction swayed. 2 hours ago, it was Captain Yan who had personally called Chen Ji to come to the station. His reason was flawless, and he did sound like he wanted to protect Chen Ji, but the timing was too coincidental. It was about the time the society went to his haunted house. Looking further back, when the society wanted to snatch the door at Coffin Village, their preparation was so complete. They knew both Jiangling and Coffin Village very well, but where did they get that information? Coffin Village was well hidden within the mountains, separated from the world. Those escaped villagers in Linguan Village had rarely communicated with the outside world as well. That was until half a year ago, when Jiang Ling's parents were poisoned, and this isolated village came under the police's radar. Captain Yan was also part of the investigation team then. It was Captain Yan who entered Coffin Village, and it was his men that took care of Jiang Ling. That was undeniable truth. When Chen Ji saved Gu Feiyu at Fang HWA apartments, Captain Yan had also been there. It was Captain Yan who followed up on the cases from the 3rd Sick Hall. Now that he thought about it, there were reasons to suspect Captain Yan. Of course, these were merely suspicions. From how Chen Ji saw it, Captain Yan had no reason to do all this. It could just be a coincidence. After Han Bayar gets captured tonight, the society will only have the chairperson left. Chen Ji made sure that Captain Yan was not looking at him when he sneaked out from the room and took a taxi back to New Century Park. Chen Ji arrived at the park at around 11 p.m., and once he got out, he knew that something was wrong. There was a very light smell in the air. The stench was similar to the stench at the 3rd Sick Hall and Hai Ming apartments, but much lighter. It's that smell again. Chen Ji had noticed this smell when he first arrived at Hai Ming apartments. At the time, he had asked Dr. Gao about it and realized that only he could notice this very weird smell. After greeting the park guard, Chen Ji entered the premises. The more he walked through the park, the more he felt something was wrong. The attractions looked normal, but they looked suddenly old to Chen Ji, like they were covered in a layer of dust. Pressing the play button on the recorder, Chen Ji took out the hammer from his backpack as he approached his haunted house. The park was rather creepy at night, and Chen Ji moved slowly. This is weird. Could it be that the last member of the society hasn't left yet? When he was 30 meters away from the haunted house, the bushes nearby suddenly moved. Chen Ji narrowed his eyes and readied the hammer. Several seconds later, the leaves were pushed back, and a white cat poked out its small head. Its multicolored eyes were obvious in the dark. When it saw Chen Ji, it jumped out and climbed onto Chen Ji's shoulders, feeling this was the safest place. At least help the haunted house when I'm away. All you do is flee. Chen Ji touched the white cat's head. The cat looked spooked. Chen Ji continued to move forward until he reached the gate. The lock is untouched, so the person probably didn't go through the front door. He walked around the haunted house and stopped at the toilet's window. Due to the incident with the mirror monster, the room had been sealed off, but now the window was open again. He's here for that blood door. Chen Ji pulled the window open and placed the cat on the windowsill. Seeing that the cat showed no response, Chen Ji jumped into the room. Someone has moved the stuff in here. The mop and brooms that should have been standing at the corner were on the ground, and the newly replaced toilet door was broken down. There were cracks on the mirror in the toilet, and the wooden boards on the toilet cubicle had all been removed. Zhang Ye is sleeping inside my shadow, and Su Yin has been with me. Other than them, who in this haunted house can rival the people from the Ghost Stories Society? The chairperson would definitely have a red specter, and Chenji did not think that he had anyone at the haunted house who could beat a red specter. Did I miss something? Chenji turned on the light in the toilet. He cleared away the trash and finally found something after removing all the boards. In front of the cubicle door sat a tattered rag doll. It's her. This scene was quite familiar. When Chenji did the nightmare mission for the first time, it was also this rag doll that had lain before the mirror to stop the mirror monster from coming out. He picked up the rag doll. After his parents' disappearance, the police had only managed to find two things, the black phone and this rag doll that Chenji made when he was a child. After completing the third nightmare mission, Chenji had confirmed the rag doll's identity. It was a soul that protected the haunted house and New Century Park. She was Director Luo's daughter. The rag doll had many wounds on its body. There was a gash about the size of a finger on the back, and the cotton inside had been roughly pulled out. Chenji pushed the cotton back into the body and placed the rag doll on the counter. After doing all that, Chenji turned to look at the cubicle door. The rag doll had blocked the way, so this meant that the society had not been successful. Their target was this door, but from its appearance, nothing had changed with this blood door. Chenji was still worried. He pulled the door open, and when he did, he noticed a faded smell of blood in the air. He lowered his head to look. There was a painting of a weird specter behind the door. It gnashed its teeth and was carrying many torture devices. The strangest thing was that the creature had 10 eyes, and all of them seemed to be looking at Chenji. Chapter 368. The Pen Spirit's Will. An evil specter. When he saw the drawing, this was the term that appeared in Chenji's mind. Why would the society draw an evil specter behind the door? What is the meaning of this? It was very quiet inside the haunted house, and being stared at by 10 eyes, even with Chenji's experience, he still felt uncomfortable. There have been 5 murders near New Century Park, and all the victims' eyes have been gouged out. The monster here has 10 eyes. Could this be a coincidence? Chenji slowly squatted down and used his fingertip to touch the board. The drawing had not been painted on the door but was more like inside the door. Chenji could not feel anything with his fingers. Before departing for Coffin Village, Captain Yan told me some things about the case. All the victims were sinners, including thieves, robbers, and fugitives. Sinners are used for the ceremony, and the specter is carrying multiple torture devices. It does symbolize punishment. The weirdest thing is that the drawing is facing inside, meaning it's facing the world behind the door. Chenji scratched his head, but could not understand the society's aim. I should come back to look at midnight. Chenji closed the door, and to prevent an accident from happening, he picked up the wooden boards and used them to seal up the cubicle again. After dealing with all that, Chenji picked up the torn rag doll and the white cat and walked to the props room. He switched the light on to find the needle and thread to repair the rag doll. There were few males who knew needlework, but Chenji was an exception. When the haunted house had not been making much money, most of the outfits had been handmade by Chenji. After poking his fingers several times, Chenji had become quite proficient at the job. My parents were nicer to you than me when we were small. If they saw you in this state, they would be devastated. Chenji patiently sealed up the wound on the rag doll's back. The rag doll might have looked rough and simple, but Chenji knew it was hiding a beautiful and pure soul. When he was halfway through, Chenji realized that there was a long and thin red nail hiding in the doll's sleeve, one that would not be discovered if one did not look closer. Wait, isn't this the nail I brought back from the 3rd sick hall? During that trial mission, Chenji had found many letters inside the dresser in a room. The dresser had not been touched in all those years, and the 4 corners were sealed up by these long nails. At the time, Chenji had thought that they were useful to stop the ghosts. So when he returned to grab his hammer, he had pulled the nails out and brought them back to the haunted house. There is a blood stain on the nail, perhaps it's from the killer. Tomorrow I should call someone to test this. Chenji pocketed the nail and continued his work. Time slowly passed, and the bored white cat started to play with the ball of thread. Eventually, its body was tangled up in the thread, and it started playing with it in the room. Chenji ignored the cat and focused on fixing the cuts on the doll. There were 2 conspicuous cuts on the doll's body, one old and one new. The new wound had been left behind by the Ghost Stories Society, and the old wound was across its neck, almost chopping the doll's head off. Touching the wound on the neck, Chenji thought back to an event that happened many years ago. After making the rag doll, Chenji's parents had told him to keep the doll with him no matter where he went. Chenji had refused because it looked weird for a boy to go everywhere carrying a doll, but he did not get into an argument with his family over this. Since he had lived at a haunted house since he was young, Chenji had greater courage than most and had a more vibrant curiosity. His parents never limited him, but only barred him from going to the eastern side of Jiujiang. Chenji could not understand his parents' rule until that one time when the school arranged a trip for everyone to go the dam at the eastern side of Jiujiang to play. Initially, everything had been fine. At around 3 to 4 p.m., Chenji had seen someone waving at him. The person had felt familiar and was calling his name. Chenji had told the teacher this, and with the teacher's accompaniment they had walked down that small path. He could see a red house at the end of the road, and there were kids playing weird games around the house. He could not remember anything beyond that. When he woke up by the side of the street with his fainted teacher, he had the wounded rag doll in his arms. "It should be you who have saved me then too." Chenji touched the wound on the rag doll's neck, and now he understood many things. "Before now, you've been protecting me, but from now on, I shall be protecting all of you." He placed the rag doll inside his pocket. Chenji grabbed the hammer and went to inspect all the scenarios. Xiaoxiao's family was inside the murder by midnight scenario. They were not hurt. He pulled off the wooden boards and entered the Muyang High School scenario. 24 mannequins sat quietly in the sealed classroom. None of them was missing. They looked just like real mannequins. He moved forward, and when he entered the female dormitory, the pen spirit, who was wrapped up by tape, gave Chenji a surprise. There was a sentence on the piece of paper. "The killer is carrying a dead body on his back, and he calls her his wife. Help me take care of Wang Xin and avenge me." Chenji was surprised when he saw the will left by the pen spirit. "You sure are a kind person. Even at a time like this, you still care about that friend of yours." Chenji sighed in relief when he picked up the ballpoint pen and realized that the pen spirit was safe. He had a pen spirit that knew how to pen her own will. The chairperson definitely would not expect something like that. "The person is carrying a body, so it's confirmed that the person who intruded into my haunted house is number 10. He called the body on his back his wife. That is a crucial clue." After inspecting all the scenarios, probably due to the limited time, the chairperson did not ruin the haunted house. His main target was still the door inside the first-floor toilet. Realizing that the haunted house was untouched, Chenji felt relieved. He returned to the toilet with all of his equipment, waiting for time to go by. The door inside the haunted house was a treasure for the society, but it was worthless for Chenji. He knew too little about the world behind the door. He guarded the door until 11:59 p.m. The white cat that was playing suddenly rushed into the toilet while gnashing its jaw. Chenji also felt the changes in the room. Just as the door was about to open, all the souls in the haunted house reacted. Chenji gripped the hammer and had his finger over the recorder, ready to call Su Yin for help. The seconds ticked by. When it was midnight, the drawing that was inside the door appeared on the other side of the door. All 10 eyes came to life. They did not look like drawing, but 10 actual eyes that could move. As time continued to move, blood vessels appeared on the door and the monster's expression turned twisted. The vessels crawled all over the monster. When they passed through the eyes, they would turn blood red, and that continued until the 10th eye. But no matter how long the blood vessels curled around the last eye, they could not dye it red. Chenji got closer, and he realized that this last eye had been poked blind by something sharp. Chapter 369. I'm also a member of the society. There's a long nail in the rag doll's sleeve, so she should be the one who did this. The last eyeball was not dyed red, and the Ghost Stories Society's ritual had been interrupted. It could not be considered successful, but it did not fail completely either. The blood vessels entered the specter's body, making it more authentic, like it could jump out of the door at any moment. After 30 seconds, there was a weird sound coming from inside the door. It sounded like a ball bouncing on the ground. A human skull. Chenji summoned Su Yin and guarded the door with the hammer. If he had not just boarded up the cubicle, he could have been fighting the thing then. The sound came closer until it rammed into the door, causing the cubicle to shake slightly. When the monster knocked into the door, 9 eyes of the specter painted on the door opened wide. A boy's scream escaped the door, and the bouncing ball quickly retreated. The sound disappeared, and the 1 minute ended. The specter did not escape from the door. It appeared like it was forever stuck inside the door due to the one eye that had been poked blind. The blood door returned to normal like nothing ever happened. The monster behind the door screamed loudly when it touched the door. The voice was filled with pain and terror. Looks like this specter painted by the society is not to be messed with. The drawing disappeared alongside the blood, but the memory was still fresh in Chenji's mind. The specter has the eyes of 5 sinners and carries tons of torture devices. It looks scary and can force dark spirits away. How come it feel like a door guardian? Normal families will put up pictures of door guardians during New Year to protect the family. Is this the same purpose for the Ghost Stories Society? At Coffin Village, Wu Fei had once said that the door at Chen Ji's haunted house was probably unoccupied. At the time, Number 10's reaction had been huge, like an unoccupied door was extremely rare. A weird painting to control a door. That's too unrealistic, but the key to becoming the owner of a door should be inside the door. Now that he thought about it, Chen Ji suspected that the painting was a way to protect the door. The door was the connection between the two worlds. To explore the world behind the door, first one had to guarantee the door's safety. That way, one could retreat instantly in case of danger. To protect the door from outsiders, that should be one of the purposes of this painting. I'll need time to discover its other uses. To ensure that the painting would not influence the daily operation of the haunted house, Chen Ji used Su Yin and Yan Danian to try it out. Neither of them reacted in any special way. I still worry about this. I should come back at midnight tomorrow. Chen Ji's initial attitude toward the door was to avoid it and seal it up. But after Zhang Ye charged into the door at the third sick hall, his attitude toward the door had slowly changed. If there's a chance, I should go look behind this door. Chen Ji then recalled Su Yin and turned to look at his shadow. When Zhang Ye awakens, I should try to take a spin behind the door. It was already midnight, but Chen Ji did not feel tired at all. He tried to sleep but could not. His mind was still on that phone spirit. He felt like it would be immensely helpful to have that spirit as a haunted house employee. Letting it die alongside the society was such a waste. Normal people tried their best to avoid specters and ghosts, but Chen Ji was the complete opposite. The phone spirit belongs to the Ghost Stories Society, and technically speaking, I'm also a member. Even though they didn't admit it, that's not important. Chen Ji suddenly realized this as the society was almost crumbling. The society had more than one door and had been hiding in the shadows of the city for so many years, so they should have collected many goodies. Taking this one step further, even if they did not leave behind anything physical, just the information they had on ghosts would be extremely beneficial to Chen Ji. This is such a wealth of treasure. The society, including its chairperson, would all be captured soon. As the sub-member of the society, Chen Ji felt like it was time for him to step up. Carrying his bag, Chen Ji dragged the hammer back to Muyang High School. He entered the female dormitory and found the pen spirit. Don't worry, I'm here. No one can hurt you. After consoling the pen spirit, Chen Ji used her power to determine Han Bayar's location. The successful rate of pen spirit's prediction was 50%, and the prediction could not be beyond her power. These conditions made her ability rather weak. However, that day, perhaps instigated by outside influence, after Chen Ji asked the question, she wrote down a very detailed address on the paper. Ziziahu's third building, 23rd floor. The killer herself is a tenant at Ziziahu. This was an important detail, and Chen Ji memorized the address on the paper. He took out his phone to call Captain Yan, but after a moment's hesitation, he put the phone away. Locking the haunted house, Chen Ji left New Century Park. If she has a red specter, then we'll retreat and ask the police for help. If she only has normal ghosts, we'll capture her alive and suck all the ghosts she has into the comic to be trained. Chen Ji was hiding in the dark and had the element of surprise thanks to the pen spirit. Combine that with Su Yin and Yan Danian, he had every advantage. The taxi arrived at Ziziahu. The roadblock was still ongoing. To prevent the hammer in his bag from being confiscated, Chen Ji got out early. The killer can be handed over to the police, but I need that phone spirit. Chen Ji returned to the surveillance room. Captain Yan and his men had already left. Weirdly enough, Captain Yan did not ask about Chen Ji's location. It was unclear whether he was too busy or it had already become a habit. After a long search, Chen Ji finally found Li Zhang. He told him about the pen spirit's prediction and attached that with a long list of speculation. Li Zhang listened to him with a frown. Chen Ji's analysis was completely unreliable. If this had been someone else, he would have asked them to leave. However, Li Zhang did not disregard Chen Ji's input. After all, the man was special and had a brilliant case-clearing record. He seemed to be the kryptonite of sinners. After some communication, Li Zhang found the information for all the tenants on the 23rd floor, and with the accompaniment of the owner, they went up to said floor. Chapter 370, The Sickest Beauty 2 in 1. When Gao Ru Zhu wanted to take the elevator, she ran into the person wearing the raincoat leaving the building. That should be just a coincidence. The police's investigation pressured this person in the raincoat greatly. Chenji tried to envision this from her perspective, and he believed that the killer should be trying to escape Zizia Hu to find a new hiding spot. For now, that cannot be confirmed. There's also the possibility that the killer was tailing Gao Ruzu. Li Zheng looked at the camera inside the elevator. We once suspected that the killer is a resident here, because some of the cameras within the residential area were maliciously destroyed 3 days ago, and 3 days ago was exactly when the first murder was committed. After he said that, Li Zheng glanced at Chen Ji with suspicion. The police had gathered many clues and pieces of information before they came to the suspicion that the killer might be a tenant at Ziziahu, but Chen Ji had managed that alone without the aid of a team. Not only had he pinpointed Ziziahu, he had even managed to provide the floor that the killer was staying at. Honestly, if Li Zheng was not familiar with Chen Ji, he would have suspected that Chen Ji was related to these murders. Exiting the elevator, the owner provided Chen Ji and Li Zheng all the basic information of all the tenants on 23rd floor. Han Bayar's name was not on the list, and based on the owner's memory, there were not any particular beautiful tenants on the 23rd floor. Chen Ji, could you be mistaken? When the police arrived at Ziziahu, the first thing they did was seal up the third building, and they had investigated most of the tenants. Chen Ji honestly was not that convinced about the pen spirit's prediction. After all, she only had a 50% chance to be correct. After giving it some thought, Chen Ji turned around to ask the owner, "Are there any surveillance cameras on the 23rd floor?" The cameras above the 15th floor have been broken for a long time, and there hasn't been free time for us to call people in to come fix them. The main reason, though, is because we've tried fixing them before, but weirdly enough, they kept getting destroyed. In the end, the management kinda left them be after a while. The owner spoke very carefully. After all, this was their mistake. Our residential area has 3 groups of patrolling guards, and there has been no record of incidents happening here. None in the past doesn't mean none in the future. Chen Ji did not plan to argue with the owner. Are you familiar with the tenants on the 23rd floor? Are there any suspicious tenants here? Suspicious people? The owner shook his head. Then have you received complaints like weird noises coming out from a certain room at night, or some horrible, pungent smell? Chen Ji fired off so many questions that Li Zheng could not find an opening to chime in. The owner thought about it and looked down at one of the doors at the end of the corridor. We did receive a call from the tenant once. However, it was not to lodge a report but to ask for help. Ask for help? Both Chen Ji and Li Zheng stopped moving. There's a family on the 23rd floor that has serious domestic abuse issues, but we never once received a call from the principal parties. Normally, it's the neighbors who called us when they couldn't bear it any longer. The owner led Chen Ji and Li Zheng to the door at the end of the corridor. This is it. According to the tenant list, the tenant staying there was a man by the name of Qiu Meng. He was an employed physical trainer at an established gym. The person you're looking for is not him. Qiu Meng is almost 1.9 meters tall. I've glanced at the person wearing the raincoat in the camera. At most, that person is 1.7 meters. They are definitely not the same person. Open the door. We'll take a look first before we come to a decision. At a time like this, Chen Ji would not let go of any suspicion. The owner seemed to be afraid of Qiu Ming. He knocked on the door rather unwillingly. Is anyone in? We're from the management. The room was very quiet. There was no reply. Chen Ji touched Li Zheng's shoulder. This family might be problematic. Why don't you call your people? If they won't open the door willingly, we'll just knock it down. That's easier for you to say. Without any evidence, we have no right to trespass onto private property. Li Zheng thought about it and added, at least we need permission from Captain Yan. While they were conversing, they suddenly heard footsteps coming from inside the room. Moments later, the door was pulled open, and a large, handsome man stood at the door. He had blurry, red eyes. He yawned. It looked like he had not had a good night's sleep in days already. How can I help you? The owner forced a smile on his face and said rather abashedly, a killer seems to have hidden himself inside our residential area, so the police would like to ask you some questions. Ask me questions? The man was confused. He slowly woke up. When he saw the police uniform that Li Zheng was wearing, his gaze shifted slightly. I've been sleeping at home. I don't know anything. Can we come in? Chen Ji's sense was very sensitive. When the door opened, he could sense the faded scent of blood in the air. Qiu Meng glanced at Chen Ji. He was uncooperative and refused to let strangers into his home. This is my ID. Please provide your cooperation. After Li Zheng showed his ID, he pulled out his walkie-talkie before Qiu Ming and called for the rest of the members to gather at the 23rd floor of the 3rd building. Knowing he could not escape from this, Qiu Meng pulled the anti-theft door open. "Come in, sorry for the mess." The table in the living room was overturned, and things were strewn everywhere. The vase was shattered, and a few fresh roses lay pitifully on the floor. They had been stepped on, the petals were pulverized. Domestic abuse? Chen Ji was the first one to step into the living room. When he saw this scene, that was the first thought that appeared in his mind. "Ask if you have any question." Qiu Ming's face was dark. He hated allowing outsiders into his home. It felt like his secrets were all exposed. "Where were you from 8 p.m. to midnight last night?" "At home, playing on the computer." "Can someone collaborate that?" "Why do I need that? I'm not a murderer, you've got the wrong guy," Qiu Meng roared. He was a feisty character. Even facing the police, he could not stop himself from exploding. "I'll repeat that. Who can collaborate that for you?" Li Zhang seemed to change into a different person. In terms of height and size, he was no match for Qiu Meng, but he gave the feeling that if this was a fight, he could apprehend Qiu Meng in a few moves. "I reached home around 7:30 p.m. I had dinner and started playing my game." Qiu Meng surrendered in the end, and he opened his computer. "I'm also a live stream host, teaching people how to train their muscles, but today I didn't feel like giving people advice, so I streamed myself playing some games." The replay of the live stream proved that Qiu Meng was not lying. From 8 to 12, he was playing on the computer. "Then why do you seem so hostile tonight?" Li Zhang did not let go off any details that escaped from Qiu Meng's lips. "I had an argument with my girlfriend." "Did you hit her?" Li Zhang glanced at the living room. That was a mess. "Yes." "Why did you hit her? At what time did you hit her?" "Do you really need to know that?" Qiu Meng seemed like he was at his limit, and he was going to explode any time soon. "At around 10 p.m., I suppose. I was live streaming at the time and the camera was left open. If you don't believe me, you can check the replay." The time Qiu Meng mentioned was the time the raincoat person was squatting outside Gao Ru Zhu's room, waiting to ambush her. If Qiu Meng was telling the truth, then he and his girlfriend were both innocent. Li Zhang used Qiu Meng's computer to find that particular moment. Qiu Meng was parked before the computer until 10 p.m., and his girlfriend's voice was caught by the computer. They had an argument over something small, and then Qiu Meng left the camera. There was the sound of vase being shattered and the table overturned. Then it was followed by the sound of curses and cries. "I know I did wrong, but sometimes I just cannot control myself." The way Qiu Meng tried to brush it off as something insignificant made people mad. No matter what, using violence on an innocent person is a violation of someone's dignity. You need to understand that causing damage through domestic abuse is punishable by law. Li Zhang stood up and told the owner, "If this happens again in the future, you have to take it seriously. Ignoring it will only cause him to commit a bigger mistake in the future." "Understood." Li Zhang turned back with concern on his face. "Where is your girlfriend now? I wish to take a look at her injuries." "She's inside the bedroom. She has locked the door so I cannot get in." Qiu Meng leaned against the sofa and showed no signs of getting up. "You should have spare key to the bedroom, right? Use it to open the door." "Are police officers that free? Didn't you say you have a killer to catch? I'll handle the problem at my own home." Qiu Meng's brows were creased together and veins popped up on his arm. "It is because I am a police officer that I cannot leave this be." Li Zhang stared at Qiu Meng and pointed at the door. "Open it." He was adamant, and Qiu Meng knew that he could not get out of this that easily, so he stood up to rummage through the dresser for the spare key. He used it to open the bedroom door. Different from the chaotic living room, things were neat and tidy inside the bedroom. It was unclear whether it had been cleaned up or the place had not been touched earlier. A woman's sobbing could be heard coming from inside the room. It was soft, like she did not dare cry too loudly. "We cannot tolerate domestic abuse. If you need help, you can find the local women's organization or just call the police." Li Zhang looked at the woman who lay in bed facing away from him. He could not see anything wrong from her back. However, his years of investigative experience told him that something was wrong. He walked around the bed to attempt to look at the woman's face. The team's profiler had come up with the killer's appearance. There were several properties to the killer. She was not strong and was very beautiful. She appeared kind and would easily make others feel comfortable in her presence. Li Zhang remembered these details. Just as he was about to have a look at the woman's lowered face, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone to answer it. Li Zhang discovered that it was from Captain Yan. Captain Yan said that they had discovered the killer for the eye-gouging case, and he wanted Li Zhang to bring his men as backup. Receiving the order, Li Zhang glanced hurriedly at the woman on the bed. The woman's hair covered half of her face, so he had no idea what she really looked like. Having implicit trust in Captain Yan, he left the woman with a few more words before he walked out of the bedroom. The killer has been captured. Chenji, let's go now. Li Zheng headed out the front door, but was stopped by Chenji at the last minute. There's no need to leave in such a hurry. This man looks like he is lying to us. When Li Zheng almost caught a glimpse of the woman's face, he had received the call from Captain Yan. From how Chenji saw it, that was definitely abnormal. A bigger anomaly was that Captain Yan would normally use the walkie-talkie to communicate at the crime scene, so why did Captain Yan use his phone to contact Li Zheng this time? Come look at this broken vase. Chenji pointed at the shattered pieces on the ground. If the vase was accidentally knocked from the cupboard or it rolled from the cupboard, then the pieces should have been lying around the cupboard. But take a look at the spray pattern of these pieces. The distance between them is as far as 1 meter. In other words, this vase didn't fall on its own. Someone raised it up and smashed it on the ground. Li Zheng inspected the evidence and realized that Chenji was right. The evidence did suggest that the man was lying to them. When you entered the bedroom earlier, I made use of the chance to also glance into the room. The bedroom was clean and tidy, and there wasn't even a water stain on the ground. This is completely different from the living room. I'm wondering, how did a man that lost his cool manage to contain his destruction within the living room? Chenji looked around the house. The kitchen and toilet are untouched as well. Only the living room is in this messy state, and the mess is very contained. So this looks like it is purposely made to look this way. He pulled on Li Zheng to take a step back. An innocent husband and wife, why do they need to create the illusion of domestic abuse? Are they hiding something? Also, the alibi provided by the man earlier, in the whole live stream video, only he appeared in the video. We did not see a trace of his girlfriend, so I now suspect that video is also problematic. Now that Chenji brought that up, Li Zheng also found the man and woman to be quite suspicious. He told the owner to leave the room to get help from the officers while he worked together with Chenji to surround Qiu Meng from both sides. While Chenji began his hypothesis, Qiu Meng showed a face that said that he was wrong and complained that he was framed, but near the end, he chose the method of silent admission instead. Don't waste your energy on resistance, stand up now. Facing both Li Zheng and Chenji, Qiu Meng lowered his head. He was silent for a very long time before he seemed to come to a decision. Those 5 murders with the gouging eyes, I'm the one who committed all of them. I will surrender myself and go with you. You're admitting that you are the murderer. Li Zheng shared a look with Chenji. Both of them understood in that instant that the man was trying to shoulder the blame for his girlfriend. Stand up and don't move. Li Zheng took out the walkie-talkie to prepare to report to Captain Yan when his phone started to ring again. He took it out to take a look and was surprised to find it was a call from Captain Yan. Hello, Captain Yan. I've spotted the suspect requesting backup. After Li Zheng finished, the Captain Yan on the phone only said 3 simple words. Look behind you. Due to his training, Li Zheng did what he was told. The woman inside the bedroom earlier had walked to stand behind him, and children that looked scrawny and malnourished climbed on top of Li Zheng's body. The curious part was that Li Zheng did not seem to notice the children. His eyes stared into the woman's dark pupils like he was hypnotized. I did not have any intention of killing you, but you insisted on courting death. The woman's voice sounded coarse and rough. It belied her advanced age, but if anyone took a glance at her face, they definitely would have had their breath taken away. The beauty was not something that could be described with words. It was mixed with both sickness and madness, just like the brightest rose that bloomed in a lonely cemetery. It fed on the nutrients of death and blossomed into a beauty that would strike at one's soul. Chapter 371, Han Bayar. This was the first time Chenji had met a woman with such unnatural beauty. Her figure and appearance were flawless, and that was the scariest thing. Chenji was reminded of Han Bayar's patient file. This patient number 6 suffered from body dysmorphic disorder. She tended to exaggerate the flaws of her body and would never be satisfied, thus taking drastic measures to fix them. According to the record, this perfect woman before him had once tried to chop off her finger because the nails on both hands were not symmetrical. She had the most perfect appearance, but her heart was twisted beyond recognition. Instead of saying that she was a beautiful woman, it was more accurate to describe her as a monster who had the most beautiful human skin. Since her appearance, the atmosphere in the room changed, and all the lights were switched off. In the dark, malnourished children climbed out from behind her, and they were all connected to her through faded red lines. These are your ghosts? Chenji took a step back. He scanned the room, and after realizing there was no red specter, his heart relaxed. There are so many of them, it must have been hard trying to rear so many young ghosts. They were once my children, and only I can make them listen to me. This sentence from Han Bayar seemed to mean a lot to her. Her eyes that looked at the ghost kids on the floor and on Li Zheng were filled with pain. Children, Chenji looked at these ghosts, and a few of them looked rather similar to Han Bayar. He seemed to understand something, and a wave of disgust washed over him. Looks like you're quite sick. Of course, if I wasn't sick, why would I stay with these dirty things, and why would I talk to you guys that are filled with that disgusting stench? Han Bayar used her nail to claw at her arm to form even-looking wounds. Blood dripped out, and it looked beautiful in all the wrong ways. I hate dirty things, but the world itself is dirty. The only solution I have is to use these dirty things to ruin this dirty world. The blood fell, and the red lines between her and the ghosts became more obvious. I have no idea what you've been through, so I have no right to critique your decision. Perhaps you have your own reasons for doing these things, but that doesn't mean you're correct. Chenji pressed the play button on the recorder and grabbed the handle of the hammer. The members of this ghost story society are all insane. You chose to treat yourself to alleviate the pain in your heart, but the choice of method is wrong. Treatment method. Han Bayar moved the red lines in her grasp. Life has been unfair to you, but it's time to let go. You sure sound calm, but I'm sure you must be very afraid. You're only pretending to be calm, waiting for the police to come save you, right? Han Bayar thought she had seen through Chenji's ploy, so she did not waste time discussing this with Chenji. She ordered her ghosts to rush at him. At the same time, Qiu Meng picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table, but he knew not to get close to Han Bayar. Like a slave, he moved to the other side of the room. Other than the ghost on the police officer's shoulder, you can do whatever you want to the others. Chenji leaned against the wall. He had nowhere to run, but he did not look afraid. He talked to the air like he was mad. The ghost children crawled on the ground. There were many of them, and they moved fast. When they had almost surrounded Chenji, a blood-red shadow appeared and slammed the children into wisps of smoke with one stomp. Su Yin appeared with his arms lowered. His wounds were dripping with blood, dyeing his shirt red. A red specter isn't your red specter hibernating. The lines between Han Bayar and the children started to tremble. Her children were afraid. That fear channeled into her body, and she blurted that out without thinking. Looks like you recognized me a long time ago. Chenji was quite surprised. After all, this was his first time meeting Han Bayar. Then again, there were only 2 people left in the society, so the chairperson would definitely inform Han Bayar of Chenji. You've had 2 red specters with you all this time. The blood lines that Han Bayar controlled shook even harder, like the ghost children were trying to escape. Yes, I never did say I only have 1 red specter. Chenji let Su Yin deal with Han Bayar while he took out the hammer from his backpack. This small space is quite limiting to such a big hammer. Oh well, so be it. Chenji did not dare let his guard down while facing a fitness trainer that was much larger than he was. Flipping through the comic, he summoned the English teacher, the real estate agent, and the gambler. The battle shifted in a second. Qiu Ming gripped the fruit knife the size of a palm, and he asked in a shaking voice, "Who are you?" "I'm just the boss of a haunted house." Chenji glanced at the corridor. "We have no time to waste. We need to settle this before the police arrive." Chenji and the 3 ghosts attacked at once. It did not take long for the man to scream for mercy and the sound of bones snapping. There were sounds of other doors opening. It sounded like concerned neighbors. Chenji ran to the door, and with Qiu Meng watching on with despair, Chenji locked the door. "Now, no one is coming to save you before the police arrive." Chenji used Yan Danian's power to drag the phone's spirit into the comic, and allowed Su Yin to do whatever he wanted. Su Yin no longer needed to feed on normal ghosts. He followed Chenji's order and massacred the group of ghost children. The ghost children were connected to Han Bayar, so whenever one died, a baby handprint would appear on her body. Even through the distance, Chenji could feel the heavy resentment in those handprints. The person Han Bayar's children hated the most in the world was her. They are your children, so you shouldn't have weighed them down with your own misfortune. Chenji looked at Han Bayar and realized that beauty was indeed a sin at times. In this world, there were many places where sunlight could not reach, and places where selfishness and ugliness fester. Chenji did not know why Han Bayar snapped mentally, but he knew that every mental patient had their own sorry and painful past. It was also due to that past that they used even crazier and crueler methods to seek salvation. The baby handprints on Han Bayar's body increased. The dead ghost babies seemed to want to drag their mother down into hell with them. The blood lines snapped one by one. When the last ghost child was vanquished by Su Yin, Han Bayar finally collapsed. Tiny baby handprints surfaced on her flawless face. Chapter 372, If Beauty is a Sin. Hanbayar suffered from body dysmorphic disorder and would not allow any flaw to appear on her body. When the baby handprints surfaced on her skin, she scratched at them wildly and screamed in throes of madness, trying her best to yank the handprints from her skin. Unfortunately, even after she fainted, the handprints still stuck to her body like birthmarks. The blood slid down her perfect skin onto the floor. The wounded Hanbayar lay in the middle of the room with scratches all over her body. When Hanbayar lost consciousness, so did Li Zheng, who was controlled earlier. At the same time, the black phone vibrated, but Chen Ji did not have time to look. He needed to deal with the other culprit before the police arrived. Qiu Meng, who had both of his arms broken, was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He was stronger than Chen Ji, but he did not have practical survival knowledge like Chen Ji did. "What else do you have to say?" Chen Ji looked at Qiu Meng, and he felt a headache. If only Zhang Ye was there, then she could turn the man's soul into a doll, and that would not expose Chen Ji. The war had been won. The incapacitated Qiu Meng looked at the collapsed Hanbayar, and the emotions in his eyes were complicated. She was ultimately the victim. If you knew what she has been through, you'd understand the meaning behind her every word. "Then tell me, what has she been through?" Chen Ji was still curious about this person known as Hanbayar. She lived with her mother when she was young. She was just like those kids crawling on the ground, attached to that venomous woman. She was a living person, but to her mother she was nothing more than merchandise. Beauty became a sin. It brought indescribable despair. It was the world that was wrong, and she just wanted to fight back when she was cornered. Sound of footsteps entered the room from the outside corridor. The police were coming. Chen Ji did not have time to waste. He tried to communicate with Su Yin to ask whether there was a way to knock Qiu Meng out and erase his memory of the night without taking his life. Su Yin misunderstood Chen Ji. He had his hands on Qiu Meng's head, and the wounds on his arms opened. Red blood soaked into Qiu Meng's body. The man's eyes were dyed red. Just as Chen Ji thought Qiu Meng's eyes were about to explode, the color disappeared from his eyes, and he fainted. Su Yin seemed to have stolen something from Qiu Meng's mind, and the heart that he was missing recovered a slight hue of red. The key to becoming a red specter is related to living humans. What is it that Su Yin's heart is missing? The door was knocked down, and Chen Ji knew that the police had arrived. He recalled all the ghosts. Then he chose the most comfortable spot to faint on and started to figure out how to deal with the upcoming interrogation. "Quick, we have injured personnel. Call the ambulance." Police officers' voices echoed in his ears. When Chen Ji felt his body move, he peeled his eyes open slightly and realized that Team 1's officers had all arrived. He felt weirdly comforted. Hanbayar and Qiu Meng had fainted, and it was unknown when Li Zheng would wake up. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Ji chose to act unconscious. The lack of rest for the past few days caused Chen Ji to fall asleep inside the ambulance that ferried him to the hospital. At the hospital, the doctor inspected Chen Ji and Li Zheng's bodies. They were both fine, but Hanbayar and Qiu Meng were sent to the ICU. Lying in bed, Chen Ji still remembered to silently set an alarm for himself before he fell back to sleep. At 7 a.m., the alarm rang and Chen Ji stretched lazily. He had not had such a good sleep in a long time. He pulled the sheet back and looked around. Li Zheng had already left, so he was alone in the room. Li Zheng was hypnotized by Hanbayar last night, so he shouldn't remember what happened after then. Chen Ji stood up and inspected the backpack that was left on the bedside table. The recorder and comic were in there, but the hammer had disappeared. He put on his clothes hurriedly and ran out of the room. "You're awake?" Standing guard at the door was All Wei, who had accompanied him to Coffin Village. "The killer's identity has been confirmed, and Li Zheng has given you all the credit. You'll probably appear on television again in a few days." "Given me all the credit?" Chen Ji smiled. "Then I have to ask, is there a reward to solving this case?" "At the very least, you're a business owner, but all you can think of is the money. Can honor be measured by money?" All Wei felt Chen Ji's way of thinking was a problem. "Come with me. Captain Yan is waiting for us downstairs in the ICU. He has some questions for you." Chen Ji followed All Wei down the stairs, and from afar they saw a room that had officers standing at the door. After getting their permission, All Wei told Chen Ji to enter the room. The atmosphere was not right, but Chen Ji did not think anything would happen to him in broad daylight. He pushed the door open, and there was only one bed in the room. Qiu Meng was lying in bed with a respirator. The doctor explained the situation to Captain Yan. They had tried their best, but they could not resuscitate Qiu Meng. When Captain Yan saw Chen Ji, he had the doctor leave the room before closing the door. "Captain Yan, All Wei said you're looking for me?" Chenji glanced Qiu Meng on the bed. His head, both arms, and a leg were wrapped in bandages. The man looked pitiable. "This is yours, right?" Captain Yan dragged out a scary-looking hammer from the nearby cupboard. It had a police seal on it. "It might look scary, but it's just a small prop I use at my haunted house." "A small prop?" Captain Yan needed to use both hands to steady the hammer. "We have checked the wounds on Qiu Meng's body. He suffered from torn muscles and shattered bones. Without immediate medical attention, he would be lying in bed for the rest of his life. He attacked me first. You can ask Li Zheng that. I was just trying to defend myself." The way Chen Ji did not seem to be sorry about anything made Captain Yan feel helpless. "I know that, but sometimes I hope you'd try something more rational like calling me when you have a clue and waiting for backup." Captain Yan pulled the seal from the hammer. "Now both the killer and the accomplice are unconscious. We cannot get any testimony, so people with malicious intent can turn this around on you." He returned the hammer to Chen Ji and whispered, "Hide this inside your bag and make sure it's not discovered when you leave. I don't care where you get this thing, but it's a banned item, so try not to bring it with you in the future." "Understood. Go talk to All Wei and Li Zheng. They still need your complete statement." After leaving the sick room, Chen Ji mulled over every word Captain Yan said, and he could not connect Captain Yan to the chairperson of the society. "Perhaps I'm mistaken." Chapter 373, Third Special Visitor. Chen Ji reached into the side compartment of the bag. There was a sealed bag wrapped up in oil paper. Good, it hasn't been touched. The bag contained the bloodied nail used by the rag doll the night before. Replacing the bag, Chen Ji was led by All Wei to write his statement before he left. He rushed back to New Century Park and prepared for a new day of work. Opening the gate, Chen Ji helped Su Wan and Xiao Gu with their makeup and had Uncle Su sell the tickets. There were workers assigned by Director Luo to help maintain order. Chen Ji wandered around the haunted house and realized that he had nothing else to do. Xiao Gu was getting into the groove, and Su Wan herself was an experienced employee. With Chen Ji's guidance, the 24 mannequins became better at their job. They knew the rules of the haunted house, and when they accidentally caused the visitors to faint, afraid that Chen Ji might get mad, they would try to resuscitate the visitors. In any case, things were slowly moving upward, and now all Chen Ji needed to do was manage the general environment. Sitting where the visitors were required to sign the disclaimer, Chen Ji took out the black phone. After Han Bayar fainted, the black phone had vibrated like a new message had been accepted. Chen Ji had not been able to read through the message at the time, so he waited until now. The completion rate for Third Sick Hall is over 90%. Congratulations, Spectres favored, for acquiring the hidden item for this trial mission, Third Sick Hall's patient list. Third Sick Hall's patient list, 100 malice point. I don't understand why I became like this. All I ever did was try to be human. Looking at the message, Chen Ji was slightly disappointed. He had thought that the hidden item for the Third Sick Hall would be Men Nan's main persona, but it seemed that he had overestimated everything. Pocketing the black phone, Chen Ji went to the prop room and found several yellowed patient records inside the wooden box. The curious thing was that only 5 of them had a black and white photo. Wang Xinglong, Men Nan's mother, Wu Fei, the devil, and Xing Qing did not come with the photo. Only those who are confirmed dead will have photo attached. Wang Xinglong was still alive. Men Nan's mother was guarding Men Nan's second persona. Wu Fei had been taken away by the well ghost at Coffin Village. The devil had been made into a doll by Zhang Ye, and Xing Qing had turned into a red specter with the society's help. Other than these 5, the rest of the patients had their own black and white photos. Chen Ji examined the photos and realized that each photo seemed to be trapping a twisted soul. Some of them were crying, others were laughing, some stared at Chen Ji silently, and others contained the desire to destroy the world. The lingering spirit of the dead patients concentrated on their patients list. The memory of their life made it so that their spirit would not have the release of eternal sleep. When they were alive, they were the best hosts for monsters behind the door, but after they died, they became special specters with unlimited potential. Chen Ji touched the patient list, and a chill radiated from the pictures. The hidden item for Third Sick Hall should be the souls of these 10 patients. Chen Ji did not know whether that was a good reward or not. These 10 spirits had great potential. With their help, Chen Ji could even rebuild the Ghost Story Society. However, there were 2 sides to everything. All 10 of these patients were completely mad, and every one of them was extremely dangerous, so making them submit would be very difficult. The most dangerous presence at the Third Sick Hall is actually these 10 patients. Now that all 10 of their spirits have returned to me, in a bit, I should be able to complete a fully operating 3-star scenario. There was a hidden mission attached to the 3rd sick hall, demolishing the Ghost Stories Society. After completing that mission, Chen-Ji would see the real terror of a 3-star scenario for himself. The complete 3rd sick hall should include the 10 crazed patients, the mad doctors, or something even scarier. Leaving the visitors in the hands of these 10 patients, just thinking about it made Chen-Ji scared. When I did the trial mission, I only ran into a few of them. If I return all the patients, the visitors might really need mental treatment after this. Putting the patients list away, Chen-Ji had a new understanding of a 3-star scenario. Temporarily, 3-star scenarios are enough to hold the interest of the visitors. Before Zhang Yu awakens, there's no need to rush to unlock that 4-star scenario. After exiting the prop room, Chen-Ji sent more batches of visitors into the haunted house. Hearing their screams and the way they shook as they exited the haunted house, Chen-Ji felt satisfied. The visitors swore to not come again, but they also were curious enough to ask others what the other scenarios were like. Whenever this happened, Chen-Ji would wander over to introduce the selling points of the other scenarios, telling them since they had already paid the park's ticket price, why not try everything? Life should not have any regrets. Some would buy what Chen-Ji had to say and start to line up again. Of course, there were visitors who were so spooked that they started to run when they saw Chen-Ji coming toward them. The sound of joy reverberated above the haunted house, giving new life to New Century Park. Lunchtime came, but the number of visitors had not decreased. Su Yan and Xiao Gu went for their lunch break while Chen-Ji joined Uncle Su to sell tickets. Uncle Su, what happened to the few people who were sent to the hospital a few days ago? Chen-Ji worried about this because he was afraid it might affect the park. Director Luo has helped you cover it. Just stop creating trouble in the future. It's a key time for theme park, and we cannot afford to tumble over these small mistakes. Understood. Chen-Ji wanted to say something more when the black phone in his pocket vibrated. He walked to somewhere with the sun and switched on the screen. The effect of midnight ticket counter has been triggered. The 3rd special visitor has appeared. Please make use of this opportunity. The results will be different based on your choices. A special visitor at a time like this. Chen-Ji looked down the long line, and he frowned. This is one of the bad things about having too many customers. How am I supposed to identify the special visitor? He aimed his phone at the visitors lining up. This way, even if he failed to find said visitor today, he could slowly examine the lines to see which visitor was acting strange. What are you doing taking pictures? Quickly lead the visitors into the haunted house, Uncle Su urged. When Chen-Ji was taking picture, a group of 5 young people bought tickets. Follow me, Chen-Ji led the way. The 5 seemed to know him because they kept whispering among themselves behind his back. Chapter 374, The Girl Who Doesn't Know Fear. Chen-Ji's haunted house had become quite famous in Jiujiang, and a bunch of videos about it could be found online. In fact, some of the visitors had photoshopped Chen-Ji holding the hammer as an emoji, so from how he saw it, it was quite normal for him to be recognized. Which scenario are you guys going to challenge? We've cleared all the 1-star scenarios, so we plan to challenge Muyang High School today. It was a girl who spoke. She looked normal but very tall. She had a nasally voice, and based on the lines on her palm, she seemed to be a basketball player. 2-star scenarios are much scarier than 1-star scenarios. I hope you're prepared. Chen-Ji waved at them. Come this way, please sign the disclaimer first. Chen-Ji handed the forms to the group. He stood to the side, thinking they were normal visitors. However, when he saw the name of one of the girls, he realized that he was wrong. Liu Xiangxian, isn't that Gao Ruzu's roommate? Chen-Ji looked at the other disclaimers and saw the name written by the tall girl, Ma Yin. The chance of having 2 names repeated was rare. What were they doing at the haunted house? Chen-Ji had just received the hint from the black phone when Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin entered the haunted house, so Chen-Ji paid full attention. He sidled to the group of young people and asked casually, Are you students from Jiujiang's medical university? Once he said that, all 5 of them raised their heads. They looked nervous like they had been targeted by a bad person. How did you know that? Liu Xiangxian was closest to Chen-Ji. She wore a faded perfume. I not only know you're students from Jiujiang's medical university, I know you are facing some inner problems, so you come to the haunted house to release stress, Chen-Ji said randomly, but it sounded quite reasonable to the group of youngsters. 3 guys and 2 girls coming to visit together, but the 2 girls stick close together, not glancing once at the guys. I believe your hearts are already taken and are troubled over this thing in your heart. Chen-Ji's word hit Liu Xiangxian's heart. Her lips fell open with surprise. The online comments say you're proficient at psychology. I didn't believe it at first, but it looks like I was wrong. When Liu Xiangxian agreed to Chen Ji's hypothesis, the three boys looked rather disappointed. Probably due to curiosity, Liu Xiangxian asked Chen Ji, "Boss, do you think I should be together with that man or not?" Chen Ji hesitated and remembered the information that was revealed when he conversed with the phone spirit. After some time, he shook his head and said, "I can only guess what you're thinking from your emotions and actions. I've not met the man you liked before, so I cannot give you an answer. But if you believe me, why don't you bring me to go meet that person? I definitely will give you a satisfactory reply." Really? Liu Xiangxian was desperate to know whether the man really liked her or not, so she was considering Chen Ji's offer. "Liu Xian, the boss is just joking with you. Do you really believe him?" Ma Yin put her hand on Liu Xiangxian's shoulder. The two seemed close. "I'm not kidding. Jiujiang's Medical University students are my local customers, and that's why I'm trying to help. Do you see me offering to help other visitors?" Chen Ji felt like, between Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin, one of them was possibly the special visitor, and that was why he said those things. Seeing the wavering conviction in her roommate, Ma Yin sighed. "Well, as long as you're happy. There's nothing to lose from trying it out." Liu Xiangxian exchanged phone numbers with Chen Ji. "Boss, my friend is a straight shooter. That's how she is. Don't mind her." Chen Ji pocketed his phone and glanced at Ma Yin. "Straight shooter. From how I see it, the trouble in your roommate's heart might not be smaller than yours." "Do you really think you're a psychologist? What kind of trouble am I facing?" Ma Yin rolled her eyes and took her arm back from Liu Xiangxian's shoulders. Chen Ji looked into Ma Yin's eyes, and after 5 seconds he told her, "Big sister." It was quiet inside the haunted house, so even though Chen Ji was not loud, everyone present could hear what he said. Ma Yin, who had remained calm until then, widened her eyes after she heard those two words. Her heart skipped a beat, and her body froze. "Ma Yin," Liu Xiangxian shook Ma Yin's shoulders. Several breaths later, Ma Yin seemed to wake up from her dream, and she shook Liu Xiangxian's arm away. "What's wrong with you, Ma Yin?" Suddenly realizing something, Ma Yin calmed down immediately. She ignored Chen Ji and pushed the disclaimer on the table forward. "It's nothing. I was indeed thinking about my big sister earlier. I was just surprised boss managed the guess, gave me quite a shock." "Then shall we leave? You look so pale." "You're making too big a deal out of this." Ma Yin smiled apologetically at Chen Ji. "We've signed the disclaimer. Let's begin the experience." "I just made some random guess. Don't think too much of it." Chen Ji picked up the disclaimers and led the way forward. "Mu Yang High School is underground. Come with me." Pulling up the wooden board, Chen Ji watched the batch of visitors enter the scenario. "Have fun." Closing the boards, the smile on Chen Ji's face slowly disappeared. Ma Yin's reaction was too weird when she heard the words "big sister." Could she be my third special visitor? Liu Xiangxian was a possible candidate as well, but in comparison, Ma Yin gave Chen Ji a stranger feeling. Entering the surveillance room, Chen Ji followed the students' progress in Mu Yang High School, focusing on Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian. The five were quite brave, and they knew the layout well. They had probably read the guide before they arrived. As they went down the corridor, the five soon arrived at the sealed classroom. When they passed by, the mannequins in the room turned in unison. The three boys and Ma Yin were spooked, but Liu Xiangxian was laughing. "Why is she laughing? Is this funny?" Inside the creepy environment, being stared at by a group of mannequins, a normal person should have felt scared. Chen Ji had his hand under his chin. Initially, he thought Ma Yin was the special visitor, but seeing how Liu Xiangxian acted inside the haunted house, his opinion changed. "Is it because it's not scary enough?" Chen Ji opened the list of background music and entered Black Friday and Wedding Dress into the playlist. The five stopped outside the sealed classroom. None of the boys dared go in. In the end, Liu Xiangxian told them something, and all five of them entered the classroom together. Chapter 375, The Missing Wife. Cutting to the camera inside the classroom, Chen Ji made a discovery. Liu Xiangxian was not without fear, but the way she showed it was different from normal. When she walked past two mannequins, one of the heads fell off. The other four were scared, but Liu Xiangxian, who was closest to the human head, maintained her composure. With a smile on her face, she bent down to pick up the mannequin head and put it back. Chen Ji paused the video and studied the smile on Liu Xiangxian's face when she picked up the mannequin head. Her smile looks forced. Whenever she smiles, the angle of her smile looks as if it has been trained. When a person is scared, isn't it normal to show a scared expression? Why did she train herself to smile? Overcoming fear and facing fear with a smile were two different concepts. What Liu Xiangxian was doing confused Chen Ji as well. The body is shaking, but the face is smiling. Is the girl suffering from some kind of psychological issue? Chen Ji thought back to the first two special visitors that the haunted house had welcomed, Fan Yu and Men Nan. When they first arrived, they had also shown weird reactions. The video continued to play. The five had already exited the sealed classroom. They had been walking for some time when a few mannequins tumbled out of the sealed classroom like they were blown by the window. There was nothing interesting to see after that. Chen Ji paid special attention to Liu Xiangxian, and the more he studied her, the more he felt she was acting abnormally. For example, when they were at the male dormitory in Western Jiujiang's private academy, the hanging mannequin suddenly jumped out from the bedroom and chased after the group. The other four screamed for help and ran at their top speed, but Liu Xiangxian stood where she was with her body shaking. The smile stayed on her face, but tears were in her eyes. It was clear that she was afraid. Her chest rose unevenly, and it looked like she would faint at any moment. Of course, the hanging man would not really hurt her. It jumped to stand before her before falling into her chest. The dead man's face looked up at her. Finally, Liu Xiangxian lost her composure, and she screamed a series of apologies. However, Chen Ji had no clue who she was apologizing to. Chen Ji did not dare stay inside the surveillance room any longer. His haunted house had just sent 5 visitors to the hospital yesterday. If another visitor fainted on his watch, it would be hard to explain. Pulling the wooden boards back, Chen Ji ran into the scenario. When he arrived, the other 4 students had already dragged Liu Xiangxian out. They screamed at the camera for help, choosing to give up the tour. "Don't be afraid. I've been following you on the camera. If there's an accident, I'll come to save you." Chen Ji was friendly. He arrived less than a minute after the accident. "Boss, will anything happen to Liu Xiangxian?" Ma Yin was worried. "Hard to say for now." Chen Ji looked at Liu Xiangxian, who was calming down. Her facial muscles twitched. Even at a time like this, she did not forget to smile. "Actually, I'm curious. Why didn't she run when she saw something scary but stood there dumbly?" "I don't really know. She has acted similarly at the dormitory, but it was nothing serious." Ma Yin held Liu Xiangxian as they moved to the exit. "Something similar happened before." Yes, Liu Xian was very afraid of bugs, but one day, that fear disappeared. I even saw her use her bare hands to catch those bugs before. It just happened miraculously one fine day? Chen Ji was now certain that something must have happened to Liu Xiangxian at school. However, he understood not to push it. "We have a professional doctor here at the park. Let's bring her to him." Chen Ji personally led Liu Xiangxian to the medical room. He wanted to take this chance to communicate with Liu Xiangxian to find out some information, but he was needed at the haunted house, so he could not leave. He waited until 6 p.m., but there was no message on the black phone, and Chen Ji started to suspect that he had got the wrong person. Neither of them was the special visitor. He busied himself until 6:30 p.m. Chen Ji closed the door and cleaned the toilet before he exited the park. He hopped into the taxi and sent Inspector Lee a message, telling him that he had something important to tell him and that it had to be done in secret. Inspector Lee's reply came very fast, and he asked to meet Chen Ji at the Purple Briars Park next to Western Jiujiang's police station. At 7:10 p.m., Chen Ji found Inspector Lee at one of the alcoves. "Chen Ji, why are you acting so mysteriously? Why did you call me?" Inspector Lee lit a cigarette and leaned against the column. "I need you to analyze something for me." Chen Ji took out the seal bag from his backpack. "There's an iron nail inside this. There's a blood stain on the tip of the nail. Don't the police have a DNA databank? Can you help me check if the blood stain matches anyone?" Inspector Lee accepted the bag, but he did not make any promises. Was this left behind by the killer? Chen Ji nodded. "Then why didn't you send this to the police station? Why did you sneak this to me in private?" Inspector Lee snuffed out the cigarette and puffed out the smoke. He looked at Chen Ji with interest. "You suspect the killer is a police officer?" Chen Ji did not deny it. "Uncle Sanbao, this thing is too complicated. I don't have the answer myself." "You only create problems for me." Inspector Lee shoved the bag inside his pocket. "The results will be back by tomorrow night." "Thank you." "No need, it's what the police should do." Inspector Lee turned to leave. Chen Ji called a cab to return to New Century Park. When he was inside the car, his phone rang. "Liu Xiangxian," Chen Ji accepted the call. "Hello, are you feeling better?" "Yes." "Why are you calling?" "It's like this." Liu Xiangxian sounded rather flustered. "Can you come to Jiujiang's Medical University tonight? I've asked the man out. I'm not sure whether he likes me or not, so I want you to give me your opinion. Chen Ji did not expect that Liu Xiangxian would really call him about this. After some consideration, Chen Ji said, "Okay, I'll be there in a bit." After he agreed to Liu Xiangxian's request, the black phone in his other pocket vibrated. He took out the phone and saw the new message. "The third special visitor has left. You've successfully unlocked the mission information. Unlocked hidden trial mission, the missing wife. Chapter 376, Perhaps he doesn't like me. The missing wife, 1-star mission. Find Liu Xiangxian before midnight. Mission hint, perhaps he doesn't love me. Do you wish to accept this mission? Warning, trial missions are only available for 24 hours. If they are not accepted within these 24 hours, the scenario will never be unlocked." Naturally, Chen Ji accepted it. Since this was just a 1-star mission, he didn't think it would that difficult. I only need to find Liu Xiangxian. There's no other requirement. Chen Ji had a feeling that the sentence had another meaning, but temporarily, he had no idea what. After hanging up, Chen Ji returned to New Century Park to grab all of his equipment before rushing to Jiujiang Medical University. At 7:40 p.m., Chen Ji arrived at his destination and found Liu Xiangxian at a nearby tea house. "Why are you here?" Chen Ji was curious. The things there were expensive, and Liu Xiangxian did not look like she was much of a tea drinker. "He prefers a quiet place." Liu Xiangxian was embarrassed. She had put quite some effort into her appearance, but she looked rather pale. "I've booked the private room for you next door. You can hide in there." Chen Ji moved to oblige. From his vantage page, he could look clearly into the room next door. Then it was a long wait. Liu Xiangxian asked to meet the man at 8 p.m. Combining the time Liu Xiangxian waited for Chen Ji, she had been waiting for at least half an hour already. She checked her appearance again and again as she looked out the window carefully. She was both fearful and excited. The man did not show at 8 p.m. She took out her phone to call the man, but when she found the man's name on the contact list, she hesitated. Did something happen to him? Liu Xiangxian was completely different from when she was with her friends. She asked the waitress for a cup of water. She picked the cup up, but worried that it might ruin her lipstick, she put it down again. She wanted to show the man her best. The man still had not arrived at 8:20 p.m. Liu Xiangxian looked at the food on the table, but she had no appetite. She held her phone, and after some hesitance, she finally called the man's number. The call rang, but no one answered. Something must have happened to him. Liu Xiangxian looked out the window. The crowd was starting to thin because it was getting late. She waited until 9 p.m., and he was still a no-show. "Let's stop waiting, he won't be coming tonight." Chen Ji walked out from the room. "From how he treats you, it looks like he doesn't care about you that much." "Let's wait a little longer." Liu Xiangxian waited until the tea house closed, but the man did not show up. They left the tea house together, Liu Xiangxian looking quite devastated. Due to the mission by the black phone, Chen Ji stuck close to Liu Xiangxian. "Can you tell me the story between the both of you? Perhaps I can give you some advice." Liu Xiangxian shook her head, but it was uncertain whether she did not want to share the story or had something that she could not say. "If you don't tell me anything, how am I supposed to help? If you hold something within your heart for too long, it might decay. Now you need someone to talk to. Your roommates are a close part of your life. You walk in the same circle, so telling them might affect your friendship, but I'm different. I'm an outsider who has no interaction with your life. You don't need to worry about me interrupting your normal life." Chen Ji kept trying to loosen Liu Xiangxian's lips, and Liu Xiangxian was slowly convinced. The stuff in her heart was piling up so high that she had trouble breathing. "Say it out loud, you'll feel much better." Chen Ji sounded like the boy next door, very warm and friendly. She paused in thought, and after one last struggle, Liu Xiangxian began. "I was brought up by my mother, and I've never seen my father. Sometimes I wonder what my father looks like. Perhaps due to that, when I first saw him, there was a very special feeling. With or without the romantic feeling, I just feel safe around him." Liu Xiangxian looked up at the streetlight, the soft light falling on her pained expression. "I was like a child lost in the field, finding a hunter with a torch and a gun." "That's quite an interesting analogy. What happened next?" "He is much older than I am and has all the good qualities of a mature man. In my eyes, he is a perfect man, and I cannot prevent my heart from falling in love. However, as our interaction increased, I realized that he is rather different from normal men." Liu Xiangxian's eyes were wavering. "Liking someone means knowing everything about him. I heard from his close family that his wife died in a car accident 7 years ago. It was because I found out about that news that I started to pursue him. Initially, he rejected me, but with my tireless approach, the distance between us closed. It was also at the time that I found out the biggest secret about him. Liu Xiangxian paused for a long time before she continued. He is under the impression that his wife is still alive. There are 2 sets of everything at his home, and he sometimes talks to the air like his wife is standing there. That's an obvious sign of trauma. When Liu Xiangxian heard Chen Ji's assessment, she shook her head with hesitance. I don't think he's sick, he just loves his wife too much. Your mind is muddled from love. That's why you're coming up with all these reasons for him. If you really have his interests at heart, you should bring him to a psychologist. You'll understand what I mean when you see him. I'm not lying to you. Liu Xiangxian saw the number on her phone and she thanked Chen Ji. Thank you for everything today. I'll deal with this myself. I hope that you'll keep this to yourself. Of course, you have my word. Seeing Liu Xiangxian's back, the smile on Chen Ji's face slowly disappeared. He caught a deep hint of despair when she spoke. He had heard the same trace of despair when he interacted with members of the Ghost Stories Society. The man Liu Xiangxian likes thinks his dead wife is still alive. This is similar to number 10. In the pen's spirit S. Will, she overheard number 10 calling the body on his back his wife. Chen Ji was increasingly curious about Liu Xiangxian. While no one was watching, he carried his backpack and sneaked into Jiujiang Medical University. Chapter 377, Big Sister's Video. Liu Xiangxian was despondent because her date did not show, so she did not notice Chen Ji, who was trailing her. She's going back to the dormitory. What should I do? Wait outside the dormitory. Chen Ji looked around the female dormitory. Even though there were good hiding spots, if he was discovered there, he would definitely be handed over to the police. He looked on as Liu Xiangxian entered the dormitory and disappeared up the stairs. I cannot follow her any longer, but if I leave just like that, the trial mission will definitely fail. Caught in a conundrum, he headed in the direction of the abandoned education block. Based on the phone spirit's description, Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian leave the bedroom at 1 a.m. every night. It shouldn't be any different tonight. I only need to find a place to wait for them to show up. The abandoned building won't have any people coming at night, and the guards don't normally patrol there. Chen Ji very easily found the abandoned education block. He climbed to the 2nd floor and kept his eyes on the road. I feel like such a peeping Tom, but no one will probably suspect there's someone inside this abandoned building. Leaning against the wall, Chen Ji took out his phone to play. I should have brought the white cat with me. Guarding this place alone is quite boring. He Googled his own haunted house online, reading through the latest comments and articles before logging into the video sharing app. He was surprised at how busy his inbox was. He clicked it open and was shocked to see so many of them urging him to update the comic. Of 10 comments, about half of them had to do with the horror comic. Uncle Yan, you're going to be huge. After Chen Ji posted Yan Danian's comic on the website, he had stopped following it. He was surprised to find the comic had more than 10,000 comments. Many commenters thought that Chen Ji was the artist and praised him for his talent. Beyond the streams and videos, he was such a good comic artist. They praised him for being a genius. Thankfully, I didn't upload everything at once last time. Chen Ji clicked through his phone. He had saved Yan Danian's comic into a collection called Ghost Tenants, and he had only uploaded the first part. He opened the inbox and glanced through it, but he could not find any comic website or publisher contacting him. Looks like the influence is not big enough, but Uncle Yan should be happy knowing so many people like his work. Chen Ji was reminded of Uncle Yan's disappointed face. He was so sad that even ghosts did not have the heart to bully him. He took out the comic from his pocket and called Uncle Yan's name softly. Perhaps because Chen Ji had been calling Yan Danian when he was in throes of danger, it had completely ruined the man's hope for life. Chen Ji called the man about 10 times, but the middle-aged man that faced the wall refused to turn around. Uncle Yan, look at the number of people who enjoyed your work. 10,000 comments all asking for updates. They're all your fans. Chen Ji swiped the comments before the comic page, and for the first time the expression on Yan Danian's face shifted. He was shocked. He did not even imagine there would come a day when his work would get so popular. Uncle Yan, don't get too ahead of yourself. This is just a beginning. In the future, you'll gather more fans, and countless publishers will come to you. Your comic might even have the chance to be adapted into a cartoon or movie. Chen Ji did not know how the business worked, but he tried his best to create a hopeful blueprint for Yan Danian to lay the groundwork for what he was going to say next. It was the correct choice to follow me. I've told you before, I'll help you fulfill your dream. In the corridor on the abandoned education block, Chen Ji held the phone and talked about dreams and the future to a comic. As his only listener, Yan Danian believed Chenji. He sat in the corner of the comic with his fists gripped tight like he was holding the hope of the future in them. With Yan Danian watching, Chenji uploaded the second part for Ghost Tenants and added at the bottom, joint production of Western Jiujiang's House of Horrors. Seeing the comments that rolled in, Yan Danian was even more excited than Chenji. Based on this development, Uncle Yan's third power should be unlocked soon. Yan Danian was categorized by the Black Phone as a lesser red specter, but his first two power were support-based, so Chenji was anticipating his third power. He arranged the comic pages that the Ghost Tenants would use in the future, and without him realizing it, it was 1 a.m., and the campus was very silent. Are Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin not planning to come out today? Were they influenced by Gao Ruzu's incident? Chenji was rather bored waiting alone inside the building. He looked down the dark corridor and hoped that some ghost would come down it to quench his boredom. At 1:48 a.m., there was finally some movement from the female dormitory. The old dormitory's front door was slowly pushed open, and the two girls walked out. Finally, you've arrived. Chenji collected everything into his backpack and went downstairs. What? Ma Yin gently slid the dormitory's door shut. They looked around and made sure no one was watching before running past the surveillance camera. The two sneaked into the nearby lane and headed for the abandoned education block. We only have the northeastern side of the warehouse that we haven't searched. We'll definitely find that statue tonight. Ma Yin looked at how sad Liu Xiangxian was, but she did not know how to console her. Then we'll find all our answers. With puffy eyes, Liu Xiangxian looked at the phone in her hands and sighed with uncertainty. But we've been looking for so many days already. I'm beginning to think that the statue isn't even real. It has to be real. In the video that my big sister left before she disappeared, there was a description on that statue. Ma Yin took out her phone and clicked open one of the videos. The video was only 13 seconds long, but the shot image was quite scary. The video had probably been shot in secret. The angle was weird. The camera seemed to have been placed under the bed, and the screen was aimed at the room outside. There was a swinging rope in the middle of the room like someone was planning to hang themselves. There was blood on the floor, and a bloodied bedsheet dangled by the edge of the bed. There was no dead body captured on the screen, but there was the edge of a bloodied bedsheet squeezed through the dresser door. Facing the bed was a Western sculpture, and there were plenty of unfinished sculptures on the table. The video soon reached its end. The screen shook slightly, and at the last second the camera turned to the window. At the windowsill there was a woman with unnatural skin color poking out half of her head, looking into the room. The screen went dark, and the video ended. Chapter 378, Someone Has Been Here. This is the last video my sister sent me before she disappeared. I've been searching for this room, paying close attention to any clues in the video. Finally, my hard work was rewarded. I was randomly scrolling through the university forum when I came across a ghost story thread about our school. One of the stories was about a weeping statue. According to legend, as long as we can find this statue before midnight, it could help us diagnose the authenticity of any statement. If it is true, it'll cry tears of blood, and if it's fake, something scary will happen. Ma Yin found the screenshots of said thread on her phone. There was an attached picture of the statue at the end of the thread, and the statue looked similar to the sculpture captured in her sister's video. It was a Western sculpture of a Western man. It was larger than a normal person, and he looked ugly. There was a sentence carved into the base: "Deceit is the most beautiful, but truths are often the ugliest." I private messaged the op to know how he managed to get the picture, but he didn't reply. Then I contacted that person through the teachers. He said that he took the picture at an abandoned warehouse. He thought that the statue matched the story he was telling, so he attached it to the post. Ever since the movement of the campus several years ago, no one has been to this warehouse. If he was telling the truth, then the statue must still be inside that warehouse. Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian were close friends who shared everything. Once Ma Yin trusted someone, she would share her every secret. Let's hope we can find it this time. I really want to know the answer. The two girls jumped over the blockade and sneaked into the abandoned building. Every time we come here, it feels weird, like there's someone here other than us. Since they were afraid light might attract the attention of the security, Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian did not switch on the flashlight on their phones. They touched the wall and slowly walked down the corridor. It's quite a waste to keep this building abandoned. I wonder why the school doesn't rent this place out, Ma Yin mumbled to herself. She was actually quite scared, but she did not dare show that before Liu Xiangxian. She treated Liu Xiangxian as her best friend. When they moved forward, she kept Liu Xiangxian behind her to protect her. The physically smaller Liu Xiangxian followed behind Ma Yin. After entering the education block, she also started to feel nervous. Xiao Yin, after we've been here several times, I reached out to the graduated seniors to ask about it. They said there's a reason this place is abandoned, and it's related to the move of the other courses to a new campus. What kind of reason? Ma Yin was tall and much stronger than normal girls, but that did not mean she was braver. It seems to be related to cadavers. This block was sealed up because it was too close to the laboratory block. Liu Xiangxian looked out the window. There was a strange phenomenon at Jiujiang Medical University at 2 a.m. If the campus was separated into 4 directions, north, south, east, west, the north, south, and east sides of the campus had some lights, but the west side was completely dark. According to legend, the largest underground morgue in Jiujiang is within the western side of our school. Wasn't there a tradition to turn off the lights after midnight? It is because, since the cadavers were tired in the morning, they needed to rest at night. Do you believe something like that? Liu Xiangxian's voice was weird, and she looked extremely pale that night. That is rather weird. There are more weird things about this school. Do you remember what the counseling instructor said when we first registered? Do not go to the western part of the campus after midnight. People asked him why, but he stammered a nonsensical reason. After asking the seniors, there was a student who went out at night and saw someone waving at him. He walked into the western part of the campus at night and saw a cadaver that was ruined inside the lab. The more Liu Xiangxian continued, the darker her face became. There are many similar stories, and I cannot tell which are real and which are fake anymore. Liu Xian, we've been searching for several nights already. We cannot give up now. For Ma Yin, Liu Xiangxian was her only partner. If Liu Xiangxian retreated, she would need to look for the statue related to her sister's disappearance alone. I know, I just feel dumb for having this insistence. Liu Xiangxian took out her phone and had the urge to delete someone's number from the contact list. They walked to the corner and down the stairs to first floor underground. They turned on their flashlights after making sure that no one was following them. This place suddenly feels so cold. The cold draft caressed Ma Yin's hair, and she squeezed to stand beside Liu Xiangxian. There's no ventilation in this place, so I have no idea where the draft comes from. Their shoulders leaned together, and Ma Yin suddenly realized that Liu Xiangxian's body was very cold, like it was frozen. Liu Xian, why are you so cold? Nervous. Don't worry, I'm here with you. No matter what happens, I'll stay by your side. They moved down the corridor and did not stop to turn into the rooms on the side, but headed straight for the stairs to go down to second floor underground. There were some stains on the stairs. It looked dirty, like someone had dragged something up or down the stairs. Seems like someone has been here before us. Ma Yin looked at the water stain on the ground and sniffed at the residual scent in the air. As a medical student, she was familiar with this smell. It's formalin. Formalin is not allowed to be taken out of the lab. How can it be here? Liu Xiangxian knew the usage of formalin. It was to preserve the cadavers. The underground here is connected to the western side of the campus. Did someone really sneak into the underground morgue? Earlier this year, I heard that someone has been stealing the cadavers to sell on the black market. That shouldn't be the case. Even if the person can move the cadavers out of the morgue, how would they transport them out of the school? There is surveillance everywhere. Ma Yin tried to console Liu Xiangxian. Don't read too much into this. There are people who come to maintain the underground morgue once in a while. This is probably their doing. In that case, they wouldn't have come through this building but used the front door. I still think something is wrong. Even though she said so, Liu Xiangxian went down the stairs faster than Ma Yin. She held onto the wall and raised the flashlight when she reached the bottom of the stairs. The path split in two. There was a sign on the wall. The right path led to a normal storeroom, while the left led to the underground morgue. The water stains on the ground became more obvious, and they were all on the left path. Looks like someone really has entered the underground morgue. Ma Yin looked down the left corridor and raised her phone to shine the light down the dark corridor. Chapter 379, Envy. The corridor was long, and the walls on both sides were painted white. Every few meters was a rusted steel door, and aged police tape was sealed off each of the doors. We've been here several times already, but we never did notice that this is a corridor used to transport cadavers. Some medical schools had pathways specifically used to transport cadavers. This type of special pathway was usually underground, and the floor would be flat to ease transportation. The other obvious feature was the layer of white paint on the walls. Other than that, there was not any special decoration. Let's stop wasting time standing here. Let's get to the storeroom. Liu Xiangxian pulled on Ma Yin's arm and led her down the right corridor. The left led to the underground morgue, and the right was a normal storeroom where various abandoned equipment had been left. The two walked down the corridor for some time when Ma Yin heard footsteps coming from behind them. She stopped and used the flashlight on the camera to shine behind her. "Xiao Yin, what's wrong? Someone seems to be following us." Ma Yin was not sure herself because when she tried to focus on the noise, the footsteps disappeared again. "You must be mistaken." Liu Xiangxian forced an unnatural smile, facing fear with a smile that had become her habit. "Let's get into the storeroom first. There's nowhere to hide in this corridor." Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian increased in speed until they reached the first turn in the corridor. There was a scratched wooden door. The lock was seriously broken, and there were various black scratches on the door. The most curious thing was that someone had carved the word paradise on the door. "This is weird. Before we left, I remember us closing the door." The door was half open, like someone had gone in while they were away. "Be careful." Ma Yin placed both of her hands on the wooden door to push it open. She stopped at the door and did not rush in. The girl might appear that way, but she was more careful than she looked. She used her phone to scan every corner in the room, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. "This time we should stick together instead of separating." Ma Yin took care of Liu Xiangxian walking in front. The block had been sealed up for quite some time already, so logically speaking, the place should have been deserted. Yet, weirdly enough, there was little dust. It was as if someone still went there to clean the place every so often. Most of the abandoned equipment for Jiujiang Medical University was placed there, including almost every manner of thing imaginable. There were many vials on the racks, and some of them had viscous red liquid inside, like they were preserved human organ. There were many similar things. If this was a normal person, they would have turned around and left immediately, but as medical students, Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian did not think any of that was scary. Along the rows of racks, the stuff inside was messier. There were abandoned fire extinguishers, broken photocopiers and computers, and unused tables and chairs piled up in the corner. There were reports stuck inside the drawers, and broken gym equipment sat on the chairs. Further into the storeroom, there were drama costumes abandoned by the Drama Society, canvases given up by the Arts Society, and a lot of other junk. When the university moved campus, most of the junk had been deposited down there. I've asked the people at the new campus. Before the move, a few of the societies left the more difficult-to-deal-with pieces for the school to deal with. To save money, the school left them in this underground storeroom. Ma Yin walked ahead and used her phone to search amid the mountain of rubbish. "The only society that I can think of that would have any use for statue and sculpture is the Arts Society, so we should focus on this section tonight." After taking a few more steps, Ma Yin realized that Liu Xiangxian was still standing where she was. "What's wrong with you?" "Look at that." Liu Xiangxian pointed at a computer that sat in the corner. The plug for the monitor was plugged inside the socket. "When we were here the last time, I was afraid that the plug might cause a short circuit, so I removed the plug, but now the plug is still inside the socket. Looks like someone has indeed been in here. Could it be a thief?" "Why would a thief purposely come here to use the computer? Furthermore, this is an abandoned model. I don't think it can be operated anymore." Liu Xiangxian pressed the power button, and to her surprise, the computer powered on. The screen shone a cold light, but the image froze like it could not process beyond that. "Just ignore it. We should focus on our search. Even if someone did sneak in, it won't affect our progress." Ma Yin turned to focus on the corner where most of the arts and crafts stuff sat. She moved some of the amateur paintings aside to look for the statue. Liu Xiangxian stood where she was, staring at the monitor. It was unclear whether it was a flicker in the system or the shadows, but she could swear that she saw the shape of a human on screen. She leaned in closer to take the look, and the person's face became increasingly clearer. It looked like a bald man, and his face was twice the size of a normal person. "Liu Xiangxian, come help me," Ma Yin shouted, carrying a large canvas. "Okay." Liu Xiangxian removed the plug and walked to help Ma Yin with the canvas. The two worked together to move all the canvases out of the way, and beyond all of that was a wooden cupboard. "There should be something inside this cupboard," Ma Yin said as she moved to open the door. However, when her finger touched the door, she immediately jerked back. "What's wrong?" "There's something on the surface." Ma Yin rubbed her fingers and gave it a sniff. "Why is there formalin on the door handle?" The formalin on the stairs outside could be explained as an accidental splash, but what about the cupboard behind the canvases? That was too weird. Could there be a cadaver hiding inside this cupboard? Ma Yin's heart raced, and her breathing became uneven. She took in a deep breath before edging the door open. She looked inside the gap, and there were no bodies inside the cupboard, just several paintings. Ma Yin sighed in relief as she took the paintings out. However, when she saw the content of one of the paintings, her heart squeezed again. The painting style was rather derivative. It was a painting of medical students operating on the cadaver, but the weirdest thing was that the drawing was painted from the cadaver's perspective. Lying inside the cold storage, looking at the tightly covered medical students, the scalpel in his hands, and then at the cadaver's own body. There was an emotion that was running through the painting. It was an envy of life, an envy of that supple skin, those movable joints, the things that he had lost. He wished that he could have that instead of lying on the slab, unable to do anything as the students cut open his body. Chapter 380, The Third Person. The painter is quite creative, painting this from the perspective of the cadaver. Ma Yin looked at the painting in her hands. She was influenced by the emotions elicited by the painting, and she did not feel so good. It's quite weird, don't you think? Painting from the cadaver's perspective, as if it's a living person, it looks off. Liu Xiangxian glanced at it once before she lost interest. I have a feeling this painting is for the dead. Perhaps the painter is the cadaver. Stop joking. Ma Yin put the painting aside. When she prepared to pick up the second painting, her finger accidentally brushed against the canvas, and it felt wet. It still hasn't dried. She stood where she was with her mind blank. The painting feels like it just been painted. There has to have been someone else in this storeroom recently, but why would they paint in here? And why paint such a weird topic? Ma Yin thought about what Liu Xiangxian said before they entered the building. A student saw someone waving at him when he passed by the western section of the campus, and following the shadow, he discovered a seriously ruined cadaver. Could the painter really be the cadaver? A scary thought appeared in her mind. Ma Yin could not stop herself as she staggered backward. She wanted to stay away from the cupboard, but she was curious about the other painting. Eventually, curiosity won over fear. Ma Yin walked to the cupboard and took out the second painting. It was an oil painting, and the colors used in the painting were quite depressing. A gray sky, a black crow poking at a startling white body, and a decaying arm poking through the ground. Such a depressing view of the world, there's no color at all. Ma Yin turned to the third painting. It was a painting of a young girl holding an apple. This painting was completely different from the other two. The girl was wearing a cute, vibrant outfit, standing under the neon lights. The apple in her hands was a burst of red. From the background to the character, it was filled with brightness and color, but the painting still gave one an uncomfortable feeling. The reason was the main character. The little girl was completely different from the rest of the painting. Her exposed skin showed an unnatural gray-ashy color. She held the apple in her hand, wanting to give it a bite, but she knew, even if she did, she would not know the taste of apple. There was a simple desire on the girl's face. She wanted to know the taste of apple. Putting down the third painting, Ma Yin looked at the last painting. It was a realistic painting, and it had a dead person as its subject. A normal person might have been uncomfortable, but Ma Yin was unaffected. After her first autopsy class, she understood something. A dead person was categorically different from a living one. A dead person was no different from a cold machine comprised of complicated parts, but it was a machine that could not run again. The man in the painting looked at his body, probably wondering whether he could still be called human. After staring at the human portrait in the painting for a long time, Ma Yin suddenly remembered something. She took out her phone and clicked open the video that her sister had sent her before her disappearance. When the video reached 12-second mark, she pressed pause. The camera was aimed at the window. A woman was hanging on the windowsill, exposing half of her face. Comparing the face to the painting, Ma Yin suddenly realized that the color of the woman's skin was similar to all the human characters in the paintings. What's going on? One is real since it's captured on film, but the other is fake because they were painted. Her arm shook involuntarily. She had a feeling that the woman in the video and the people in the paintings were all looking at her. She put the paintings back into the cupboard and closed it. Only then did the feeling disappear. The main characters of the paintings are all cadavers, so in that case, the woman climbing on the window is also a cadaver. But how could a cadaver climb onto the windowsill? When the video stopped, the woman by the window was staring at the person behind the camera. Through the screen, Ma Yin felt like the woman was staring at her. There was a complicated emotion in her eyes. That is not something possible for cadaver. Ma Yin closed the video. She was quite afraid staring at the woman. My sister's disappearance has to do with this woman, and these few paintings are my clues. With her hand on the cupboard door, Ma Yin touched the sticky substance, and she was confused. There is residual formalin on the door, and the paintings are painted from the perspective of the cadaver. Sis disappeared after she saw something similar to a dead body. Did the cadavers really come back to life? Zio Yin, Liu Xiangxian's voice came from behind her. This cowardly girl sounded like she had walked deeper into the storeroom alone. Where are you? Ma Yin could only hear Liu Xiangxian's voice, but she could not see her. There was too much trash in the storeroom blocking her view. Zio Yin, Liu Xiangxian called again. Ma Yin, who had been spooked by the paintings and the video, was cautious. She picked up a broken chair lying to the side and walked toward the sound of the voice. Walking through the racks, she saw a straight shadow standing in an inconspicuous corner of the room. Liu Xian, Ma Yin held the chair with one hand as she raised her phone. Before the light hit the shadow, she felt someone touch her shoulder. Who is it? Her arm moved, and Ma Yin swung the chair behind her. Just as the chair was about to hit the person, she saw who it was and forced herself to stop. The chair brushed against the person and knocked into the rack, creating a loud bang. She pulled back her arm. Liu Xiangxian was also scared because she did not think Ma Yin would react so violently. Zio Yin, what's wrong with you tonight? Putting down the chair, Ma Yin took in a deep breath. What's wrong with me? Were you trying to scare me to death by tapping on my shoulder like that? But we've been here several times already. There's nothing to be afraid of. Liu Xiangxian thought she saw a twisted expression on Ma Yin's face for that moment. This time's different. Now I can be sure someone has been in here before us. Ma Yin was suddenly reminded of something. She aimed her phone at the corner. Where is he? The corner was completely empty. Zio Yin, stop scaring me. Who is here other than us? Liu Xiangxian stood behind Ma Yin. Even if someone was here, he must have left already. No, he's still here. I just saw him with my own eyes. Ma Yin could not have imagined that, while they were searching through the storeroom, there was another person in there with them. We have to leave immediately. I have a very bad feeling. Ma Yin picked up the chair from the floor and tried to persuade Liu Xiangxian to leave. No, we cannot go now. Liu Xiangxian stood her ground as she held onto Ma Yin's arm. I just came back from the other side of the storeroom. I found the statue. Chapter 381, The Weeping Statue. At this most dangerous moment, Liu Xiangxian found the statue they were looking for. This should have been a happy occasion, but Ma Yin found it so difficult to smile. She was certain that there was a third person hiding in the storeroom. Maybe he was hiding in a corner, watching them at that very moment. Should they leave or take a risk? No, I still think it's too dangerous. Since we know where the statue is now, we can come back tomorrow. There's no need to rush this. Ma Yin tried to convince her best friend. Listen to me, we need to leave. 2 questions won't take that much time. Liu Xiangxian was stubborn. The man that she loved had become a thorn in her heart. Releasing her grasp on Ma Yin, Liu Xiangxian walked deeper into the storeroom alone. It'll end soon. In a few minutes I'll know the real answer. She sounded like she was possessed. Liu Xiangxian? Ma Yin was agitated. She wanted to leave, but she could not abandon Liu Xiangxian. Her 2 hands holding the chair, she gave chase after Liu Xiangxian. The 2 girls reached the last rack that was on the left side of the storeroom. Liu Xiangxian pointed at the gap between the rack and the wall. The wall behind that rack is hollowed out, and the statue is just behind it. Ma Yin leaned on the rack and shone the light into the gap. There was an ugly face that looked back at her. When the light hit the statue, the eyes of the statue seemed to blink. There's only one statue inside this storeroom, so this has to be it. Liu Xiangxian grabbed the edge of the rack. What are you doing standing there? We've finally found the thing we've been looking for so long. Why aren't you helping? I feel like there's a reason someone purposely hid the statue behind the rack. Ma Yin looked at the statue, and for some reason it felt familiar to her. The 2 of them moved the rack aside, and a faint smell drifted out. What is that smell? It seems to come from the statue. It smells like decomposition. Why would a statue smell like decomposition? Liu Xiangxian walked to the statue with her phone, and the light hit the statue fully. It was a sculpture of a mature male. It was larger than a normal man, and it was well built. However, the face was distorted, so ugly that people would not look at it directly. Very rarely would a sculptor do something like this, unless there was a special meaning. The words at the base and the face, it's the same as the statue in your video. Liu Xiangxian looked at this statue, and her fingers shivered. She had finally found the solution to the question that had been bothering her for so long. The hollowed-out alcove was only 1 meter wide, and the statue was placed at the very back. He looked like a devil with his arms open, ready to welcome the lost lambs. Standing before statue, the smell intensified, but Liu Xiangxian did not seem to smell it. She put her hands together and lowered her head silently. In my heart... Wait a minute, Ma Yin interrupted Liu Xiangxian. You'd better think about this carefully before you ask the question. According to the legend, this statue can verify the validity of any statement. If the statement is true, it will shed blood tears, but if it's fake, then something scary will happen. I know. Liu Xiangxian was closed to any advice. She took another step and told the statue softly, "The man inside my heart, he also likes me, yes." Inside the darkened storeroom, the girl asked the question inside her heart, and she turned to focus on the statue's eyes with anticipation. If the statue wept, then she was right. Liu Xiangxian started to get nervous. She could even hear her own heartbeat. 1 second, 2 seconds. Half a minute went by and nothing happened. The statue did not cry and nothing scary happened. The legend's fake. Liu Xiangxian leaned weakly against the wall like her energy had been sucked out of her body. Her hope morphed into a bubble and was popped. Ma Yin stood behind Liu Xiangxian. She seemed to have expected this result. Often, people did something not to wish for any result, but it was because of that drive of hope. Ma Yin patted Liu Xiangxian's shoulder lightly, but she did not know how to best console her roommate. "I'm fine." The trained smile appeared on Liu Xiangxian's face. "This statue once appeared in your sister's video. You have to go and check whether there's any clue regarding her disappearance. I'll be fine." Ma Yin nodded. She took out her phone to pause the video where the statue was on screen. "The statue in the video is completely identical to this statue. I only need to find out who this statue's original owner is, and I'll be able to find the killer." She recorded the statue on her phone, not letting go of any details. The camera moved from the statue's chest to its cheeks. The sense of familiarity in Ma Yin's heart increased like she had done something like this before. "Have I forgotten something?" After recording everything, Ma Yin put her phone away. "The legend involving the statue is fake, but at least the appearance of this statue has proven something. The video that my sister sent me is real." She stared at the statue before her. Looking at that ugly face, an urge blossomed in her heart. She reached out to touch the statue's icy skin, and Ma Yin asked the question that had been troubling her. "My big sister is dead, isn't she?" Disappeared and dead were two different things. Even after so many years, Ma Yin still had some hope in her heart. After 2 seconds, Ma Yin shook her head. "The legend is fake, so why am I doing this? It's just a story to trick children, and we've fallen for it." She was talking to herself, but when she finished, the stench in the air grew, and the light from the phone twisted. The originally silent storeroom started to echo with a pounding sound like something was knocking into the racks. Ma Yin sensed the change in the air, and she prepared to leave when Liu Xiangxian yelled, "Zio Yin, look at his eyes." His eyes? Ma Yin understood it immediately and turned to look at the statue's eyes. 2 lines of blood were flowing down the statue's eyes. The blood was thick and red, forming a great contrast to the plaster-white skin. The statue cried. Ma Yin stood where she was, and soon she was covered by fear. The statue will cry when it's a truth, but when Liu Xiangxian asked her question earlier, it didn't respond. The light was distorted even more, and the pounding sound became more consistent. Chapter 382, Even Greater Despair. Ma Yin looked at the blood tear on the statue's face, and a weird emotion formed in her heart. It was fear and familiarity, like she had been through this before. "We cannot stay here any longer. We have to leave now." Liu Xiangxian was completely unmoved by the urgency in Ma Yin's voice. Her slender arms curved inwards to hug her shoulders like she was suddenly feeling very cold. "So he really doesn't love me. I've been reading too much into this." Liu Xiangxian's emotions were unraveling, and she started to cry, talking to the air. "Since he doesn't love me, then why did he give me hope? Why did he torture me?" Ma Yin shook Liu Xiangxian. "We can talk about this outside. It's not safe here." She was about 1 head taller than Liu Xiangxian, and she was also stronger. She forced Liu Xiangxian out from behind the rack. When the two of them turned, the statue at the innermost part of the storeroom elicited the sound of teeth grinding. The tears of blood kept falling like the statue was about to come to life at any moment. Unlike when they entered, a weird change was happening to the storeroom. The racks moved to form a maze, and the trash blocked the road, making it difficult for them to exit. "Didn't we move the canvases to the side of the wall? Why are they still blocking the path?" Ma Yin needed to take care of Liu Xiangxian, who was in the middle of a breakdown, and tried to mow their way out. She moved the heavy canvases aside, her heart screaming faster, faster. The pounding sound entered her ears. It sounded like it came from a particular corner of the storeroom. Ma Yin's forehead was covered with sweat. She had never been so fearful in her life. After moving several canvases, she moved forward and realized that the tables and chairs that were stacked up in the corner earlier had been moved to sit in the middle of their escape route. Did the chairs come alive? Who could have moved so many of them in such a short amount of time without making a noise? Ma Yin dragged Liu Xiangxian forward. She did not have the time to move the tables and chairs one by one anymore. Follow me, we're jumping over these things. Liu Xiangxian had also noticed the differences. Even though she was devastated, she did not want to drag her roommate down with her. The two girls climbed over the teetering tables and chairs. When they reached the highest spot, Ma Yin saw that the monitor, which had been turned off, was on again. The monitor was rather obvious in the dark storeroom. Who turned the computer on? The person that I saw earlier. The thought had just appeared in her mind when the shape of a human face appeared on screen. It was a bald man with a bloated face. At the same time, the photocopier beside it started to operate on its own. Paper shot out from the chute, and there was a human face printed on each page. The paper flew out, and the human face became clearer. Without any hesitation, Ma Yin jumped down from the table. The room was completely dark, and she could not see anything without the light from her phone. Quick, this way! Ma Yin took out her phone to provide Liu Xiangxian with some lighting. Liu Xiangxian aimed for a spot that had no trash, and when she was prepared to jump, something touched Ma Yin on her back. Ma Yin jumped and immediately turned her phone around. At the same time, Liu Xiangxian jumped. The spot that was originally empty suddenly had an extra chair that only had 3 legs. Liu Xiangxian's left leg stepped on the edge of the chair. She screamed as she fell to the ground. Her arms were bruised and she sprained her leg. Ma Yin just turned around when Liu Xiangxian screamed behind her. She felt like she was losing her mind. Come, I'll carry you. Ma Yin had just picked Liu Xiangxian up when she felt something touch her back. This time she was prepared. Her fist tightened as she turned back. She missed, and she lowered her head to look. She then realized it was the paper from the photocopier that had hit her. She shone her phone on it, and there was a faded human face on the paper. His face was bloated and ugly. His hair and brows seemed to have fallen off due to extended period of submersion in a certain type of liquid. He looked like a rubber ball. Why would such a thing come out from the photocopier? She had Liu Xiangxian climb onto her back and powered forward. The face on the paper became clearer, and Ma Yin ran past the monitor. When she passed the photocopier, the paper slowed down, and she turned subconsciously to the scanner on the photocopier. In the faded light of the scanner, there was a bald man smiling at her. Her breathing became slow as Ma Yin forced herself to run faster. She was already scared, and she still needed to carry Liu Xiangxian. Her energy quickly drained. She only ran for a short distance before her legs felt like lead. Xiao Yin put me down. I'm fine. The two girls continued to move forward. The closer they were to the door, the louder the pounding sound. Will something block the door? Fear curled around Ma Yin's heart. Various ghost stories related to cadavers and underground morgues flooded her mind, and the color drained from her face. Impossible! That is all fake. She ran at the door. At first, it was just a pounding sound from the door. Then there was a pounding sound from under the rack. Finally, the pounding sound came from everywhere. What is making that noise? Ma Yin's face was white. She did not dare stay. She ran through the racks to get to the door. The wooden door's lock was broken, so it could not be locked, but the pounding sound now came from the door. It's just outside the door. Just as Ma Yin hesitated whether to go out, one of the lockers beside the rack was shoved open. Following the pounding sound, something dripping wet, hairless with the shape of a human, landed on the ground and slithered toward them like a snake. Be careful, Liu Xiangxian screamed. Ma Yin decided to run out the door. Staying in the storeroom meant death. At least out the door, she had a chance of getting to the surface. Hold on to me. Ma Yin shoved the door open, and she saw something like a human bouncing on the ground. The pounding sound was its head knocking against the door. Run, Liu Xiangxian screamed. Ma Yin carried her and ran back the way they came. However, as they turned the corner, something even more despairing happened. Standing in the corridor was a man. His face was shrouded in darkness, but she could see the half-a-meter-long murder weapon he was holding in his arms. Chapter 383, I'm Not a Bad Guy. There was a shadow holding a creepy-looking hammer standing in the dark corridor that seemed to lead right to hell. The man blocked the only way out. He was the manifestation of despair itself. Ma Yin did not have much energy left in her body. Her footsteps slowed down, and the color disappeared from her eyes as she looked down the corridor with helplessness. Compared to this man who held the murder weapon, it was obvious that the weird thing that slithered on the floor behind them was easier to deal with. She did not dare move forward. Her legs weakened, and fear drained the energy from her body. What should we do? Ma Yin asked for Liu Xiangxian's opinion. At this moment, they only had each other. The underground passage is complicated and connects to the various labs at the western side of the campus. Should we just run backward? If we're lucky, we might find a way out, but it's more likely that we'll get trapped inside the tunnels. Liu Xiangxian bit on her lips and made the second decision. The other choice is to rush forward. If the man tries to attack you, toss me at him. I'll try my best to stop him, and you run as fast as you can to go and find the teacher and the security. No, I won't do that. My ankle is sprained, so I cannot run. It's that, or both of us are going to die here. Various newspaper headlines that stated how a young girl was found dead in her campus flashed across her mind, and even though she tried to stop them, the tears kept on falling. Die here, Ma Yin was reminded of the few paintings that she had seen inside the cupboard. The paintings made her feel fear and terror. Ma Yin nodded as she made this painful decision. I will run at the top of my speed and find someone to come save you. I'll wait for you. When they finished their discussion, the monsters had been catching up to them. The man who blocked the corridor had noticed them as well. The half-a-meter-long murder weapon twirled in the air, and the man walked toward them. The smell of blood crept through the underground corridor, and there was a red shadow flickering beside the man. Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian were trapped by threats coming from both ends. The two girls moved toward the man as they had planned, but they only took several steps when Ma Yin was unable to move anymore, and on her back, Liu Xiangxian was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood vessels seemed to crawl over the man before them, and perhaps due to fear, Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian heard the sound of blood dripping in their ears. That introduced a change to their plan. Ma Yin's bodily instinct told her to slow down, her brain giving her signal to tell her to stay away from the man. Liu Xiangxian's heart was filled with regret. When she was really facing death, she found out how cowardly she was. With tears falling down her cheeks, she grabbed Ma Yin's shoulders. Should we try going deeper into the underground morgue? Perhaps we might be able to find other exits. Before Ma Yin could answer, the man's speed suddenly increased. She screamed, and before her mind came to a decision, her legs carried her away from the man. It was too scary. Turning back the corner, there were several fish or snake-like humanoid monsters in the corridor. They were quite happy when they saw Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian return on their own, but their smiles soon disappeared. The smell of blood in the corridor overwhelmed the smell of formalin, and the blood vessels crept along the wall like spider web. What were those things? The sound of footsteps echoed down the hall. With the red specter following behind him, Chenji ran to the girls with a hammer. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. However, no one stopped because he said that. Including the monsters, everyone ran deeper down the corridor. Looking at Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin running along the monsters down the corridor, Chen Ji's lips twitched. What is the meaning of this? The corridors would get even more crisscrossed down the line. Afraid that Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian might get lost in the tunnels, he picked up his speed again. Stop running. Ma Yin was carrying Liu Xiangxian, so her energy was exhausted after a short distance of running. Noticing the man catching up to them, she experienced the sting of despair so acutely for the first time in her life. It was exactly as depicted in that painting. The decayed hand reached for the sky, but it could never touch it. Xiangxian, I cannot run anymore. Ma Yin did not know what kind of tone she was using when she said that sentence. She turned to look at Liu Xiangxian, who was crying. She gripped her fists trying to fight the man behind them, but when she turned around and met his gaze, she understood how fragile her courage was before this man. She stopped moving like she had surrendered. The smell of blood intensified. The blood vessels that crept on the wall became more numerous as the despairing shadow got closer to them. Ma Yin closed her eyes. She did not want to watch her own demise. The footsteps approached them in mere seconds. The imagined pain and assault did not appear, but when the footsteps stopped beside them, they could not help but scream. Even after their screams, the pain did not appear. Just as they thought this was going to be a cruel game of cat and mouse, they opened their eyes to realize that the man had already wandered away. He waved that unknown weapon in his arms and ran down the corridor. With wet tears still in their eyes, Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian watched Chenji run away from them, and it felt like they had been given a second chance at life. Let's go. The two had not completely lost their sensibility. They supported each other and staggered down the corridor. Chenji was chasing the retreating monsters when he turned back to see the escaping girls. He hesitated and decided to give up on the monsters. If I continue to chase after them, I might accidentally trigger the trial mission at the underground morgue. Since Zhangya hasn't awakened, I'd better be more careful. Chenji stopped moving. There was another reason he made this decision. The underground tunnels were complicated, so it was very disadvantageous to him. Looks like I need to make more preparation. At the very least, I need a map of the underground morgue. Chenji put the hammer away and continued to walk backward. The two girls shook violently when they saw him coming their way. They wanted to run but could not. Recalling Su Yin into the tape, Chenji stood in the dark corridor so that the girls could not see his face clearly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." He was quite a bright person, but since he had spent so much time with specters, it had introduced a contradictory element to his presence. Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian did not dare move. In fact, Liu Xiangxian almost fainted from fear. Even though it would take long for anyone to discover your bodies, and there is enough time to deal with the evidence and clues, don't worry, I would never do something like that. Chenji held the hammer with both of his hands. "Actually, I only have a few questions to ask you. I hope that you can answer honestly." Chapter 384, It was here earlier. The two girls squeezed together with their backs against the wall, and they kept nodding to Chenji's every word. "Don't worry, just answer honestly to my questions." Chenji waved the hammer in his hand. "I will not hurt you, provided that you do not purposely lie to me. Please just ask your questions. We promise to tell you everything we know." Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian had pale faces. Their bodies kept shaking, causing their words to stutter. "What are your names? What is the number of your dormitory, and who is your counselor?" Chenji started with known information to test if they would lie to him. The two girls provided honest answers. Whether Chenji asked or not, they told him everything. "Sounds like you two are just normal students, so why are you here so late at night?" "There is a campus legend about a statue. As long as you can find it before midnight, you can ask it a question." Ma Yin told Chenji the reason that she and Liu Xiangxian were there. To prove their innocence, she even took out her phone to show Chenji the video. This was the first time Chenji had seen the video left behind before Ma Yin's sister disappeared. The victim had shot the video from underneath the bed. There seemed to have been a recent tragedy in the house because there was blood everywhere. The video was only 13 seconds long, and the frame froze on the woman by the window at the last second. "My sister's disappearance should have everything to do with this woman with a skin disease." Ma Yin offered her opinion in a soft voice. "Don't rush to any conclusions. The victim is recording from under the bed sheet is rumpled, and a bloodied sheet can be seen peeping out from the dresser door. Obviously, a murder just took place in this room. In other words, other than the person holding the camera, there was a second victim." Chenji looked through the video again. "There is a noose hanging in the middle of the room, giving the impression that someone committed suicide by hanging. However, there is no stool on the ground, so could it be that this is just a setup created by the killer? Even though the room is a mess, weirdly enough, the sculptures on the shelf are all untouched, and the statue is not wounded. The bedroom is possibly not the first crime scene." A murderer analyzed the situation logically while holding the camera. This unsettled Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian. They did not know what kind of emotion they should be showing. "The woman by the window is definitely suspicious. From the muscles on her arms and the point she grabs to the window, her feet should be supported by something. If the wall outside the window didn't have a protruding spot for her to put her feet on, then the other explanation is that this room is on the ground floor." Chenji stared at the woman's face in the video. "Of course, that is provided this woman is not a ghost." "Ghost? Look at the woman's skin color for yourself. Does she look like a normal person to you?" Chenji returned a phone to Ma Yin. "In that case, this woman has to be the killer." Ma Yin felt some energy returning to her. "Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about ghosts? Not all ghosts would harm people for no reason. Look at the woman's eyes closely. She has no malicious intent. Furthermore, if she was the real killer, why would she stay at the window after committing the crime?" Ma Yin did not know how to answer that. This was the first time she had met someone who would come to a ghost's defense. Her palms became sweaty as the thought entered her mind. Could this man be a ghost, too? Chenji could feel the fear from Ma Yin, but he had no idea which sentence of his had spooked her. "Okay, that's all the question I have. Now take me to go see that statue." "The statue is inside the storeroom, but it's not as safe in there," Ma Yin stammered. "It's haunted." "What kind of ghost is haunting it?" Chenji asked the first question that came to his mind, but it stumped both Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian. How should we answer this? Ma Yin's forehead was covered with cold sweat. When a normal person heard that a place was haunted, even though they might not be afraid, they would be suspicious. What kind of question is this man asking? How many kinds of ghosts are there? "I'm not really sure." Her voice shaking, Ma Yin felt like the tears were about to fall from her eyes. "Bring me to go take a look." There was power in Chenji's voice that ensured his command was not denied. Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian did not think about running. They supported each other as they staggered step by step to the storeroom door. Paradise? Chenji saw the words that were painted unevenly on the door. Why is the abandoned storeroom called Paradise? Does it have relaxation and entertainment facilities? Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian shook their heads. They did not understand it either. This place is rather interesting. Chenji squatted down to examine the claw marks on the door. He placed his finger over the groove. It fitted perfectly. These should have been gouged out by human hands. This observation made the claw marks even creepier. The number of the monsters is higher than I thought. Chenji pushed the door open and led the way. Where is the statue you mentioned? Behind the rack at the back of the storeroom. Then Ma Yin softly reminded him, the computer and photocopier are weird. When we were in here earlier, they activated on their own. The photocopier, you say? Ma Yin successfully piqued Chenji's interest, and he ran to the photocopier. The tables and chairs blocked the way, and the white papers that covered the floor was printed with the face of a man. Such an ugly mug, but it is creative to hide inside a photocopier. Chenji looked at the photocopier that had stopped working. He pushed the plug into the socket and switched the monitor on. Weirdly enough, he tried the power button many times, but the computer refused to switch on. What's going on? Both of the girls were shocked as well, and they started to plead. We're not lying to you. There is a ghost inside this photocopier. I saw it myself. Ma Yin pulled the photocopier's lid open, but there was nothing underneath it. Where did it go to? It was just here earlier. I know you aren't lying to me. It's probably run away already. Chenji moved the tables and chairs away. He smashed those that were too tangled, and a path was cleared. The two girls followed behind Chenji. Seeing the hammer in his hand, they had zero intention of trying to escape. The three walked to the alcove behind the rack, and Chenji finally saw that ugly statue. This is the weeping statue. Yes, he can verify the authenticity of a statement. If the statement is true, he will bleed tears of blood. We tried it earlier, and it's real. Chenji nodded. He did not quite get the theory behind this statue, but that was not an issue because if he did not know the answer, he could just ask the question. Chapter 385, No Tears Left to Cry. With his hand on the hammer, Chenji walked up to the statue. He looked at the statue's eyes and asked his first question. You can verify the validity of my every sentence, yes. Chenji's question was not that difficult because he did not plan to make an enemy of the statue. He waited for half a minute, but the statue did not react. What's going on? Why didn't he cry? Chenji turned to look at Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian. When the two girls saw him turn around, they shivered involuntarily. That's impossible. We've tried it earlier. The statue is real. They were underground, and the only source of lightning they had with them came from the phone. Ma Yin wanted to take a closer look at the statue, so she raised the phone that she had in her hand. However, just as the light hit the statue, she immediately put her hand down like she had realized something. She urgently apologized to Chenji. I understand your rules. I didn't see your face, and I don't know what you look like. I didn't see anything. We will not speak a word of what happened here to anyone. Her gaze focused on that creepy-looking murder weapon, and Ma Yin wished to throw her phone away. Now that she had been taken hostage, she was worried that they would be silenced for knowing too much. Inside the basement at 2 a.m., first they ran into Ghost, and then they were chased by monsters that looked like bald fishes, and finally this murderer. A series of mental collapses had hollowed out Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian's minds. Their minds were completely blank. They just wanted to return to the surface as soon as possible. Afraid that you might get killed, Chenji said to himself. I cannot say your worry is not unfounded. Hearing that, the two girls almost cried. It's all right, I won't blame this on the two of you. Chenji turned back to the statue. With his yin-yang vision, he could see the blood stain around the statue's eyes. Was my question too difficult? When he was studying the statue, Liu Xiangxian, who stood behind Ma Yin, slowly calmed down. Listening to Chenji's voice, she felt it sounded very familiar, similar to someone in her memory. Impossible, why would he be here at 2 a.m.? I should be mistaken. Chenji ignored the two girls and walked around the statue, dragging the hammer. A stench is coming out from inside the statue. I do wish to break it open to take a look. He moved to stand before the statue again. This time, I'll try a simpler question. I hope you'll give it much consideration before giving the answer. Chenji pressed the play button on the recorder and picked up the hammer. Do you think I can smash you into pieces in under a minute? If you don't, then I would love to give it a try. White noise came out from Chenji's backpack, and several seconds later, 2 lines of blood escaped the statue's eyes. Looks like the legend is real. Chenji laughed satisfactorily. Listening to his laugh, the two girls behind him shivered. They looked at the statue in the dark corner, and for some reason they felt pity for it. The pen spirit can predict the future, but it is only 50% accurate. This statue can verify the authenticity of every word. If I combine their powers, doesn't that mean I will have a 100% accurate prediction every time? Chenji started to have ideas for this statue. I don't think it's possible for me to carry this thing out alone. Asking two girls to help me is quite unreasonable. I suppose there's nothing I can do for now. The blood tears slid down the statue's face, making it look quite pitiful. It only stopped crying when Chenji turned off the recorder. I suppose I won't walk away empty-handed tonight. Chenji turned to ask the girls, is there a limitation to number of questions I can ask in that legend? Amount of question. Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian thought that Chenji was going to leave already, but who would have thought he would ask something like that? I don't think so. No limitation. Chenji felt rejuvenated. The statue had been placed in the storeroom for such a long time, so he must be familiar with this place. Chenji put the hammer away and very gently helped wipe the tears on the statue's face away. Okay, now I will ask you the second question. Chenji looked at the statue's ugly face. The monsters that hid in this room earlier came from the underground morgue, yes. Several seconds later, blood-red tears came from the statue's eyes. Very good, third question. There are people or monsters scarier than me in the underground morgue, yes. The blood tear did not stop. The scene made the two girls close their eyes. Fourth question. Someone is secretly helping the monsters in the morgue, yes. The statue's tears had dried, but his survival instinct forced him to push out some tears. Looks like my previous speculation was not wrong. This underground morgue is complicated. Chenji realized that the statue was reaching its limits, so he asked the last question. This is the last and most important question, so you'd better consider it carefully. The chairperson of the Ghost Story Society is Captain Yan from the police department, yes. The term Ghost Story Society seemed to have a special meaning to the statue. When it heard these 4 words, the stench disappeared instantly like the soul on the statue had escaped. You cannot say? Could the society be the one who placed the statue here? Is the underground morgue also related to the society? Chenji leaned close to the statue. His finger brushed across the statue's eyes, and there was one last blood teardrop that was oozing out. Looks like Captain Yan is really unrelated to the society. Chenji touched the statue's head. Thank you for your help, but I have to remind you, none of the members of the society are sane. It's dangerous if you follow them. Why not go toward the light? I'll protect you in the future. The statue did not show any response, and Chenji did not force it. He pushed the statue and placed it horizontally on the ground. He looked from underneath the base. The statue was hollow. The pen spirit can predict the future because it is possessed by a spirit. This statue has a similar ability, so it is probably related to a ghost as well. Chenji reached his hand into the statue. The space is very big. I thought the statue would be hiding a body, but I'm mistaken. But something must be different about this statue since it can be possessed by a spirit. There might not be a body inside it now, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't hiding a body before this. Chenji talked to himself, not caring about how the others with him felt. Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian were greatly panicked. They thought the man was finding a suitable spot to abandon their bodies. Anyway, the result is not bad for tonight. Let's leave for now. Chenji stood up and picked the statue back up. The statue says that there is something scarier than me in the underground morgue. Based on my current ability, it is probably not enough to deal with that 3-star trial mission. Chapter 386, Boss Chen. The 3-star trial mission at Jiujiang Medical University would be a hard place to navigate without a map, so Chenji knew that he had to be careful. I'll need to leave the statue here for now. Perhaps I should try to communicate with the school first. After all, if I need to complete the underground morgue mission, the school will be involved somehow. The underground morgue was the last side mission that led to the 4-star school of the afterlife, so Chenji could not afford to be too cautious. A 3-star trial mission is already so scary. A 4-star mission would have been unimaginable, much less the 5-star mission. The black phone had its own system of categorizing the scary scenarios, but Chenji still had not grasped the standard of measurement yet. His mind filled with thoughts of other things, he walked back to the 2 girls, holding the hammer. Without his yin-yang vision, he would not have been able to see the girls in the dark. Come on, I'll walk you out. Chenji seemed to change into a different person as his tone softened. In the future, try not to wander off into strange places. If I didn't arrive in time, who knows what would have happened. The 2 girls had pained expressions on their faces. The man had almost killed the statue from their campus ghost story, and he had the audacity to say the place was dangerous. Don't be afraid. I was acting so harshly earlier because this place is too creepy. If you'd shown any trace of fear or retreat, you'd be targeted by the monsters. Chenji held the hammer in one hand. Actually, in real life, I'm a gentle and kind person. Gentle and kind. Yes, of course. Chenji's voice was now filled with warmth. Unlike earlier, there was a sense of familiarity that arose in the hearts of Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian. It felt like they had heard this voice somewhere before. Come on, it's time to leave. Chenji walked ahead. When he passed the computer and photocopier, he gave them another try. After making sure that the computer could not be activated, he gave up. The three exited the storeroom, and when they closed the wooden door, Chenji heard coming from down the corridor, something that sounded like a bubble bursting, like many things were bouncing on the ground. What is that sound? Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian heard that as well. Doesn't this corridor lead to the underground morgue? Even with the yin-yang vision, Chenji could not see what was happening. Don't know, but it should extend to the underground basement of the western part of campus. That section was sealed up several years ago. Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian's eyes twitched violently like something seriously bad was about to happen. At the end of the corridor, the sound of bouncing became more rapid, and it was mixed with the weird sound of a beast breathing. There was no ventilation underground, but they could feel the presence of a draft, covering their nostrils with the smell of formalin. Run, it's not safe to stay here. Chenji grabbed the hammer and yelled at the girls, run. Before Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian realized what had happened, Chenji had already turned around and charged forward. Is something chasing after us? Liu Xiangxian's ankle was sprained. She wanted to move fast, but her body did not allow it. Come, I'll carry you. Ma Yin's own physique had not recovered. After picking up Liu Xiangxian, she slowed down. The sound of bouncing came close, causing their hair to stand on end. They did not dare imagine the thing that made that sound. What should we do? Her legs slowed down, and Ma Yin felt like collapsing. Put her down, Chenji's voice came from the front. Ma Yin wanted to say no, but before she could say anything, she saw Chenji pull Liu Xiangxian off her back and onto his own. Then he continued running. Follow me. Ma Yin felt rejuvenated by hope seeing this, and she tried her best to keep up to Chenji. Chenji had an average build, and he did not look that muscular, but his explosive power and persistence was not worse than a trained athlete. They rushed forward. When they ran out of the underground second floor, Ma Yin felt like fainting already, but Chenji showed no sign of slowing down. Keep it up, this place is very dangerous. Chenji rarely put himself in a dangerous situation that he could not handle. When the underground morgue gave out that sound, the recorder activated on its own, and Su Yin kept giving him a warning. To be able to make Su Yin do that, the enemy had to be at least a red specter, which was why Chenji chose to run immediately. The end of the corridor was a 3-star scenario, and Chenji had never underestimated 3-star scenarios. The third sick hall aside, whether it be the Well Ghost in Coffin Village or Zhangya at Western Jiujiang's private academy, they were the most powerful existences among red specters. One Su Yin would not be able to rival their power. When they arrived at first underground floor, Ma Yin did not have much energy left in her. It was Chenji who dragged both of them out from the underground. After leaving the stairs, Chenji kicked the front door open and dropped Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian on the grass. He was also exhausted. Of the three, only Liu Xiangxian was not that tired. She looked at Chenji's face in the dark, and that sense of familiarity heightened. She gathered her courage and took out her phone to shine on Chenji. Boss Chen, she gasped. Even though she had suspected that earlier, it was still quite unbelievable. After you that surprised? I thought you realized that earlier, Chenji said, and provided the reason that he had thought of earlier. When you came to my haunted house this morning, I noticed that the two of you were hiding some secrets. I was worried about you too, so I've been following you. Ma Yin had other questions, but she was interrupted by Chenji. Don't need to thank me. You're my guests, and since I noticed it, I couldn't just let it be. He silently moved the hammer inside the backpack. I don't have anything to ask for. The reason I'm doing is so that I can sleep at night. If you really feel like repaying me, then bring more friends to come visit my haunted house. Chenji's image increased tremendously in the girls' hearts. Even though Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian still had many questions, there was one thing they could not deny. It was Chenji who had saved them that night. Thank you. Quickly return to your bedroom. It won't be good if you're discovered wandering around the campus at 3 or 4 a.m. Chenji glanced at his own shadow. We can continue this discussion in the morning. Chenji sent the two girls away, and he prepared to return to New Century Park. He turned around to glance one last time at the old education block. He wanted to say something like, "When Zhang Ye wakes up, I'll return," but to his surprise, the door that he had kicked earlier had been opened again. Something came out. Why didn't I notice it? Chenji looked around him before turning to look in the direction that the two girls had left. His pupils narrowed, and he saw a third woman following behind the two girls. Then the three of them entered the female dormitory together. Chapter 387. I, Chenji, am a good citizen 2 in 1. How long has there been a third one? Chenji was startled before he ran toward the female dormitory. The woman who trailed behind Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin seemed to notice him as well as she turned around to glance at Chenji. The ashy skin spoke of death, and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Wait, that face. The woman who followed behind Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin was the woman who appeared in Ma Yin's video. The facial features and the emotions filling her gaze were all the same. Chenji did not dare waste time and charged forward. Be careful, he screamed, but Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin did not seem to hear him. The woman placed her hand on Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian's shoulders. She leaned into the space between them and whispered something into their ears. Due to the distance, Chenji could not hear her clearly, but he did see the girls' bodies turn stiff and the focus in their eyes swaying. They eventually closed their eyes, but their bodies kept moving like they were sleepwalking. Ma Yin, Liu Xiangxian? Perhaps Chenji's shout had its effect because the two girls slowed down and the expression slightly changed like they were caught in a nightmare. They were also struggling, but the result was different from what Chenji anticipated. The two girls did not wake up, but after moving for a few more steps, they fainted and collapsed to the ground. The woman who trailed behind them turned to look at Chenji. She held his gaze as she pointed toward her heart. She made a weird sign before turning to disappear inside the female dormitory. The woman disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chenji managed to catch that there was a hole in her clothes near her shoulder like it had been shot through by a bullet. Why did she point at her heart? Was that a threat? Was she trying to warn me? Chenji ran to the female dormitory and slammed on the window. In reality, his scream earlier had already awakened the dormitory manager. Someone fainted, just outside the dormitory front door. Help. A man banged loudly on the window at the entrance of a female student's dormitory at 3 to 4 a.m. The manager, who was an auntie, did not dare come out on her own. She picked up the phone to call the security and the school admin. What? A glass of warm water that had gone cold was placed on the table. Chenji glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 5:40 a.m. The light filtered down on him. He placed both of his hands on the table and looked at the 7 people who sat across from him calmly. There included police officers, school security, and teachers at the university. I have told you many times I am not a prevent, and it was not me who made the two girls faint. You can doubt me, but please remember everything that I am saying now. When the two girls wake up, I want you to personally apologize to me. Chenji, of course we believe that you are innocent, or else Captain Yan would not have personally assigned me to watch over this case. Li Zheng had dark circles under his eyes. They had just parted about 10 hours ago, and 10 hours later, they met up again in a different environment. Looking at Chenji, Li Zheng felt like he was looking at one of his colleagues. The two girls came to visit my haunted house yesterday morning. I realized that they were seriously troubled by something, and after I asked them, I found out the taller girl's elder sister has gone missing, and it has been troubling her for a very long time. Chenji placed his hand over his heart. Perhaps you might think my action is very weird. Why would I help them if I am not related to them? But I want to tell me, my parents also had a mysterious disappearance half a year ago, and since I understand what she is going through, I have the urge to help her. Chenji's voice echoed in the office, and it sounded quite convincing. Two girls fainted in front of the female dormitory at around 3 a.m. We have looked through the surveillance video. At the time, you were the only one who was following them. If you are not the culprit, then who could it be? The person who spoke was a man in his 30s who dressed fashionably. He normally stayed at the staff dormitory, so when the news exploded, he was one of the first to come over. I don't know, it could be anyone, including you. Chenji did not show any intention to back down, and he would take on anyone who dared challenge him. The fainting of two girls might not appear to be that serious, but there is a bigger case behind it. There was a chilliness in Chenji's eyes. Other than the few police officers, the other people felt unsettled in their heart. I've already told you, the two girls came to find me at my haunted house. The girl called Ma Yin, her sister has disappeared, and she studied so hard to enter Jiujiang Medical University to find her missing sister, because her sister was once a student here. Chen Ji told the school how Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian had been sneaking out of their dormitory every night lately to find the statue that was part of the campus legend. Most of the urban legends are fake, but a small portion of them are based on real events. However, after being tossed around as rumors, it was exaggerated to an impossible proportion. Chen Ji took a sip of the water. He sounded calm, but his brain was turning fast, trying to come up with a way to distract everyone's attention. You mean the story of the weeping statue is real? Li Zheng was comparatively familiar with Chen Ji, and at the very least, he knew that Chen Ji would not create stories. There is a video on Ma Yin's phone that was sent to her before her sister's disappearance. The weeping statue in the underground storeroom showed up in the video. As long as we can find the owner of the statue, I'm sure we can use that as a clue to look for her sister's killer. Chen Ji cupped his hands over the glass, and veins were popping on the back of his hands. Not everyone in the room bought his story. They were there because they were told there was a pervert who was caught trailing female students. They definitely did not expect that to lead to a murder case. We found the video that you mention. Li Zheng's expression was weird. The video wasn't taken on Ma Yin's phone. A few years ago, when Ma Yin's sister disappeared, her parents came to the police station to seek our help. At the time, they also provided that video, and after analysis by our technicians, we found that the video wasn't sent by Ma Yin's sister. It was shot by Ma Yin herself. Ma Yin was the person who shot the video. Things were different from what Chen Ji expected. Indeed, to be precise, when Ma Yin's elder sister disappeared, she was together with Ma Yin, but Ma Yin cannot remember what happened that day. Li Zheng flipped through his phone. We still have the case files with us. A few years ago, her parents regularly came to check up on the progress, but they gave up recently. Li Zheng sighed softly. When Ma Yin's sister disappeared, Ma Yin hadn't even enrolled in university yet, but now she is about to graduate. No wonder she is so desperate to find her sister. After Chen Ji heard what Li Zheng had to say, he was not feeling so well. He turned the cup in his hand, and he was suddenly reminded of something. The video is shot from the first-person view. Obviously, there had been a murder in the house, and when I first saw the video, I managed to confirm the presence of a second victim. Since it has been revealed that the video was not sent to her from her sister's phone and shot by Ma Yin herself, the one who shot everything under the bed was Ma Yin. The other victim was most likely her sister. The murderer was inside the house, so how did she manage to survive the ordeal? In the last second of the video, she saw the woman hanging on the windowsill. Is it possible that it was this strange woman who saved her? She had lost the memory for an entire day. Could that be the doing of this strange woman as well? She didn't want Ma Yin to remember certain things. At this point, Chen Ji stood up from the chair. Have Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian woken up? Quick, go and check up on the two of them. I suspect they might have forgotten the things that happened last night. The woman who entered the female dormitory with Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin earlier was similar to the woman who leaned on the windowsill several years ago. A few years ago, she managed to make Ma Yin lose her memory, so there was no reason she would not do the same thing several years later. Calm down, I will call the doctor down. Li Zheng dialed a number on his phone. Dr. Zhang, have the two girls awakened? Is it okay if we go and talk to them? The not-so-optimistic voice of the doctor came through the phone. They have already woken up, and they're physically fine. However, they seem to have suffered some kind of trauma, so their mental state is not that stable. Okay, we'll be there in a bit. Li Zheng and the other officer led the way. The security guard at the campus and the male lecturer flanked Chen Ji on both sides. They did not seem like they trusted Chen Ji that much. The group entered the infirmary together. Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin were lying in bed, and their faces were pale. Are you feeling better? I have a few questions that I need to ask you two about last night. Li Zheng moved a chair over and sat down beside the beds. He saw both Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin shake their heads at the same time. Last night we were in our bedroom, but for some reason we ended up in the corridor. We cannot remember anything that happened in between. Please try to remember. Last night the three of us went into the underground morgue together. In the end, it was me who saved both of you. Chen Ji squeezed his way to the side of the bed. He was pulled back by the security and the doctor. They were afraid that Chen Ji might scare the girls. But it was weird. The pale-faced Liu Xiangxian and Ma Yin felt much calmer when they saw Chen Ji. It was as if this man gave them a sense of security. I cannot remember what happened last night, but I cannot sense any malicious intent from him. Ma Yin touched her head. I feel like I've forgotten something very important. Liu Xiangxian had a deeper impression of Chen Ji compared to Ma Yin, perhaps because Chen Ji had carried her and run for quite a distance. Now, even though part of her memory was missing, staring at Chenji. She knew instinctually that this man was a good person, someone reliable. Last night he helped me and Ma Yin. I cannot tell what happened exactly, but I am sure that without his help, Ma Yin and myself would have been in serious danger. Liu Xiangxian sounded so sure and confident when she said that. She even smiled and added a thank you to Chenji. Last night, you say? Chenji narrowed his eyes. The memory loss of these two girls had to do with that woman with ashy skin. He remembered seeing the woman lean into Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian's ears to say something before they started to look like they were sleepwalking. The ability to eclipse a part of someone's memory, I've seen this ability before. Chenji thought about it internally. Looking at Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian, Chenji was reminded of a different person, the police officer who was retiring, All Wei. When All Wei entered Coffin Village with Chenji, he seemed to have a run-in with number 10 from the Ghost Stories Society, and then part of his memory disappeared as well. All Wei's condition is similar to Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian. Does this mean he has also run into the woman with ashy skin? The Zhu lady said that number 10 had a dead body on his back. Could that dead body be this woman with ashy skin? When Chenji asked the statue in the underground storeroom about the Ghost Stories Society, the soul inside the statue had disappeared instantly. Therefore, the underground morgue was probably related to the Ghost Stories Society as well. The Ghost Stories Society's chairperson should have access to more than one door. One of the doors is the blood door at the 3rd sick hall, so could the other door be the door in the underground morgue? Chenji was shocked by the thought that surfaced in his mind. He felt like he was getting close to uncovering the real identity of the society's chairperson. Number 10 should be very familiar with Jiujiang Medical University. Familiarity with Jiujiang Medical University, seen him wearing the Dr. Skullcracker's mask at least once, and participated in many cases where Chenji was involved. At this point, a name suddenly popped up in Chenji's mind. He Feng. And Murder by Midnight was first introduced. He-san had come to visit with a few other students from Jiujiang Medical University, and the eldest and tallest among them was He Feng. At the time, Chenji had been impressed by this young man's ability to stay calm under duress and even exchanged numbers with him. Chenji had planned to invite the man to join him as he expanded his empire. Could it really be him? Chenji was still deep in thought when the eyes of Liu Xiangxian, who was in bed, suddenly reddened. She was looking at someone among the group. Following the direction of her gaze, Chenji realized that the clean-looking man had his eyes jumping all over the place. He was trying his best to remain unaffected. Looks like this is the man Liu Xiangxian was in love with. Perhaps beauty is indeed in the eye of the beholder. The perfect man in Liu Xiangxian's eyes had zero advantages in Chenji's eyes other than his passable fashion sense. The black phone hasn't announced that the 1-star mission is complete. Looks like I need to be cautious of this man. Ma Yin and Liu Xiangxian became Chenji character witnesses. They both said that Chenji was a kind person, and with the testimony from Li Zhang, the incident was thus settled. When the sun rose, Li Zhang brought the campus security into the underground morgue to remove the statue. Then they connected the school admin at the new campus, and the investigation to check who left the statue inside the underground morgue began. Things were taken out of Chenji's hands. While no one was noticing, he picked up his backpack and prepared to slip away from the campus. As he waited for a taxi to arrive, he suddenly saw the man whom Liu Xiangxian had a crush on also trying to run away from the scene. Now should be the time the school is busiest, but he is not staying behind to help, so where is he rushing to? Chenji hid inside the convenience store, and after the man got into the car, Chenji also hailed one of his own to follow after the man. The taxi drove for about 10 minutes before stopping at Fang HWA Apartments. According to Li Zhang, the man has a permanent residence at the staff dormitory, so what is he doing at Fang HWA Apartments? Chenji did not have a good impression of Fang HWA Apartments. He got out of the taxi and silently tailed the man. Chapter 388, The Three Actors. The man that Liu Xiangxian had a crush on was very alert. Thankfully, this was not the first time Chenji had needed to tail someone, and it was due to his experience that he was not exposed. His apartment is in Fang HWA. This place is not that far from Jiujiang Medical University, and the bus comes pretty often. In that case, why did he ask for a staff residence at the school? Chenji did not dare get too close. He watched as the man entered the 3rd building. It's the 3rd building again. This cannot be a coincidence. After enough time had passed, Chenji also entered the building. He was familiar with the building's layout. He pretended to be a tenant and very naturally head for the safety door. He was halfway through and realized that there was no one waiting for the elevator. The man didn't take the elevator. Chenji held his breath as he entered the safety passage. There were no footsteps echoing down the stairs either. Right then, there was the sound of door opening on the first floor. He's living on the first floor itself. Chenji stood in the half-open door and leaned out to look down the corridor. Room 3004. He remembered the room number before slinking over it to stick his ear to the door. The man's voice on the phone filtered out from inside the room. "Brother-in-law, the school has not been safe recently. Things keep happening at night. Do you mind if I stay at your place for a while? Don't worry, I will not mess up the place. I will not touch a thing of yours or sister's. I know how important this place is to you. I understand. I promise to not enter your study. Will not touch anything." After the call ended, the man's tone changed immediately. "Do you really think I want to be here? Such a pretender. Do you think I really want your charity?" Outside the room, one could hear the man rummaging through the room. He appeared mature and confident, but a completely different soul was occupying his body. After a bit more grumbling, the man continued to ransack the room. The sound of doors and drawers being pulled open echoed endlessly. "That room has been rearranged, so the layout is different from before. No one should be able to tell the difference. I need to check it again." The man moved inside the room, and he had no idea his monologue was audible to Chenji. "One of the rooms has been rearranged. Why would he conduct an investigation at a time like this?" The man's actions were weird. Chenji initially thought that he was a weirdo and did not relate him to the murder, but with every sentence that escaped the man's lips, his suspicion of the man continued to grow. After a few more minutes, the man seemed to have got all the necessary tools and entered the room. Due to the distance, Chenji could not hear anything. He remembered the room number and exited the building to walk to the window. He squatted down and crawled to the window of room 3004. Chenji glanced into the room. The man had a toolbox in his hands, and the look on his face as he stared at the bed in the room was quite scary. "When I first stepped into this room, I felt it was cold. Even after so many years, I still cannot forget about it." When the man focused on the bed, Chenji clicked open the camera on his phone and silently recorded the layout of the room. The room had many partitions, making it feel smaller and more cramped than it was. There is no table or bookshelf, and the mattress is also different from the one in Ma Yin's video, but the location of the bed hasn't changed. Peeking through this window allows me to have a clear view of stuff under the bed. The furniture inside the room had been changed, and the interior had been transformed due to the partitions. On first glance, it was indeed different from the room in Ma Yin's video. However, he missed a very important element, the window. The man had not seen Ma Yin's video. He only knew that Ma Yin had captured a video from inside the room, but he had no idea about its exact content. Based on the layout of the room and the man's words, Chenji was 50% certain that this man, who Liu Xiangxian had a crush on, was related to Ma Yin's sister's disappearance. His hand went to the hammer inside the backpack, and he was itching for action. No, the sun is still out. It's too inconvenient to do things like that in broad daylight. It was almost the beginning of the working day. There were many people in the residential area. If Chenji injured the man, he would definitely scream. If a crowd gathered, Chenji would really have no way to explain himself. He works at Jiujiang Medical University, and so many things happened at the campus last night. He must have a lot of things to do, so he wouldn't dare stay too long at home. He'll be leaving soon. I'll take my chances then. Chenji took out the comic to attempt to negotiate with the ghosts inside it. However, probably it was daytime, only one of them answered his call. So heartless. In the end, it was Yan Danian who helped Chenji convince the other three ghosts. Chenji could sense a trace of liveliness in Yan Danian that was absent before this. After summoning the gambler, All Joe, and the English teacher, Chenji told them his plan. He needed them to accidentally steal the key. The three ghosts were doing this for the first time, and it was a challenge for them too. Several minutes later, as Chenji expected, the man exited room 3004. He put on the confident smile. His clothes had no wrinkles and his shoes were shined. It's time to move. Perhaps because the light in the room was stronger, the three ghosts could only stay in physical form for 20 or 30 seconds, so Chenji only had one chance. When the man was about several meters away from the safety door, Chenji put all three of them out at the same time. The very moment he did that, before he even realized what was happening, All Joe already landed a punch on Bai Keelin's face. "You dare to cheat with my wife? Seek her." Then he started tussling with Bai Keelin. Their fight was dragged out of the safety passage and knocked into the man. "Stop fighting. Duan Yue screamed as she ran out to try to stop the fight. Everything happened so suddenly that even Chen Ji himself was stunned, much less the man. The three tossed and turned, and the man was pushed against the wall. The argument was so intense that he did not dare interrupt them. At a time like this, he just wanted to escape. After about 15 seconds, Bai Qiulin swung All Zhou's hands away, and he ran into the safety door. "I will definitely kill you today." All Zhou and Duan Yue chased after him. The three completed the mission in about 23 seconds. Holding the key in his hand, Chen Ji felt the event was quite surreal. My God, what just happened? Chapter 389, The Owner. The man cursed under his breath, patted down his clothes, and made sure his shoes were sparkly clean before leaving. He did not notice the lack of a key in his pocket. After the man had been gone for several minutes, Chen Ji used his key to enter room 3004. If this was someone else in this situation, they would have been cautious and tense, worried that the owner might return because, after all, the man was a suspected murderer. However, Chen Ji did not have that worry. The last murderer that had set his sight on him was still in the ICU with 2 arms and 1 leg broken. As long as I have good intentions in my heart, there is nothing to be scared about. Chen Ji looked at the opened drawers and cupboards, but he did not venture to randomly touch the stuff in the room. Instead, he walked into the bedroom and placed the phone down under the bed. He tweaked the phone until the camera angle was similar to the video on Ma Yin's phone. Even though partitions have been added to the room, they did not change the location of the window. Chen Ji tapped the partition lightly and memorized the layout of the room. This man is very suspicious. Chen Ji stood in the middle of the room, thinking about the comments that Liu Xiangxian had made about the man. After we left the tea house, Liu Xiangxian told me that this man is different from other men out there. He had all the good points of a mature man, but there was one thing weird about him. He thinks that his wife, who died in a car accident a few years ago, is still alive. The man packages himself as an emotional and trusting person, but reality does not seem that way. From how I see it, the man hasn't even married, and this room is not even his. It's his brother-in-law's. People in the throes of romance would lose their rationality, and Liu Xiangxian was a naive girl, so Chen Ji suspected that she had been conned by this man. Perhaps Ma Yin's sister was conned by the man as well. Chen Ji came up with various possibilities. When she discovered the man's real identity, they had an argument, and the man accidentally killed Ma Yin's sister. He wanted to call Liu Xiangxian to ask for more details, but he was afraid that the girl might act rashly and do something unnecessary. To prevent himself from being exposed, Chen Ji eventually decided against that. The man's maturity and confidence are a facade. Internally, he is a very self-abasing person. Based on the conversation he had with his brother-in-law, it is obvious that he hates his brother-in-law. Perhaps the brother-in-law is the source of his self-abasement. Chen Ji was suddenly interested in this brother-in-law. On the phone earlier, the brother-in-law forbade him from entering the study. This means that there is probably something important inside. Perhaps I can use that to figure out the brother-in-law's identity. Chen Ji entered the study. The study was twice the size of the bedroom. 2 bookshelves were stocked with various types of books, and there was a study table near the window. The man's brother-in-law appears to be a heavy reader. The man had an eclectic collection from philosophy to art, from modern medicine to study of the occult. Chen Ji did not touch the books on the shelves because, for a real book lover, they would know the exact position of each book, and Chen Ji was afraid of leaving a trace. He opened the dresser to take a look. It was very tidy inside. Chen Ji walked to the table and pulled open the drawer. It had 2 laptops of the same model. Why are there 2 laptops, and why are they kept inside the drawer? He took them out and placed them on the table. He pressed the power buttons. One of them opened like normal, but the other one had a password lock. They served different purposes. Chen Ji got even more interested in the owner. Since the laptop is locked, there must be something important sorted in this. Chen Ji clicked open a random folder on the desktop, and when he did, he was shocked. The folder contained more than 100 pictures and about 20 videos. Most importantly, all of the media was related to Chen Ji's haunted house. The pictures covered all the scenarios, including Coffin Village. The only visitors who have visited Coffin Village are Sister Mao's group, so where did these pictures come from? Chen Ji did not feel so good. He looked at the time stamp, and they matched the day of Sister Mao's visit. In other words, the owner of this house had taken the pictures from Sister Mao's group after they visited the haunted house in the morning. But they were sent directly to the hospital after their visit. Does this mean the owner is someone working at the hospital? The more Chen Ji scrolled through the media files, the more unsettled he became. All the pictures and videos were time-stamped. He clicked open the earliest video. It was shot about 1 month ago at exactly the time he unlocked murder by midnight. The video was blurry, and a few students' voices could be heard in the recording. That is He-san and his friends' voices. Chenji immediately thought back to the scene at the time. He had just unlocked murder by midnight when the students from Jiujiang Medical University came to create problems for him to take revenge for Gao Ruzu. At the time, one of the students planned to take a video inside the haunted house and shared it online. Chenji had mixed himself into the group of students. There should only have been 7 people, so he had become the 8th one. The video was shaking badly. When the cameraman realized there was an additional person caught on video, he dropped the phone out of fear. The camera was facing up, and it caught Su Wan walking over from the other side of the corridor wearing Dr. Skullcracker's outfit. The video froze on Su Wan's face. She was wearing the scary mask that was sewn together from many human faces. The video itself had no problem, but the timing and location was too weird. When I arrived at the Ghost Stories Society for the first time, Number 10 recognized me immediately because he had seen the mask on my face. Initially, Chenji thought Number 10 was definitely one of his customers, but after watching this video, he realized that things might not have been that simple. Number 10 is someone I know in real life, but that person might not have visited the haunted house personally. When the group from Jiujiang Medical University first came, it was He Feng who led the group. Chenji suspected the young man to a certain degree, but be it from the aspect of age and presence, Chenji did not think He Feng was Number 10. The chairperson should be someone else. Chenji stared at the computer screen. Why is this place's real owner so interested in my haunted house? On top of that, why did he purchase a house in Fang HWA Apartments' 3rd building? The top floor of the building was the headquarters for the Ghost Stories Society. The owner was familiar with Chenji's haunted house and lived in this building. Chenji's conclusion was the real owner should be the last survivor of the society. He desperately needed to know the owner's real identity. He clicked open the other folders to find for more clues. Chapter 390, Xiaoxiao's Special Power. Cursor clicked on the other files on the desktop. Most of them were in English, and Chenji could barely understand it. He opened the comic to summon the English teacher, but ghosts seemed to receive plenty of damage when they appeared in places where sunlight could hit them directly. Chenji looked at how fragile Duanyue was and did not force her. Without any other solution, Chenji took out his phone to snap all the information. Chenji exited the camera app and called Inspector Li. Uncle Sanbao, I have a favor to ask. Is it about the blood test result on the nail? I'll go help you rush it in the afternoon. Inspector Li sounded like he was outside and not at the police station. No, I want you to help me investigate the owner of room 3004 at Fang HWA Apartments. Why do you want to do that? It's related to the culprit. I feel like I'm close to catching the man. Okay, I will try my best. After hanging up, Chenji thought back to everything that he had touched in the room. He cleaned up his fingerprints and left room 3004. He called a taxi to get back to New Century Park. A new day had begun. The 1-star mission triggered by the special visitor, Liu Xiangxian, had not been completed. Technically speaking, Chenji had already followed the Black Phone's requirement to find Liu Xiangxian, but he did not receive the message that the mission had been completed. I probably need to help her solve the issue in her heart. The mission would not be that difficult. The man that she loved might be a murderer, so if Chenji could prove that, Liu Xiangxian should know what to do. After all, one of the man's victims was her best friend's older sister. With his employees getting more familiar with the work, Chenji became freer. Since he had nothing to do, he called Li Zheng during his lunch break to ask for an update on the case. In reality, he was more concerned about that statue. He wanted to sneak that statue to his haunted house. Li Zheng was at the new campus interviewing people. No one had any recollection of that statue. It felt as if the statue had walked to the underground storeroom itself. The case ended up in a standstill. Chenji gave Li Zheng a hint, asking him to pay close attention to the man Liu Xiangxian had a crush on. There was no accident that business day. One thing worth noting was that some people had started to challenge the 3-star scenario. This group had probably heard about how Coffin Village had caused 5 people to faint, so they very naturally avoided that scenario and targeted the 3rd sick hall. They were so confident before they entered, but they all surrendered before they were even halfway through. However, this did raise an alarm in Chenji. As more visitors started to challenge the 3-star scenarios, eventually the scenario would be cleared. I should pace myself. The most crucial thing is to deal with the Ghost Stories Society and complete Third Sick Hall's hidden mission. Sitting inside the room, Chenji took out his comic. He had Yan Danian and the other ghosts try to communicate the phone spirit. He allowed them to use any method to convince the phone spirit that it was such a wonderful and blissful thing to work for Chenji's haunted house. Time slowly passed. Chenji's phone suddenly rang at 4 p.m. He thought that it was Inspector Lee calling him with an update, but when he glanced at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar number. Why would a stranger call me? Chenji accepted the call and placed the phone beside his ear. I'm sorry, but is this Mr. Chen? Yes, it's me. It was the first time Chenji had heard the voice on the other side of the phone, and it was laced with sadness. Are you the one who helped solve the case at Ping Apartments? Yes. Do you have time now? The old gentleman's condition is deteriorating. I'm afraid he won't be able to stay with us any longer. Hearing that, Chenji was stunned. Hello, are you there? Can you please come over? The old gentleman stated his wish to see you in person. I'll be there in a minute. Chenji took out his phone to call Su Wan and Gu Feiyu, who were working. He told them that they should close up after the current visitors left. They were not going to accept any more visitors. He ran into the staff break room, holding the phone. Pushing the door open, he saw Xiaoxiao hugging the white cat's tail. They looked at one another like they were in some sort of fight. In the end, it was the white cat who surrendered. It allowed Xiaoxiao to hug its tail as much as she wanted. It revealed a haughty expression like it did not want to lower itself to a girl's standard. Xiaoxiao snuggled herself face into the white cat's body. Smothered by the puffy white fur, she felt it was quite interesting. Xiaoxiao, Chenji stood at the door and silently shoved the phone into his pocket. He walked to the bed and picked Xiaoxiao up. Let's go pay your grandpa a visit. This time, Chenji did not place her inside his pocket but held her in his cupped palm. Xiaoxiao seemed to sense something as she looked at Chenji with a strange expression. Closing the door, Chenji charged out of the haunted house. Uncle Su, we're closing early today. Please help me console the visitors. When Su Wan comes out, please remind her to close the gate before she leaves. Chenji ran toward the park exit. You're closing at 4 p.m.? Where are you going? Uncle Su was completely caught by surprise. The visitors standing in lines were nervous, too, especially the few who were at the front of the line. Boss, how can you do business like this? The closing hour is 7 p.m., but it's only 4 p.m. now. I didn't have the chance to line up last time. This time it's finally my turn. Can't we discuss this? This is so rude. The visitors berated him. Chenji was surrounded in the middle, and in his arms, Xiaoxiao were shivering with fear. Chenji used his hand to caress Xiaoxiao's head, and he turned to tell the visitors, "This is my haunted house's responsibility. If you have bought the ticket but haven't entered the scenario, then I'll compensate double the price." Chenji turned to glance at Uncle Su. Uncle Su, please help me record who needs compensation. I'll pay later. You can leave if you have an emergency, but we still have Su Wan and Gu Feiyu. Couldn't we just let them carry on until you return? Uncle Su was confused. Initially, only you and Su Wan managed the place, and everything was fine, right? It's different, safety first, I don't want to risk it. Chenji's tone brooked no argument. Just do what I ask. Chenji did not hesitate and carried Xiaoxiao as he squeezed through the crowd. Perhaps because there were so many people, Xiaoxiao curled up in Chenji's embrace like she was afraid. It'll be fine, I'm here. Chenji touched Xiaoxiao's face and called for a taxi to get to the hospital. Chenji arrived at 4:30 p.m. He called the doctor and rushed up the stairs. When he pushed open the door to the second-floor corridor, two familiar faces walked toward him, Dr. Gao and All Wei. Chapter 391, Suicide. Chenji, All Wei, and Dr. Gao said in unison. Neither of them had expected to run into Chenji here. I'm here to see the old man from Ping Apartments. Excuse me, where is room 269? Chenji spoke quickly. It was not the time to chat. Come with me, I'll take you there. Dr. Gao seemed to be very familiar with the place. He led Chenji down the corridor, and All Wei followed. After double-checking the number of the room, Chenji glanced into the room through the door's window. Two nurses and a doctor were standing beside the bed. They seemed to be communicating with the old man. The old man's condition was bad. He had his eyes closed and his lips moved, but no one seemed to understand what he was saying. Chenji knocked the door before entering. One of the nurses recognized him and whispered something to the doctor. The doctor nodded and signaled for the nurses to leave the room. Mr. Chen, I called you here today because of two things. How is the elder doing? Didn't he seem like he was recovering when I left last time? The doctor sighed softly and walked to stand beside Chenji. He kept his voice low to prevent the old man from hearing him. "We have tried our best. His physical condition was not good to begin with, and he suffered under the hands of the non-professional, trapped in his apartment for so many years. It is a miracle that he survived for so long. He held on to life because he wanted to find the killer that murdered his son." Chenji looked at the old man lying in bed who could not even open his eyes, and his mind was blank. Life hasn't been fair to this old gentleman. His apartment is a haunted property, so it is hard for it to get sold. A few years ago, the government wanted to level the place to build a villa. They promised to give him compensation if he moved, but he refused no matter what. They tried all kinds of tactics, including cut off the electricity and water, but he refused to budge. Finally, when the workmen came to the door, the elder sat in the middle of the road with his wheelchair. He said that if the house got torn down, the clues to the murder would be gone, and the killer would never be caught. I cannot imagine how he managed to survive all these years. He's malnourished and is down with many different diseases, but he held on for 5 years until the case was solved. At this point, even the doctor was overwhelmed with emotion. Since Chenji did not pick up the thread of conversation, he continued. "We called you over because we want to respect his final wishes. This case is the only thing that kept him alive. You have fulfilled his wish, so he is thankful to you from the bottom of his heart." The doctor gave Chenji a phone number. "This is number for the public notary office." He split all of his assets, including that apartment, into 4 parts. One will be donated to missing children funds. One will be donated to Jiujiang's law enforcement. One is the reward for you for completing his dying wish. The last one is also for you, but the content stated is he wished you would take good care of his granddaughter. If it's okay with you, please contact the people from the public notary office as soon as possible. "I have a question," Chenji finally spoke. "Why are we talking about his will when the person is still alive? You should try your best. Don't give up until the last moment." The doctor wanted to say something, but Chenji stopped him. "Do you mind if I have a private moment with the elder?" Chenji did not show greed from the sudden windfall. This was different from what the doctor expected. He told Chenji several words and walked away. The room door closed. Chenji sat on one side of the bed and placed Xiaoxiao on the old man's shoulder. There was sound of weeping in the room, but it was soft and unclear. Chenji held the old man's hand. It was skin and bone. Holding it, it felt like he was holding a dried branch buried in snow. "Sir, Xiaoxiao is still here. You're her only family." Chenji did not know whether the old man could hear him or not. He saw the old man's mouth move as it made some incoherent noises like he was trying to say something. He had many things that he wanted to tell Xiaoxiao. He probably did not want to leave just like that either. The door was pushed open lightly, and Dr. Gao walked into the room. He made a hand sign at Chenji and sat down on the other side of the bed. The long fingers massaged the old man's shoulders and neck, and the man slowly relaxed. "Let's go out for now. We mustn't give him too much stimulus at a time like this. He should rest." Dr. Gao was similar to how he was when Chenji first met him, mature and kind, like he could handle everything. Chenji looked at Xiaoxiao, who was leaning next to the old man's shoulder, and he shook his head. Yin Xiaoxiao was the first baleful specter that he found when he got the black phone. She was very unique and not at all scary. After so long, Chenji had gotten used to her presence, treating her as part of his family. "I wish to stay to accompany them a little longer." Them, Dr. Gao glanced at the old man and the rag doll in bed before patting Chenji on his shoulder. "It's okay to be sad, but don't forget to lift your head up to look at the sky." "Why?" "Because that is life." Dr. Gao walked out the room. "A few years ago, my wife got into a car accident. I also thought about ending my life then, but due to Xiao Zhu, I understood something. Giving up on life means leaving the guilt of not doing enough to those that really love you." "Your wife?" "Yes, the love of my life." Dr. Gao walked out the door. After the door closed, Chenji sat beside the bed, thinking about what Dr. Gao said. His hand did not let go of the old man's hand. He looked at the rag doll and the old man. Actually, the fact that there are ghosts in the world is not so bad. At least there's a chance to make up for regrets. The old man's condition was worsening, but with Xiaoxiao's company, he slowly calmed before falling asleep. The black phone in his pocket vibrated. Chenji took it out several minutes later. He had received a new message. He clicked it open and realized that the affection level Xiaoxiao had for him had increased to partners for life. Partners for life, does that mean? Chenji placed his finger under the old man's nose. He sat back down after feeling the old man's breath. He continued to look through the phone. After the increase in affection level, there was an additional sentence to Xiaoxiao's tab. Yin Xiaxio, baleful specter, special power, soul comfort. Soul comfort can comfort other specters and cleanse their soul. After putting away the black phone, Chenji finally understood why the old man would be able to fall asleep easily whenever Xiaxio came to accompany him. It was not only because Xiaxio was his granddaughter, it was also because Xiaxio had the power to calm and warm souls. Chapter 392, It's Him. Releasing his grasp on the old man's hand, Chenji straightened out the bedsheet for him and walked out of the room. Dr. Gao and All Wei were waiting outside. When they saw Chenji, they walked forward. Is the old gentleman asleep? Yes, Chenji looked at the two, and his gaze lingered longer on Dr. Gao. Why are the two of you here? It's still about that memory loss. All Wei sounded frustrated. Ever since our return from the village, I've been receiving therapy from Dr. Gao to try to bring the memory back. Dr. Gao is helping you with the memory loss. He's the best psychiatrist at Jiujiang, and he's familiar with criminal psychology. We've worked with him several times already. All Wei seemed familiar with Dr. Gao. However, before this, I was bringing others to come see him, who knew the day would come when I'm the one who needs treatment. Chenji's expression did not change. He was thinking about something else. The night before last at Zaijiahu, when Li Zheng entered the surveillance room, he had also acted like he was familiar with Dr. Gao. The doctor's ability to mix well with the police should have been due to more than his personal charm. It probably had to do with the fact that he had helped the law enforcement with cases before. All Wei's problem is more serious, so he needs medication during his sessions. Even though I have the right to prescribe, the normal drugs that I have wouldn't have much of an effect on All Wei, Dr. Gao said before leaving with All Wei. Watching them walk away, Chenji leaned against the wall, and his gaze became complicated. Just in the room earlier, he pushed open the door after mentioning he loves his wife. Hopefully, I'm overthinking. He sat at the door for about 10 minutes before the doctor and nurses returned to check up on the old man. The old man's condition did not improve, but he looked much better, and he was quietly asleep. Chenji picked up Xiaxio and stood beside the bed. Mr. Chen, if you have time, please come visit the patient more often in the future. Whenever you arrive, the patient's condition stabilizes. No problem, Chenji promised. I thank you on the gentleman's behalf. Honestly, I've worked here for 10 years already, and this is the first time that I've seen someone help a stranger to such an extent without the promise of inheritance. The doctor smiled at Chenji. It's rare to find people like you in today's society. Chenji walked out from the room with the doctor. Then he was reminded of something. Doctor, did Western Jiujiang's New Century Park send over several patients a few days ago? I hear they were scared until they fainted inside a haunted house. Yes, that is true. Why are you asking about that? The doctor was surprised. Which sickbay are they in? I wish to visit them. Okay, the doctor hesitated. They are on the 4th floor. Our president is familiar with the director of the park, so he specially set up a room to place the visitors who fainted. After that, he even set up a special emergency care unit to respond to the accidents that might occur at that theme park. The doctor led Chenji to the 4th floor, and he grumbled softly. I don't understand these people. If they are so easily scared, why did they insist on visiting a haunted house? What if it's not that they're too cowardly, but it's the haunted house that's too scary? Chenji smiled and did not elaborate. When they reached the 4th floor, Chenji glanced at the surveillance camera. There was a camera in the corridor that would capture the whole corridor. It's room 437. Please don't enter the room. The few patients are still quite weak and they need the rest. The doctor left after reminding Chenji. Chenji walked past the room. He did not dare look through the window for fear of scaring the patients inside. There were videos from the Coffin Village scenario on the laptop in room 3004. The only visitors who have visited that scenario are these few. Meaning, while they were hospitalized, someone came to steal the video footage from them. Looking at the camera, Chenji called Li Zheng. Chenji, why did you call? Have you found the statue's owner? The man that you pointed out for me is definitely suspicious. Li Zheng was still thankful toward Chenji. After all, the man had given him a hint that restarted the progress of his investigation. Don't let him run away, but there's another favor that I need to ask of you. Chenji mentioned that he needed Li Zheng to use his name to get the footage from a surveillance camera in a hospital. Of course, Chenji did that in a roundabout way. Li Zheng denied it initially, but when he heard it was related to the murder, and thinking about Chenji's track record, he agreed. With the accompaniment of a member of staff, they entered the security room. Chenji checked the footage for when Sister Mao's group was sent to the hospital. They arrived at the hospital around noon and were given rest until 3 to 4 p.m. when the visitors woke up one by one. However, their mental state was still very unstable. The staff could not imagine what they had been through to be in a state like this. At 5 p.m., the second batch of doctors arrived. The staff explained that this batch of doctors were there to help with psychological counseling. Chenji nodded slightly. He kept his gaze on the video, his eyes following a man on screen. As he expected, that afternoon, Dr. Gao had been to the sickbay. Exiting the security room, Chenji had a feeling that was hard to describe. Things shouldn't be that simple. I cannot come to any conclusions rashly. I should at least wait for the result to come from Inspector Li first. Reminded of that, Chenji called Inspector Li again to ask about the blood result. Inspector Li's answer surprised him. The technicians had found 2 samples on the nail. One of them came from a victim of the eye gouging case, and the other was not available to the law enforcement, meaning that the other person had no crime record. Chenji chatted with Inspector Li for a few more minutes. He had Inspector Li keep the blood samples and results before hanging up. When he left the hospital, it was already dark. Chenji bought some food from roadside stalls before calling a taxi to get back to New Century Park. The park was already close. Xiao Gu and Su Wan waited for him at the door with their makeup off. "No accidents today, I hope?" Chenji looked at the haunted house and could not help but worry. "We've paid back all the unused tickets, and since the park has encountered this issue before, the visitors are quite understanding." Su Yin studied Chenji. "I'm actually more worried about you. You look like you need a good rest." "I'm fine." Hearing that everything had been handled perfectly, Chenji sighed. However, this also made him realize a weakness to his haunted house. Su Wan and Gu Feiyu could handle the 1-star scenarios, but normal people could not handle 3- and 2-star scenarios. Therefore, he was required to stay at the haunted house when it was in operation. "Looks like my haunted house needs a managerial-type ghost who can help me watch over the business when I'm not around." Chapter 393, Just the Talent I Need. Seeing how quiet Chenji was, Su Wan thought that he was not feeling well, so she added as consolation, "You have been taking care of everything on your own and you don't tell us anything. Don't forget, we're your employees and we'll stick with you." Xiao Gu also walked over to say, "Yes, boss. Even though I don't know much and haven't been to a good school or anything, if you need any help, I'll do it without any question." "Why are you two suddenly becoming so sentimental?" Chenji recovered, and his expression softened. "The profits of our haunted house are slowly rising, and our reputation is slowly growing beyond the confine of Jiujiang. Perhaps in the near future we will have foreigners among our visitors. The future is filled with hope, so just focus on your work, and there's no need to worry about anything else." After letting Su Wan and Xiao Gu go home, Chenji walked into the haunted house. He walked around the underground scenarios. All the ghosts were where they should have been. There had been no incidents. Everyone is doing their job, but this is not a permanent solution. Chenji walked into Mu Yang High School. To able to control all the ghosts inside the haunted house, the specter will have to be powerful. Zhang Ye and Su Yin fit this criteria, but neither of them know anything about management. If they were given this post, war would surely happen. Su Yin had not really gotten out from his emotional turmoil. Even with Chenji's order, he would probably think that as long as the person did not die, everything else would be fine. With regards to Zhang Ye, even Chenji was afraid of that. If she was given the managerial job, it would be a miracle to see the visitors walk out from the haunted house with their lives intact. Stopping at the entrance to the sealed classroom, Chenji looked at the mannequins, and a suitable candidate appeared in his mind. When I was doing the trial mission for Mu Yang High School, other than the students, there was a large, older gentleman inside the sealed classroom. He was standing on the podium, and he even smiled at me. Before it was Mu Yang High School, the place was an orphanage. So that old man should be Mu Yang High School's first principal. He gave so many children a home when he was alive and even used his money to build Mu Yang High School, so he should be a good man. Chenji's eyes scanned the mannequins and the classroom, and they were all shaking. Chenji did not know what he had done wrong, but the occupants in the classroom looked like they had been grabbed by fear. The old principal is kind and is familiar with the 24 mannequins. Most importantly, he has managed a school before, so he should have plenty of managerial experience. Chenji held his chin. "Isn't this the type of talent I'm looking back? Looks like I will have to return to Mu Yang High School. No matter what, I have to hire that old principal." There were probably other secrets surrounding that old man, but with Su Yin and Yan Danian helping him, Chenji was not worried. He had a faded smile on his face, and he turned to look at the mannequins. It won't be long before you all get a warm reunion with your principal. Hearing that, the mannequins appeared to be even more scared. Then Chenji inspected Third Sick Hall and Coffin Village. When he entered, all the ghosts avoided him. After making sure that there were no problems, Chenji walked out from the underground parking lot. He looked at the wooden planks and thought, when I have time, I should set up a steel door. That way, the visitors won't be able to escape whenever they feel like it. Returning to staff break room, Chenji placed Xiaoxiao on the bed. Xiaoxiao's power seemed to drain her a lot. Following the hospital visit, Xiaoxiao had not tried to communicate with Chenji. It was like she was just a normal doll. Calming and cleansing souls. Xiaoxiao's power might be incredibly useful in the future. Chenji lay down beside Xiaoxiao, and after a while the white cat jumped down from the table to squeeze between them. It seemed to realize how fragile Xiaoxiao was. It used its tail to curl around Xiaoxiao and allowed her to lean against its body. When the white cat first arrived at my haunted house, it was very feral. It's probably because of Xiaoxiao that the cat was tamed. Thinking of it that way, Xiaoxiao is quite amazing. Before this, Chenji had only considered Xiaoxiao as a pillow or a lucky charm. If not for the rise in affection level, he would not have noticed Xiaoxiao's special power. Taking out the black phone, Chenji glanced at Xiaoxiao's profile page. Other than the special power, Xiaoxiao had nothing else. In the future, when I go hunting with Su Yin, I should ask him to leave some food left for Xiaoxiao and the pen spirit. Perhaps they might bring me more surprise. Looking through the phone, Chenji realized that he had gathered enough screams for 2 more spin at the Wheel of Misfortune. Chenji was tempted to use both spins. Perhaps this was the gambler's mentality. The next round would be the lucky one. Calm down, I mustn't rush ahead. If I gain 2 more specters, my title will upgrade. Now I already run into ghosts everywhere I go. If I level up further, those things will probably actively seek me out. Chenji put the phone away to remove the thought from his mind. Winning Zhang Ye's love letter was a 3 in 1,000 chance. Then does that mean there's a ghost stronger and rarer than Zhang Ye in the wheel, like 1 with 1 in 1,000 odds? Chenji realized that he was going down a dangerous path, and he quickly stopped himself. He stretched lazily. He had not slept in over 24 hours, and his body had reached its limit. Glancing at the time, it was only 8 p.m. He set an alarm for 11:55 p.m. and prepared to go to sleep. Tonight, I need to pay the toilet another visit. Hopefully, everything will be fine. What? The alarm rang, and Chenji woke up to a room of darkness. Night had fallen. Putting on his jacket, he walked to the toilet with the backpack. 3 more minutes. Chenji pressed the play button on the recorder and held the hammer in his hands. Time ticked by, and when midnight arrived, the drawing of a ghost appeared on the door. Blood curled around its body, and the eyes slowly opened. The 1 minute passed really fast. The ghost's last eye still did not open, but compared to before, the eye that was poked blind seemed to have healed slightly. It's recovering. The drawing slowly disappeared, and the toilet returned to normal. The drawing was left behind by the Ghost Stories Society's chairperson. The best solution that I can think of is to demolish the society and leave no prisoners. Chenji returned to staff break room to prepare to go back to sleep, but as he scrolled through the black phone, he accidentally discovered a blood-red mission amid his refreshed daily missions. He stopped and stared at the phone for a long time. A nightmare daily mission has returned after so long. Is my luck finally changing? Chapter 394, Nightmare Mission. The reward from nightmare missions would improve his physical conditions directly. The previous rewards from nightmare missions included the mortician's makeup, yin-yang vision, and the dollmaker's talent. Unfortunately, the 3 nightmare missions were technically part of the beginner's stage. After clearing them, the chance of getting a nightmare mission in the daily missions became randomized. Chenji would check the daily missions every night, and this was the first time that he had come across a nightmare mission since completing the first 3. The black phone said that nightmare missions are extremely rare, so I shouldn't miss out on it. Standing in the corridor, Chenji looked at the mission detail. Nightmare missing. They said at the end of the tunnel another you is buried. Warning, nightmare missions are extremely dangerous. Please choose carefully. Before accepting the mission, the hint was just a single sentence. Chenji read it several times, but the meaning did not become clearer to him. Tunnel, the first previous nightmare missions were conducted inside the haunted house, but it feels like I'll need to go outside for this 3rd mission. The first 3 nightmare missions were technically arranged by the black phone, meaning that, Starting from this mission, the real nightmare missions began. I have the help of Su Yin and many other employees. If the nightmare mission's difficulty is similar to before, then I have nothing to worry about. That was correct, but reading the blood-red words on his phone, Chenji could not help but worry. When he first got the black phone, the few nightmare missions had almost killed him, so one could not blame him for being careful. After thinking about it, Chenji still chose to accept it. The reward of a nightmare mission was something that other missions could not give him. Ghost helpers were important, but Chenji knew that he had to improve his own physical condition too. After accepting the nightmare mission, the complete mission message appeared. Chenji only read few sentences before his expression started to change. Congratulations, Spectres favored. Your luck is unbelievable. The game is called Tunnel. After crossing the tunnel, you'll see the secret that has been forgotten. Mission requirement: at 2:44 a.m., enter a tunnel that is at least 44 meters long. Walk 44 steps and call your own name 44 times. After that, mission will be completed. Warning: this mission is unique. If you do not complete the mission within a certain time, the mission will never reappear. Warning: for the duration of this mission, you will not be allowed to take any ghosts or items away from the Castle of Nightmares, or else you'll never get the mission reward. Chenji's eyes focused on the last part of the message. I cannot take any ghosts and items with me. This I'll need to consider. Without that last limitation, the mission would not have been that difficult for Chenji. Too caught up in the limitation of the mission, Chenji did not pay attention to how the black phone referred to his haunted house. He thought about it, and finally decided to give it a try. With no risk, there's no reward. The reward of nightmare mission is too important. As I come into contact with more ghosts, my body temperature keeps decreasing. The granny at Coffin Village has reminded me of that. Perhaps I should be paying more attention to my body. Nightmare missions rarely came, and Chenji did not want to give it up. Since I cannot bring any ghosts and items, I cannot count on neither Su Yin and Yan Danian. Chenji looked around, and only the white cat fit the mission requirement. I have a feeling it won't be of much use, but at least it can accompany me. After selecting the white cat, Chenji turned to look at his shadow. Zhangya is still sleeping in my shadow. If the black phone counts her, then the mission will definitely know. Chenji had no way to telling whether the black phone considered Zhangya as breaking the rules or not. But it was also because Zhangya was hibernating in his shadow that Chenji felt okay to accept this mission. I need to give it a try. The reward is too important for me. Chenji took out his phone to look for nearby tunnels on the internet. The nightmare mission would start at 2:44 a.m., so he had to find a tunnel that fit the criteria but was not far away. Jiuzhang has many tunnels, but few that fit the requirements. Chenji looked on the internet for a long time, and he discovered something very weird. Of the entire Jiuzhang, there was only one tunnel that fit the requirement demanded by the black phone. It was the White Dragon Cave tunnel on the eastern side of Jiuzhang. The other tunnels were either too far away or too short. The eastern side of Jiuzhang. Due to his childhood experience, Chenji did not like that part of Jiuzhang, and his parents had warned him from going to that area alone when he was young. White Dragon Cave tunnel. That sounds familiar, like I have heard of it from the news before. Chenji did not look so good. He searched the tunnel online, and several news articles instantly appeared. Ever since construction for the tunnel began 15 years ago, there had been endless accidents, and many of them had a mysterious or supernatural element. More than one driver said that when they passed by late at night, a woman would wave at them by the side of the road. If they did not stop, the woman would chase after them. The woman would be slow, but the distance between them would close until the woman was running beside them. If they stopped, it was even worse. The woman would sit at the back and the car would get into an accident inside the tunnel. The waving woman was just one of the many urban legends about the place. Some drivers said that they would see a car cutting past them, and when they turned to look, the car would be driverless. When they exited the tunnel, the car would already have disappeared. There were many similar incidents and many accidents, so the tunnel had been closed 5 years ago. Even so, that did not stop the legend from continuing. When people passed the tunnel at night, they could hear people crying for help, and some saw a woman standing inside the tunnel, waving at them, asking them to enter the tunnel. Chenji read all the articles, be it news or stories. This place is more dangerous than I thought. Holding the phone, Chenji started to hesitate. The reward would be beneficial for him, but equally, he would only be able to rely on himself to complete the mission. The black phone has always been fair. The effort and reward are equal. Chenji soon came to a decision. He grabbed the white cat that was hiding under the pillow and placed it on his shoulder. Tonight we're going to somewhere exciting. Chapter 395, Please Reconsider. The white cat blinked several times at Chenji and allowed the man to carry it in his arms. It did not seem to understand what was really happening. This time, Chenji did not even bring his backpack. He left the haunted house with just some spare change. When I was small, my parents refused to let me go to the eastern part of Jiujiang alone. Thinking back, there should be something very dangerous hiding there. My parents knew about their presence, so these things might know stuff about my parents as well. The people who know you best are not your friends but your enemies. Perhaps I can get more clues about my parents from these presences. Chenji looked at the hint on the black phone. Walking through the tunnel will allow me to witness the secret that I have forgotten. This nightmare mission might be able to give me a critical hint. Every nightmare mission was very important to Chenji, not only because nightmare missions could improve his physical body, but most importantly, the nightmare missions seemed to be related to his parents' disappearance. Chenji left New Century Park, carrying the cat. He waited by the roadside for a long time before a taxi stopped for him. "Boss, bring me to White Dragon Cave Tunnel, please." Chenji pulled the door open and climbed in. "White Dragon Cave?" The driver turned to look at Chenji with a shocked expression. "Why are you going to that place so late at night?" "I'm collaborating with a friend to shoot something there." Chenji placed the white cat on his legs and took out his phone. "Please go, I'm in a hurry." "You need to reconsider this. That place is not safe. A few years ago, one of my colleagues ran into an accident there." The driver still did not start the car. Based on his tone, it sounded like he was unwilling to go there. "What are you talking about? It's fine. Just drive me to somewhere close then. I'll walk there myself." Chenji did not want to push the driver. It was because he had considered this that he left early. "Why are you so stubborn? It is not the first or second time that accidents have been reported at White Dragon Cave. Just look for it online and think this over." The driver finally moved the car forward. When the tunnel was still operating, us taxi drivers didn't dare go to that place at night. We would rather take the long way. We were not trying to cheat the passengers. That place is simply too cursed. Chenji thought the driver was quite a friendly man, so he started to chat with him. "Can you tell me more about what happened to your colleague? I'm more curious about that." The man was the stingy type, the one who would trick foreigners. On the day of his accident, after he dropped his passenger off, he took the White Dragon Cave tunnel because he wanted to save time. It was around 2:30 am then. At the time, he was still talking on the walkie-talkie. While he was chatting with us, there was suddenly a female voice coming from his end. We thought that he had just taken on a passenger, so we did not think much of it. But then we noticed that something was off. The man did not seem to realize that there was another person in his car and kept gloating about how much he had made that day from tricking his passengers. I was listening at the time. I used the walkie-talkie to remind him of this, but there was no reply for a very long time. The next day, when I reported to the company in the afternoon, we received the news that all of the drivers have to attend a safety class, and after some asking around, we realized that the man had died in a car accident inside that tunnel. At the time, his car had been the only one inside the tunnel, and his car was found to have no issues. However, weirdly enough, the accident happened. He was stuck inside the twisted driver's seat for a whole night, and in the end, they had to use a saw to cut his body out. According to investigation, the reason for his accident was fatigue, but the few of us who communicated with him knew very well that before his accident, he sounded very excited. He was not at all tired. After hearing the driver's story, Chenji voiced his thought. "You mentioned all of you heard a female voice on the walkie-talkie, so technically speaking, that woman should be the murderer." "That's right, another person got into his car, but he did not realize it. If that is not cursed, what is?" The driver gripped the steering wheel. "I'm not trying to scare you, I'm giving you sincere advice. When you are close to the tunnel, if someone weird calls your name, do not get close to it." The taxi moved slowly, and on the journey, Chenji chatted a lot with the driver. The buildings by the roadside became fewer and the light disappeared. The place looked abandoned. "Are we not there yet?" Chenji opened the map on his phone. It said that they were close to the destination. "White Dragon Cave has been sealed for some years now, so we need to take a detour if we want to get there." The taxi continued to drive down the road. 10 minutes later, the driver slowed down. "We're here." "No, look at that thing on the road. What is it?" The driver did not dare to stop, but he pointed ahead. With his yin-yang vision, Chenji saw something that looked like a man lying in the middle of the road about 70 meters in front of them. Is that a man? The driver moved the steering wheel, and when the taxi was about 30 meters away, the thing that lay in the middle of the road suddenly crawled away. It was fast, and it disappeared after charging into the bushes like it had never been there. What the hell was that? The driver was obviously spooked. I don't know. Chenji was not lying. The thing looked similar to a person and was wearing a tattered shirt, but the face was blurry. You still want to continue? The driver was afraid. Shall we just turn back? How far is it from White Dragon Cave? Chenji had never had a habit of forcing people. If it's close, then I'll just walk there from here. You sure are brave. The driver cracked his frozen knuckles. He continued to drive for another few more minutes before parking the car before a junction. See that road blocked by tree branches? Just keep walking down that road. Thank you. Chenji paid the fare and got out. Are you sure you want to do this? Not many cars will pass this place at night. After I leave, you'll probably need to spend a whole night here. The driver looked at the road ahead, and he subconsciously lowered his voice like he was afraid that he might wake something up. Don't worry. Chenji felt like the man was quite nice, so after exchanging numbers with the man, he hugged the white cat and left. Climbing over the branches, Chenji walked down the road alone. The surroundings were very quiet, like there was no living creature in the woods. Something is not right. Chenji completely ignored the resentment in the white cat's eyes and proceeded toward the end of the road. There were residual dust and pebbles on the ground, and everywhere he turned, there were broken tree branches. The rusted safety rails by the road were twisted from the multiple car collisions. This road seemed to have seen many accidents in the past. Chapter 396, Tunnel. It's now 2 a.m. sharp. I still have 44 minutes left. Chenji followed the trail and felt like he was not that far away from that tunnel. The trees by the road swayed and the leaves rustled. The white cat in his embrace was getting increasingly uneasy, and its claws stuck into Chenji's clothes. Looks like the white cat has already sensed something. Chenji patted the animal's head. You were so feral before this. How come you're so easily scared nowadays? The white cat looked at Chenji with complicated emotions in its eyes. It would probably have had a hard time explaining itself as well. I cannot bring any ghosts or items from inside the haunted house on a nightmare mission, but the white cat has perfectly avoided all these limitations. It is not a ghost, and it once chased a ghost to run away from it. Looks like I'll need to focus on training it in the future. Chenji started to make plans for the white cat. The Ghost Stories Society's blood was prepared for a red specter, but even after it consumed it, nothing happened. After I dealt with the chairperson, I should take over the 24th floor at Fang HWA Apartments. Hopefully, something would come from it. Holding the white cat, Chenji was thankful that he had the thought to save the cat back then. This won't be my last nightmare mission. In the future, the white cat should have more uses. The white cat gripped Chenji's clothes tightly, as if it was heavily reliant on Chenji as well, and felt connected to the man. I suppose good things come to good people. One man and one cat traveled alone on the abandoned road. From afar, the picture was quite charming. The night breeze moved the tree branches and the shadows danced on the road. After another 20 minutes of walking, the temperature suddenly dropped. The wind howled in their ears and a strange smell rushed at them. We've arrived. Chenji slowly raised his head to look at the tunnel that cut through the mountain, and his pupils narrowed. The tunnel was dark, and he could not see the end. The wind lifted the edge of his shirt, and Chenji suddenly shivered. The chill was not the type that could be felt on his skin. It was the kind that originated from his skull and traveled to every inch of his body. I haven't felt this in a long time already. Before the 6-meter-tall tunnel that was more than 10 meters wide, the man looked so small. He looked into the darkness, and it felt like the thing inside the darkness was also looking back at him. Without the accompaniment of his employees, Chenji was reminded of his first nightmare mission. He stood there and took a deep breath. No wonder this is called a nightmare mission. The tunnel was definitely longer than 44 meters. Chenji took out his phone and shone it into the dark. There were various scratch marks and strange markings on the wall. The road itself was rather flat, but there were animal bodies strewn all over it. There is still some time until the mission starts. Chenji stomped his feet and tapped his cheeks lightly. Calm down, don't panic. He looked onto the video sharing app, sharing a few pictures and updated his status. Generally, he was saying that he would post a video later tonight and told everyone to be ready. The replies from the people online did help to disperse the fear in Chenji's heart. He leaned against the stone wall of the tunnel, and did not forget to do a promotion for his haunted house. At 2 a.m., someone ran to a haunted tunnel to update their status. That was something rare. People soon flocked to Chenji's page, and it reached a point where the admin private messaged Chenji, begging him not to do such a dangerous thing in the future. They worried about his safety. After replying to some of the comments, Chenji exited the app at 2:43 a.m. He did not care much about the people's comments. He was there just for the mission. He stood back at the mouth of the tunnel. It's time to start. Clicking open the video recording function on his phone, Chenji placed the white cat on his shoulder. When the time on the phone turned from 43 to 44, he started to walk into the tunnel. It was much darker inside, and it felt like he was wading into a sea of darkness. Entering the tunnel, Chenji's body was enveloped by chilliness until it became difficult for him to breathe. Chenji, Chenji. Whenever he took a step, Chenji would call out his name. This way, when he took the 44th step, it would also be the time when the mission ended. Chenji moved further and further away from the entrance. The light behind him faded until everything was swallowed up by darkness. The phone was like a flickering light in the dark, and Chenji was like a lost ship at the sea. The only thing he could do was focus on completing that 44 steps. The deeper he went into the tunnel, the greater the pressure he felt. His brain screamed in alarm, telling him to leave immediately. Cold sweat drenched his forehead, and his voice echoed within the tunnel. The echoes were so consistent that he had a hard time telling which of those originated from his lips. When he made the 15th step, the white cat in his arms suddenly perked its ears up, and its multicolored eyes stared at the side of the tunnel. Some noise came from the deeper part of the tunnel. It sounded like footsteps mixed with cries for help. Something is coming. In the dark, something that felt like a giant spider moved above him. Small specks of dust fell on Chenji's body, and his back was wet with sweat. He resisted the urge to look up and continued marching forward. The thing above his head did not move, and to make matters worse, footsteps of a second individual appeared behind him. The footsteps sounded uneven, like the body was twisted, and it could not walk with a normal gait. Chenji maintained his speed. The footsteps slowly closed the distance until they were only 1 meter behind him. Chenji. After he said his name, a green vein popped on the back of his palm, but he did not turn back. When he took the 26th step, the white cat seemed to have finally gotten a good look at the thing in the dark, and it hugged Chenji's arm tightly. Standing not far from Chenji was a woman in red dress. Her head was lowered, and she looked like a madwoman. Her hair was a mess, and it hid her face. She stood on one side of the tunnel, several meters in front of Chenji. Chenji ignored the white cat's attempt to rustle his shirt. He also saw that woman, the woman that populated so many legends regarding this tunnel. His calves numbed and his palms filled with sweat. Chenji tried to not make his eyes move toward the woman. He kept his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. When he walked past the woman, out the corner of his eyes, he saw the woman suddenly move. Like she was asking for help, she raised her arm to wave at Chenji. A chill ran up his spine to his brain. Chenji's mind was flooded with the stories related to this woman. The drivers that did not save her would be haunted by her until they left the tunnel, and those who responded to her would be caught in an accident inside the tunnel. In that case, it was better if he just ignored her. Chapter 397, A Question with No Solution. Even though Chenji had found so many weird legends about White Dragon Cave Tunnel online, most of them had mentioned this waving woman. They described this woman as a scary spirit, and most who encountered her experienced a horrible ending. Chenji was caught in a not-so-good situation. There was a spider-like shadow moving above him. There were echoing footsteps about 1 meter behind him, and the woman in a red dress was waving at him not far away in front of him. Under such circumstances, he was experiencing an impossible pressure. Moving forward, Chenji continued calling out his name. He calculated the number of steps in his mind, and he slowly walked past the waving woman. He ignored her, and there was no shift in his expression, like he had not even noticed her. Different from Chenji's calmness, the white cat in his arms kept groaning softly, like it was reminding Chenji to stop walking into the tunnel. When he made the 30th step, Chenji turned his head slightly to look beside him. The woman who kept her head lowered did not give up. She leaned against the left side of the tunnel and followed him. They moved down the tunnel together. Technically speaking, they each walked their own path, so they should not have been interfering with one another, but Chenji felt the distance between them decreasing. The reason a spirit lingers in this world is because of resentment, just what happened to her before she died. Why would she attack those who wanted to save her? Was she killed by a driver who offered her a ride? As that thought entered his mind, Chenji turned to look at the woman. She was wearing a normal-looking red dress, and her legs were covered with cuts and bruises. She was only wearing one white sandal, the other one apparently missing. The skin that was exposed was stuck with pins from some plants. A red specter? Chenji was not sure of his speculation. I'm just doing a daily quest. There shouldn't be a red specter. With the title of specters favored, Chenji was not really sure of that. I'll just ignore her for now and finish the 44 steps first. If anything happens, I'll just run. This tunnel had been abandoned for years already. However, due to Chenji's entry, the things inside started to awaken. Pairs of eyes stared at him from the dark. Repeating the same motion made Chenji feel like his legs were frozen, and it took great effort to move each step. Chenji? His voice was low, but somehow there was an echo. It sounded like there was another Chenji standing at the end of the tunnel, calling his name back to him. That should be the 34th call. Chenji kept the number in his mind, and he prepared to call for the 35th time. Chenji raised his foot, and before he opened his lips, a woman's voice appeared in his ear. It was unclear, and it seemed to come from the female ghost. Freezing on the spot, Chenji glanced at the left side of the tunnel from the corner of his eyes. The tousled hair blocked her face, and the woman studied Chenji through the curtain of her hair. Her eyes were hidden under the hair like two dark holes. The lips that were bruised opened and closed. It seemed like a wooden pipe had been shoved down the woman's throat because her voice was special, and each time she spoke, it sounded like she was puffing out air. What is she saying? Chenji's tempo was disrupted. He lowered his foot, and when he was about to speak, the woman once again made another noise. This time Chenji heard it clearly. The woman was calling his name. Chenji. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. If this was just a normal ghost, he would not have been so afraid, but this could be a red specter. Chenji ignored the woman and continued to move forward. He could sense more things congregating in the darkness. He was like a person dropped into the sea where many creatures hid in the dark. His heart raced, and Chenji did not slow down. His last shred of rationality told him that the black phone would not send him on a mission that he could not survive. Nightmare missions were hard, but there had to be a way to survive them. There have been so many car accidents inside this tunnel, so there must be many spirits here. However, other than this woman, none of the other ghosts have shown themselves. This is very weird. Chenji glanced at the woman, and as those drivers on the internet said, the woman was slowly catching up to him. According to the drivers, the woman would eventually show up beside the car window, her face stuck to the glass. I'm not in a car, so if I continue to ignore her, will she stick herself to my face? Chenji started to miss the hammer as he wiped the sweat from his palms. The woman slowly moved toward Chenji. She maintained the same speed as Chenji. When Chenji increased in speed, she did too, and when Chenji stopped, she stood at the wall looking at Chenji silently. A few more steps and it'll be over. However, the problem is, how do I leave? When he first entered the tunnel, Chenji could feel the chilliness coming from within. Just 10 meters into the tunnel, he had been covered by that chilliness, the flashlight in his hand giving him no sense of security. The way back is already blocked, and I still have no idea what is following behind me. If I turn around, I might see something scarier. Rubble occasionally fell from above his head. The large shadow that looked like a spider stretched its limbs. It moved with Chenji like it had picked Chenji as its prey. Have nightmare missions always been so difficult? Without any outside help, facing several specters at once was too difficult for Chenji. Have I missed out on something important? He put his focus back on the woman. He studied her closely, and when he paid attention, the woman's head suddenly crumbled inwards like it had been hit by something blunt and hard. The whole face was misshapen, and her eyes were poking out. Chenji resisted the urge to scream and forced himself to ignore the woman, taking the 40th step. Only 4 steps left. The woman's body was still changing. Chenji did not turn to look, but the sounds kept drilling into his ears. If it is just a simple car accident, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Something horrible must have happened to her. Chenji's hands were shaking, and the pressure mounted. I'm here, save me. The woman's voice turned uglier, and the distance between them narrowed. I'm here just beside you, I'm here. The woman asked Chenji for help, but Chenji did not dare extend his aid. Helping her would be bad, but not helping her would be worse. Chapter 398, The Secret. Both choices would lead to danger, and while this rarely happened, Chenji was stuck. The woman's cries for help became louder, but weirdly enough, her voice did not echo in the tunnel. It was as if only Chenji could hear her voice. Those who saved you died in the tunnel, and as for those who didn't, while they might not have ended up on the news, I doubt they have good ending. After taking a deep breath, Chenji decided to ignore this woman for now. He wanted to finish the nightmare mission first. When he made the 41st step, the sound of howling wind seemed to decrease, but it was unclear whether it was due to the ghosts that had congregated around Chen Ji or something else. The light from his phone started to twist, and the surroundings had become darker. Chen Ji called out his name. 3 more steps left. The woman on the left side of the tunnel was getting closer, and many other ghosts were before his eyes. Chen Ji kept his eyes on the end of the tunnel and made his 42nd step. Just as his foot landed on the ground, the flashlight on his phone went out. It happened without warning, and no matter how hard Chen Ji tried to reopen it, the phone remained dead. The night fell to swamp Chen Ji, and even with the yin-yang vision, he could only see 2 to 3 meters further than a normal person. Without any light to guide him, Chen Ji stood where he was, afraid to move recklessly. Suspended in perfect darkness, one's 5 senses would be eclipsed, and without any guidance it was easy to get lost. He was afraid that he might trip and lose his sense of direction. If he got lost inside the tunnel, that was the end. He might end up wandering deeper into the tunnel instead of walking out. The surroundings quieted down, and so did the woman in the red dress. However, the feeling was not good. He knew that ghosts surrounded him, but he could not see them. Chen Ji's breathing became difficult, and pressure came from all sides. I cannot stay here any longer. Lifting his leg, Chen Ji made the 43rd step. The tunnel became even quieter, like all the ghosts had disappeared, and weirdly enough, there was a light coming from inside the tunnel. It was soft and unclear. Is that the exit? The light did not stop. It kept moving like someone holding a lantern. Chen Ji did not lose his composure. He focused fully on that light. It felt like something was pushing down on his body, and he felt compressed. As the light wandered closer, the pressure on his body increased. One last step. I'll make this step and see what happens. He felt like his body was about to be torn apart. He picked up his foot and was ready to make the 44th step. The light neared, and the figure hidden behind the light also became clearer. Chen Ji's left leg hung in midair. His pupils narrowed, and he could not believe his eyes. That is... It was a boy behind the light. He was carrying a school bag, and the bag was half open to reveal a roughly made rag doll. Someone was holding the boy's left hand, and his right hand was holding a phone. The phone was an old model, the kind that did not have an integrated flashlight function. He could only rely on the weak light of the display to slowly move forward step by step. The boy had a serious expression, like he was looking for something. His hand was lifted upward, so obviously he was there with an adult. Probably because he had been holding the phone, he was tired. He put down his arm and moved another few steps before he stopped before Chen Ji. The boy did not seem to notice anyone before him, and he focused his gaze on the endless darkness. The adult next to him seemed to converse with him, probably advising him to give up, but the boy did not agree and kept his eyes on the darkness. The boy seemed to have felt something. He raised his head and aimed the phone directly before him. Inside the dark tunnel, the light, so weak that it could be ignored, helped connect the gazes of the 2 people. Chen Ji stood on the other end of the tunnel like a statue, and his eyes stared at the boy's face. The boy was him from the past. His arms shaking, Chen Ji had a hard time describing it. I once saw a red house on the eastern side of Jiujiang, and there were many children playing around the house. Then I fainted. When I woke up, I was already inside a car. As for what happened in between, even now, my memory is a blank. Chen Ji looked at the boy, and the boy looked at him. Under the faded light of the phone, the boy opened his lips. Chen Ji could not hear him clearly, but from the movement of the lips, the boy seemed to say, "Found it." The boy probably had other things to say, but the adult beside him did not give him the chance to continue. Chen Ji could see the boy's neck starting to twist, as if the adult who accompanied him into the tunnel was strangling the boy's neck. His body turned cold, and Chen Ji gasped greedily for air. He wanted to stop the adult, and he moved his leg, making the 44th step. He stepped on air, and his body started to fall. Then it felt like his soul was knocked out of his body, and it was sucked into something. The light started to drift away. He wanted to hold on to something, but no one was able to help him. An indescribable sense of despair suffocated his heart, and he slowly closed his eyes. However, just as his eyes were about to close, a red shadow appeared at the end of the light. Blood covered everything, and the person was like a red sun. She banished the enveloping darkness, and everything in sight became blood red. Zhang Ye. There was a pain on the back of his arm, and Chen Ji's eyes flew open. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and Chen Ji's phone came back on. He was still standing inside the tunnel. I saw myself from about a decade ago. That was the thing I forgot. Chen Ji's heart was chilled, so someone has been trying to kill me since then. In his memory, there was nothing about this killer, and none of the people around him had been sent into jail. This meant that this person who wanted to kill him was probably still in his social circle. Now I can only confirm that person is in the eastern part of Jiujiang. The problem is not big. There's still time to even things out. Chen Ji looked at the spot where the pain had originated. The white cat had bitten his skin until it bled. Thankfully, I brought you with me. Chen Ji touched the white cat's head, but he wanted to thank Zhang Ye even more. As he turned his head to look at his shadow, he suddenly realized that the woman in a red dress was standing just beside him. Her body broken and her head caved in, she looked at Chen Ji and repeated her plea. "I'm here, help me, I'm here." "I almost forgot about you." Chen Ji could no longer avoid her since she was so close. He gritted his teeth, glanced at his shadow, and turned to face the woman. "How do you want me to help you?" Chapter 399, I'm a Saint. The woman's head was caved inward, her body was mangled, and her face was misshapen. One could barely make out the shape of a human. Even for Chen Ji, who had grown up with the props inside a haunted house, he found this hard to stomach. Isn't this a bit too much? The woman had suffered a horrible death, and Chen Ji resisted the urge to escape, standing where he was. "Help me, I'm right here." The woman waved her hand even though she was standing before Chen Ji. It was as if she was afraid that he could not see her. The face sneered, and Chen Ji's hair stood on end. He immediately answered, "You've been telling me you're here. Is it because when you called for help before, those who passed by ignored you?" When he said that, the woman slowed down, and her mangled lips pressed together. When Chen Ji saw the opportunity, he adopted the same tone that he used to converse with Su Yin and Zhang Ye. "Don't worry, I'm not like those people." Although he had no employees with him, Chen Ji was weirdly calm. He felt like he was slowly returning to his normal state. "I can imagine the pain that you must have been through. Every plea for help was a grasp for the very last hope. However, reality has injured you time and again." There was pity in Chen Ji's gaze, and he raised his head to look into the woman's eyes. "I know you have been waiting for someone to lend you a hand, and perhaps if someone had stepped forward, you'd have the hope to face life. I understand what you're doing, and I know what you're feeling. I don't ask that you trust me fully, but I ask that you give yourself a chance and me a chance." Chen Ji reached out his hand. "They didn't help you, but I will. They ignored you, but I won't. They won't save you, but I will." With a small step forward, he said, "This tunnel is dark and hiding many sorrowful histories, so how about I bring you out with me?" When Chen Ji stepped forward, the woman subconsciously took a step back. A huge part of her head was missing, and only 3/4 of her face remained. Her face forced out a weird expression. It was difficult to tell what she was trying to express. Perhaps she was also surprised by Chen Ji's reaction. She had not come across someone like him, and she did not know how to react. Staring at the woman's face, Chen Ji asked in a serious tone, "How do you want me to help you?" The woman's waving hand gradually stopped. Using her almost falling head to look at Chen Ji, after a long time, she said, "I'm here. There's an opening in my head and blood drenched my eyes. I cannot see anything. Help me." Blood oozed out of the giant cut on the woman's head. It was gory to say the least. Chen Ji pulled a part of his shirt out, and with the woman watching curiously, he raised his hands. "I'll help you stop the blood loss first, then I'll bring you out with me." The woman's pupils danced inside the protruding sockets, and she said, "My arms and shoulders were shattered on impact, help me." The woman seemed to be repeating what she had said at her moment of death. It sounded sad and heavy with despair. "Left arm or right arm?" Chen Ji stared at her. The woman did not seem to have considered that question before. He moved slowly forward. "Then you can lean against me." Whenever Chen Ji spoke, the woman was stunned. This was the first time that she had heard this kind of heartwarming offer. The woman stood in the tunnel for a long time before the blood in her eyes slowly dispersed. However, that only lasted for several seconds before she seemed to remember something very painful, and resentment as well as venom leaked out of her eyes again. "The car ran over my legs, and I cannot move." "It's fine." Chen Ji stared at the woman with sincerity. "Don't be scared, I'll carry you." "Carry me?" The woman's eyes were filled with shock. She did not expect Chen Ji to do this too. The resentment in her eyes slowly decreased, and she was fiddling with a decision in her mind. Chen Ji did not know if he should make use of this opportunity to run. He was familiar with the power of a red specter and knew that he would not have been able to escape. While the woman was hesitating, Chen Ji turned around and slowly squatted down. "Come, I'll carry you out of this tunnel." Seeing Chen Ji's back, the woman was flustered. This was the first time that she had come across someone so kind. "Carry me." "Yes." Chen Ji's forehead and collar were drenched in cold sweat, and his fingers were trembling. However, he had great mental pressure resistance, and his voice was as calm as ever. This tunnel is filled with painful memories. Staying here is a form of torture for you as well. Chenji suddenly felt a heavy mist of blood coming from his back. He turned to look, and the woman with twisted limbs and broken face was pressed against his face. The woman's eyes were knitted with resentment, venom, and a trace of uncertainty. She was probably also wondering if she should kill Chenji. The pressure on his back increased, and Chenji's body slowly became numb. His neck felt like it was roped by vines, and he knew that the woman still had not given up the idea of killing him. I know that you might not trust me and think I'm doing all this to lie to you, but that is not the truth. I've helped many souls in your condition, and that is probably why you can feel this trace of kindness from me. Chenji sighed. He sounded tired. I don't ask for much for doing all this. I just want to help those in need. With a self-deprecating laugh, Chenji shook his head lightly, and helplessness filled his voice. In my daily life, people often make fun of me for being so stupid to forgive my enemy and opponent. Why wouldn't I believe in the darker side of reality and insist on seeing the good in people and in my heart? Perhaps I'm that type of idiot. The voice sounded sad, but in it, there was also a forgiveness that overcame all the misunderstandings. The resentment in the woman's eyes drastically reduced. With her hands on Chenji's shoulders, she tried to view this man from a different angle. Don't move and don't let go. Trust me, just this time let me carry you out. Chenji moved one step deeper into the tunnel and called his name. However, the light did not reappear. After confirming the mission had been completed, he turned around and carried the woman out the tunnel. I came here at night for no other reason than wanting to help you, so please, let's leave this tunnel together. Chapter 400, He is mine. The slowly red disappeared, as did the resentment in the woman's eyes. She felt her body getting lighter. Perhaps this was how it felt to be given salvation. If only I run into him when I was still alive. The things that had happened to her at the time of her death appeared in her mind, and whenever that happened, the woman had the urge to destroy every living thing that she saw. She did not need to die that day, but no one had been willing to extend a helping hand, and that had led to the later tragedy. A weird tone escaped from the throat, and the woman's body turned cold. Her bone structure was shifting, and it sounded like her body was falling apart. Chenji's spine was numb, and he knew that something scary was happening behind him, but he did not plan to put the woman down. If possible, why don't I save her? Carrying the poor woman, the other ghosts hiding in the dark did not dare come any closer. Even the large spider following Chenji gave up unwillingly. Following the rustling that came above him and the following of petals, the large shadow that looked like a spider climbed deeper into the tunnel. Just what kind of monsters are living here? Treating the woman as a shield, Chenji carried her slowly out the tunnel. The white cat had already jumped ahead of Chenji. It would turn around to look at Chenji occasionally, the respect in its eyes seemingly saying, "You're really something else." When he entered the tunnel, Chenji only took 44 steps, but when he tried to leave, Chenji realized that the tunnel was exceptionally long. The woman's impression of him changed due to his words, but that did not mean that she had given up the murderous instinct. Chenji knew that the more he spoke, the greater the chance of him screwing up. Since he was not the type to waste time on words, he would use actual action to prove to the woman that he really wanted to save her. As he stepped toward the exit, the darkness was banished and the air felt fresher. The shape of the tunnel exit was getting closer. Wind blew in from the entrance and the smell of blood became lighter. Starlight shone down on the woman's face and her crumbled head and twisted body slowly returned to normal. The weight on his back slowly lightened. When he turned to look, Chenji saw the woman looking at the night sky. Chenji tried to take another step, but when he tried to leave the tunnel, the woman on his back experienced a great change. Her head and limbs kept shattering as if her body would break into pieces should he move any further. What's happening? Is she not allowed to leave the tunnel? There were only two choices then. Put the woman down and run away before she recovered was the safest option. Based on the black phone, Chenji had already completed the nightmare mission, and Chenji would not be returning to this place until he had full confidence. The other option was to stand and wait until the woman's body recovered, and then ask her for her opinion. Chenji turned to look at the woman and took back his advancing step, standing at the mouth of the tunnel. Before him was the star-filled sky, and behind him was the dark tunnel that seemed to have no end. Several seconds later, the woman gave up her struggle, and with the starlight shining down on her, she returned to her original state. The red coat hung on her misshapen body. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she slowly released her hands. Alas, I no longer need anyone to come save me. She climbed off Chenji's back and slowly retreated. Only by hiding inside the tunnel could she maintain her presence. Hey, Chenji called at the woman. I really want to help you. The woman could be a great help. So Chen-ji arranged his emotions to come up with a speech that was quite sentimental. When the woman in the tunnel heard what he had to say, she smiled at Chen-ji before turning to jog back into the tunnel. How come it feels like she is in a hurry to run away? Is she sealed inside the tunnel? The closer she is to the entrance, the bigger the exhaustion. The tunnel was not as simple as it appeared. The presence of a red specter proved that. Under Chen-ji's gaze, the woman disappeared into the tunnel, and when he prepared to leave, he noticed the white cat was running away from him before finding a hiding spot a few meters away, shivering. It's okay, she has already left. At least we know each other now, so we will have more friends in the eastern part of the city in the future. Chen-ji walked toward the white cat, but that one step seemed to trigger some bad feeling in the cat. When it saw Chen-ji coming close, it immediately ran in the opposite direction. Why is it acting this way? Chen-ji also noticed the problem. When the white cat saw the woman in the tunnel, it had not run off. This meant that there was something scarier than the woman around Chen-ji. Taking a small breath, Chen-ji exited the tunnel cautiously. He did not sense any scary ghosts until he lowered his head to look down at his feet. He froze where he was like his body was struck by lightning. The place where the woman released her hold on Chen-ji was the place where Chen-ji's shadow fell, and someone had carved a few words in the ground. Each letter was filled with endless bloodlust and resentment. His legs shook involuntarily, and with trembling, pale lips, Chen-ji read out the few blood letters. He is mine. His breathing became difficult, and Chen-ji glanced at his shadow. He noticed his shadow's shape was changing, like the person hiding in the shadow had sensed something and was forcing herself awake. Calm down, Zhang Ye, it's just a misunderstanding. Chen-ji did not expect there to come a day where he would need to yell at his own shadow to explain his situation. However, teetering between life and death, Chen-ji did not have much choice. He made the correct choice, using his largest voice and the sincerest words to explain everything that happened. If anyone else saw him like this, they would think that he was crazy. In the middle of the night, he ran to the tunnel to shout at his shadow. Chen-ji did not hide anything, and when he provided the explanation, his shadow finally returned to normal. His back was soaked wet, and Chen-ji collapsed to the ground. He swiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. That pressure is even greater than facing a red specter. Zhang Ye seems to have grown stronger. He looked at the shadow who was recovering and whispered to himself, "It is not a good thing for Zhang Ye to keep hiding inside my shadow. If it stays like this, I will have no free." Before he finished, his shadow started to boil again. The numbness crawled to his scalp, and Chen-ji bit on his tongue. His trembling hand held his forehead, and he chanted in a melancholic voice, "It is not a good thing for Zhang Ye to keep hiding inside my shadow. If it stays like this, my heart will feel very empty. If possible, I wish for her to move into my heart." The boiling shadow calmed down instantly. The person in the shadow appeared like she did not expect to hear Chen-ji say that, and she disappeared like she could not deal with the shyness.